Okay. Welcome everyone to New Jersey's first webinar that's focusing on psychedelics. A big thank you to Gaetano Lardieri who put this event together. He gathered the talent and it was his vision that really made this happen. He's a leading voice in New Jersey and beyond when it comes to psychedelics. My name is Rob Mejia. I'm a teaching specialist at Stockton University in cannabis studies. I am also president of our Community Harvest, a cannabis education company, and I am the author of the Essential Cannabis book. I started researching cannabis several years ago when my older sister, Teresa, unfortunately got cancer. And while she was fighting through her cancer, they put her on opioids for the very first time. She got rather confused. She also started losing her appetite. And I kept wondering, why are they not giving her medical cannabis? So that question really stuck with me. And that's really where I started my journey and decided to devote myself to cannabis education. I then have become interested in psychedelics because of our mental health crisis. You look around and certainly during COVID, all the pressures just increased tremendously. I have a good friend whose daughter died by suicide. On the surface, it looked like everything was going well for her. She was a great student, multi-sport athlete, but unfortunately she had mental health issues. I also know veterans with PTSD. My father-in-law also recently passed. He had dementia for about 6 months, and it's just my hope that he had peace when he passed. I also see mental challenges in my college students. So my big question is, can psychedelics help heal us? That is my main question. And that's why I'm glad that we are here starting this psychedelic conversation. So thank you all of us for joining us. And now I'd like to turn it over to Gaetano.
Well, welcome everyone. And thank you to Dr. Sadia, Professor Mejia, Stockton Center on Successful Aging, and the Stockton team in their effort in partnering with FVM on this historic event for psychedelics, which is cutting edge future of medicine. A special thank you to Preston Hall, FVM's senior project manager, for all his help during this venture. So our expert, also want to thank our expert live panelists and people from around the world in the psychedelic space who submitted talks specifically for our event today. It could have easily been 100 people, and there's worldwide enthusiasm for this. So I'm Gaetano Lardieri from Newark, New Jersey. I've been in the medical field since 1978. I spent 26 years in cancer research, designing, conducting cancer clinical trials. I led a team I entered into the cannabis space, and I started several startup companies, nanotech companies in clinical research in cannabis and aerospace science. Currently, I'm the special executive advisor at FEM and focus on plant-based medicines, research, designing, conducting clinical trials for cannabis and entheogenic medicines and psychedelics. I also have an aerospace science division, and we're studying radioprotective properties of plant-based compounds. And we hope to test radioprotective properties of such things as cannabis, fungi, and even psychedelics in areas here in New Jersey and beyond for clinical research, trials, policy, establishing entheogenic medicines and ketamine and wellness centers, and much more. For the first quarter of 2023, we are looking at hosting 3 events, 1 virtual and 2 in person, which will be focused on psychedelic education, research, medical and legal policy for the general public, workers, how to integrate these new modalities as they obtain FDA approval into their practice. So let's jump right in and let you know a little bit about our expert panelists today. So first up, I'd like to talk about Lisa Gora. Lisa is a healthcare and cannabis law attorney whose practice focuses on the representation of healthcare professionals as well as medical other healthcare entities, cannabis treatment centers, as well as all cannabis-related business entities from cultivars to retailers. Her healthcare background naturally intersects with the cannabis industry, another highly regulated industry which she regularly navigates and monitors from a legal perspective. Lisa's experience ranges from reviewing and analyzing the ever-evolving state laws in cannabis legal landscape to navigate the contours on issues of ownership in such entities and the related corporate considerations. Lisa is the co-chair of the Cannabis Law Committee of the New Jersey State Bar Association and immediate past chair of the Health Law Section of the NJSBA. She also serves as an author of the New Jersey Law Journal's monthly cannabis column. Lisa was editor-in-chief of the first edition of Healthcare and Business of Cannabis, Legal Questions and Answers, a first-of-its-kind project published by the American Health Law Association, which offers insight on interplay between medical marijuana and the healthcare industry, as well as related information on legal and practical considerations in connection with medical marijuana. And I think that's all I have for Lisa. Rob? Do you want to introduce Beau?
Yes, I'd be happy to. And also, Gaetano, your internet is kind of coming in and out, so I don't know if you want to rejoin. And I will just read the bios until you can get back to us, because you definitely were popping in and out of there.
Okay.
Now I'd like to introduce Beau Huch. So Beau is director for Porzio Government Affairs LLC, and he's counsel to Porzio, Bromberg, and Newman PC. He served as legislative aide to New Jersey's 10th Legislative District Office, and most recently as legislative director to New Jersey's 13th Legislative District State Senator Declan O'Scanlan. Beau collaborated with government agencies at the state, county, and municipal levels on critical matters of both private and public enterprise concerns. He prides himself on being able to work across the aisle to identify and achieve resolutions to common objectives. He has experience implementing policies relating to a wide array of industries during his time in public service. Beau has been successful with helping stakeholders navigate complex issues such as energy and utility infrastructure development, public health and healthcare advocacy, land use and zoning, civil rights, cannabis issues, environmental protection, EMS, and law enforcement initiatives. Additionally, Beau has dealt with highly polarizing and sensitive topics such as vaccines, social justice, and a plethora of issues that impact the state budget. He was instrumental in expanding the New Jersey Medical Cannabis Program and created a pilot program to research the cultivation of industrial hemp. He received his Bachelor of Arts in History from Montclair State University and his Juris Doctor from Widener University School of Law. He is a strong public health advocate and serves on the board of a federally qualified health center in New Jersey.
Thank you, Rob. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, great. So Erinn Baldeschwiler, Erinn is one of two patient petitioners seeking psilocybin therapy under federal and state right to try laws in the Ames versus DEA ongoing litigation case. Catherine Tucker is a lead lawyer in this case. Erinn is here today to discuss why she joined this pioneering effort and the outcome she hopes to achieve. Welcome, Erinn.
And I would like to introduce Sean Casey. Sean Casey serves as brand ambassador for Bonita, Florida-based clinic Myself Wellness. And he's also the director of outreach and acquisitions for the Warriors of Consciousness, a nonprofit aimed at helping patients overcome the financial barrier to ketamine treatment through fundraising. Sean himself is a ketamine patient turned advocate who used the medicine to recover from full body paralysis and numbness. These complications were the result of transverse myelitis, a rare spinal trauma resulting from an autoimmune response to neurological Lyme disease. Sean now dedicates his life to helping those who suffer as he once did.
Thank you. And it's my pleasure to introduce Charles Patti. Charles Patti's journey to self-awareness and healing began over 9 years ago. Like so many others who have been through trauma and addiction, he found himself lost and unable to cultivate healing and sustain him long-term. He spent many years hiding from himself and unable to understand how to create healing within that impact true change in his life. It was not until he began to incorporate psychedelics in a therapeutic way that he began to see a transformation taking place within himself. There is connection to healing our trauma and rewriting our nervous system. Psychedelics can be a useful tool when done in a safe setting and incorporating integrative practices to assist you in the long term. The journey is not in the medicine, but when you take what you have witnessed and bring it back into a daily practice. Everyone matters. There is not one soul on this planet that is less worthy or deserving to receive these healing modalities. It is Charles' mission to bring these healing modalities to the collective on a global level. He believes monetary status should not be be what stands in the way of anyone's healing journey. We rise and heal together is what this is all about.
And now I'd like to introduce Gal Ghivoni. She's RN BSN. She's been in the healthcare industry for over a decade. She started off by volunteering as an EMT, then earned her Bachelor's of Science in Nursing with honors from Ramapo College of New Jersey, and she has been a registered nurse for the last 6 years. Since learning about the medicinal uses of plants in 2014, Gal has been striving for the forefront of the field, attending medical conferences, visiting U.S. and international experts, researching, and using allopathic and alternative medicinal practices to improve care and access for others. Gal has worked in major regional hospitals, ambulatory surgery centers, rehab centers, emergent clinics, and has even visited patients in their own homes. She currently works in Florida and is focusing on advocating and educating for mental health and psychedelic treatments. In addition to currently working as a nurse in the surgical department, Gal Ghivoni is one of the first and youngest to delve into the world of psychedelic nursing as a ketamine nurse guide. Gal is also a whole food plant advocate, health and wellness consultant, and educator of alternative medicine, cannabinoid, and holistic treatments. Welcome, Gal.
Our next panelist is Jesse MacLachlan. Jesse MacLachlan is a business development and public policy professional with a background in renewable energy and state government. He is a former 3-term state legislator in the Connecticut State House and a former director of asset management at a national commercial solar company. Jess led the advocacy efforts to pass a first-of-its-kind psychedelic assisted therapy pilot program in the state of Connecticut, where he supports the Reason for Hope team as director of state policy and advocacy. He runs Avalon Infrastructure, LLC, a renewable energy consultancy, and lives in the lower Connecticut River Valley with his partner, Ellie, and their dog, Coda.
And now we welcome Shane Pennington. Shane Pennington is counsel in the New York office of Vicente Cederberg, LLP. Since leaving his post in the appellate section of an elite corporate law firm almost 3 years ago, Shane has fought for rational federal drug policy reform in federal courts and agencies across the country. Despite often working pro or low bono, he and his colleague Matt Zorn have a virtually unparalleled record of success in defeating policies that have blocked access to and scientific research of controlled substances. Thank you for joining us, Shane.
And I don't think Jose has joined us yet today, Rob, so you can go right ahead and introduce Jodi.
Sure. Welcome, Jodi Green. Jodi Green is a business and litigation attorney in Miller Nash LLP's Los Angeles office. After protecting insurance companies from up to billion-dollar liabilities in her early career, Jodi now partners with forward-thinking organizations to assist with corporate business issues and mitigate liabilities in emerging and high-risk industries. Jodi was selected as a rising star by super lawyers for 5 consecutive years and is the founder of Chiefs Psychedelics Group, a proud member of the Psychedelic Bar Association, the advisory board of Women in Psychedelics Network, and the advisory board of the Canigma, which is a media company focused on cannabis and psychedelics, among other cannabis and psychedelics related organizations. Jodi is also a sought-after author and dynamic public speaker. She is frequently quoted on legal issues by Law 360 and has spoken at Can Expo, NCIA, American Bar Association, Defense Research Institute, Claims and Litigation Management Alliance, Insurance Journal, Insurance Business America, among other public and private businesses and organizations. Thank you for being here today.
Rob. And next up is Luna Stower. Luna Stower is the Chief Impact Officer at Inspire Vape Technology based in Los Angeles. With over a decade in cannabis, she was a key member of the CA legacy brands like Jodi Extracts and was named Cannabis Culture Advocate of the Year in 2021 by the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. With a master's degree from the University of San Francisco and a BA in social justice from the UC Santa Cruz, her impact on drug policy has been instrumental to local decriminalization measures and first-of-its-kind social equity initiatives. Welcome, Luna.
And now an introduction for Sarah Hashkus. Sarah Hashkus is Chief Technology Innovation Officer, Red Light Holland, and CEO, Radix Motion. Sarah is utilizing her research in cognitive neuroscience, focused on psychedelics, embodiment, and immersive technology to connect humans to their bodies, each other, and the environment. Sarah published the first paper on predictive coding and psychedelics back in 2017, with a theory that has by now become cited and agreed on by many experts in the field. As part of her work, she utilized consensual data collected from Red Light Holland, microdosing app in the Netherlands, as well as market research and scientific research to help inform legislators in Oregon, Washington, and other locations and promote responsible accessibility to natural psilocybin products for adults.
And
Thanks
Michael
for
Kidd,
joining us, Sarah.
emerging as one of Canada. Thank you. And Michael Kidd, emerging as one of Canada's top psychedelic regulatory communicators, Michael has provided insight and direction to some of the most prominent psychedelic companies and associations across the world, from stakeholder relations, public engagement, and coalition building to regulatory strategies built on relationship integration. Michael thrives on working with psychedelic innovators looking to change the world. Driven by his desire to support change in Canada's mental health regimen, Kidder Group Inc. was founded in 2018. His vision was to create a more collaborative and flexible government relations approach to solving some of the biggest regulatory challenges facing the psychedelic industry. Okay, so let's jump right into it, and right here in the Garden State, New Jersey, and discuss Bill S-2934, the Psilocybin Health Access and Services Act, sponsored by New Jersey Senate President Nicholas Guattari in June of 2022. We'll start with our two legal eagles from New Jersey, Lisa Gora and Beau. So Lisa, want to know, what is the impetus behind Bill S-2934?
So just like as a little aside and background, I just wanted to hit on something that everybody has been uniformly saying throughout the introductions, is that I'm hearing a lot of the words of healing and treatment, alternative therapy, alternative medicine. And it's those very words that drove New Jersey to implement this type of, or suggest that this bill be implemented in New Jersey. And it's because right now in New Jersey, various healthcare facilities, hospitals have been seeing a huge uptick in the need for mental health therapies. And as we all know, and we've all been living and breathing, through the COVID-19 pandemic, which we all endured and hopefully all got through safely. Because of that, there also was the need for more mental health therapies because of the mental exacerbation, I think, that people went through because of COVID-19. So as the backdrop to all of that, this bill in New Jersey was introduced just this past June, and it's called the Psilocybin Behavioral Health Access and Services Act. So just to key in on the main words there, this is Behavioral Health Access and Services Act. So it all stems back to the fact of a need to address behavioral health in New Jersey. And it's all for the medical side. And even though New Jersey is not saying that psilocybin should be treated as medicine, it's being looked at as this emerging new therapy to be used for therapeutic purposes. And so the Senate President, Senator Guattari, he introduced the bill in New Jersey for this very reason, for COVID-19, the mental distresses that people went through, but also just from a medical side. So if those of you that couldn't hear Guy when he was talking about my background, I am a healthcare attorney at my core that also now represents cannabis businesses on both the recreational and medicinal side. And why I believe personally this bill is also a testament to what I'm seeing in New Jersey from the healthcare side. And I'm not sure the Senate President sees this, but I'm sure there's the constituencies that have provided this comment for wanting this type of bill. Is I represent various medical practices, psychiatrists, psychologists, oncology practices, and they're the ones that came to me saying that they want to leave the private practice and they actually want to set up licensed mental health facilities under the regulatory regime in New Jersey because of the uptick that they've seen in patients that are seeking out their help in their medical practices. And their medical practices unfortunately or fortunately were too small to be able to accommodate the patient need. And so in New Jersey, in order to be able to get more assistance and funds from people that are just not licensed, licensed individuals, you do want to go the route of receiving a license from the Department of Health in New Jersey, so that you could actually have private funds from non-licensed individuals, such as private equity, come in and provide you the resources to build out the types of facilities that you believe this area may need. And so hearing that from my clients, and seeing the uptick that they've seen in their patient base, coupled with this bill that was introduced, I think that it was just a perfect storm of events that occurred. And obviously, Senator Scutari was aware of it, and seeing what other states are doing as well along these lines, now we're trying to follow suit. So I guess to wrap that all up, and Beau, feel free to jump in whenever you need. But the bill that was introduced in New Jersey is to provide access to these types of patients, even though they wouldn't be called patients, as clients that would be able to receive this type of emerging therapy from psilocybin service centers that would be set up in New Jersey. And not that this is law, this is not something that's going to be happening within the next few months. This is something that was introduced and proposed, and I think that it will certainly lay a foundation for further discussion within New Jersey, but it's not law. And so it's just the idea that has been posed, and the impetus being everything that I just stated. But we certainly have a long runway to actually see something come to fruition. But within the next few months, we're hoping, and Beau will speak to this, is that there's more conversation about the need for it and the importance of it. I hope nobody's hearing the background. Sorry.
That's okay.
I just landed in Vegas to speak at a cannabis conference, so I apologize. Nonetheless.
All right. So just to kind of echo some of that, it's here in New Jersey, the adult use cannabis legislation was initially tie-barred with medical marijuana's expansion bill. We had an anemic medical marijuana bill from the tail end of the Corzine administration prior to Christie that was abysmal for the better part of a decade. And at one point, everybody thought this first omnibus bill that got introduced, it would be a big dam break and we get it done real quick. Just like in most states, medical marijuana moved first. And I would expect with this bill, the way it currently looks, by the time it's finally done, it's not going to even resemble what this thing actually currently looks like. Think of this like a public notice and comment period to a regulation. Like the Senate president wants the public's input on things like this. And we might see this bill broken up into multiple bills. The very strict clinical aspects of it, that could move first. We might want to target as to how we could try to help a bill like this to move. What type of populations does it service? Palliative care, end of life, the veteran community, the mental health community. And trying to basically do what we're doing right now, that's to having our own little discussion on it, is a good way to really begin those discussions, because there's got to be a lot of education for elected officials in any given state. It takes time, and it takes a bit of interest and a bit of a groundswell. So it's nice to see the time and effort being put forth by everybody here. But again, just really wanted to echo what Lisa just said. It's so important.
Yeah,
Lisa, I had a follow-up question for you, Lisa.
Sure, go ahead.
But all right, so I mean, if you want to respond to what Beau said, but I did have a follow-up.
No, go ahead. You can ask a follow-up.
So, Lisa, the S-2934, does it take on the same form as New Jersey's cannabis law?
Yeah, and so I wanted to just echo a little bit based off of what Beau is saying, is that this bill certainly takes a similar form than that the cannabis legalization of medicinal cannabis and also the recreational bill took. There's a framework in this where there's going to be license holders and there's going to be licenses for business entrepreneurs to obtain, such as psilocybin service centers, psilocybin service facilitators, and with regards to each license that is created under this bill, and if all of those licenses remain throughout the duration that this conversation is going to take, and various versions this bill will take. There's going to be the licensing aspects of it, the fees, the regulations as to who can own, ownership limitations. So from that standpoint, this bill does take a similar licensing regime that the cannabis does, in terms of even cannabis recreational, right? Out in the cannabis recreational bills, there's various licenses that are afforded to business entrepreneurs in New Jersey, and because New Jersey wants this industry, both the cannabis and psilocybin, to be highly regulated, that's the sense that it happens to come with from the cannabis side, is that it's going to be a highly regulated area, just like cannabis. There are various regulations right now in this bill that speak to who can own, the ownership limitations. There's even local control given to municipalities where people intend on having these types of psilocybin service centers. So in that respect, it's similar to cannabis from a licensing perspective, but the bill is more similar to the medicinal cannabis market, where this is all about really treatment and an emerging therapy to provide a different type of access and care to patients that need an alternative therapy for whatever it is that they're going through. And that really goes back to the cannabis medicinal market. And I think that's a very, very good thing, because this isn't going to turn into a commercial boom where New Jersey right now, say in the cannabis field, cannabis industry market, it provides taxes to New Jersey. I mean, it's stemmed at being now one of the largest gross producing revenues for New Jersey. Psilocybin certainly won't be like that, and I think that's a positive thing, because we really want to focus this as a medicine, as a therapeutic. So in just the legal mind that I have, I print out the bill and I actually went through it to identify the sections that I think that are actually more similar to a healthcare practice rather than a cannabis practice. So for instance, here there's more focus on the fact that the bill is to be used solely for healthcare, therapeutic purposes, the therapeutic side of what patients may need. There's client confidentiality that exists in the healthcare field as well. So I certainly think that there's similarities, but really just based on the licensing structure, and that there's going to be licenses that are made available. People are going to be able to apply for it. There's going to be the application. The owners are going to have to watch out for what they can own and what they can't own. But outside of that, I look at this as a purely healthcare related function in New Jersey. This bill, the way that it's drafted right now, it will be housed under the New Jersey Department of Health. So it won't be under the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. So they are trying to make these distinctions. And for those reasons, I think that it's more of a focus on it being on the healthcare side, which again, I think is a positive thing, and we'll just have to see where the discussion goes.
I agree. And getting back to Beau. So, Beau, what impact, if at all, do the federal midterms have on state legislation like this moving forward?
It's a little bit to be determined. Right now the results are not in all nationally, but the Democrats should be feeling pretty good about themselves. But New Jersey, compared to other states, we lost a congressional seat here. Towards the tail end of the election cycle too, the Dems took a hard pivot to the center. And they really focused on criminal justice issues, being a bit more tough on crime, economic issues, the real kitchen table issues. Now, New Jersey's congressional cycle ties a little bit into our state cycle too, because we're an off-cycle state compared to other states. So New Jersey just had some big things just happen to it in the past year that people from other states might not realize. We just went through state level redistricting. We went through congressional redistricting. The state level redistricting makes our map much more competitive right now. The Senate president comes from a very safe district. He is the Union County Democrat chair. He is able to really take a lot of tough political blows, and he's the party standard bearer as the Senate president. So it makes sense for him to take up a lot of tough pieces of legislation and really set the tone and the tenor. Now, these congressional races, when you have an off-cycle election like this, can almost be kind of seen as a preview for the following year at the state level. And everybody's up in the assembly here, which is our lower house, and the Senate next year. So it's a real tough time to try to move a lot of politically difficult, potentially controversial issues. I would expect, the type of issues to move right now to be the ones that could rile up the base and give the party, the Democrats, the ability to build up political capital going into the next cycle, because that's right around the corner. Here in New Jersey, the margins too in the Senate are pretty tight. I shouldn't say pretty tight. Historically, the Dems have been, and I worked for the minority party for a number of years, and looking at the future, you say, wow, this map has really, really changed the game a little bit. And right now, there's currently 24 Dems, there's 16 Republicans, 40 seats total, and plus the Senate president. And it gets more difficult as time goes on to move a bill like this in a hurry. So I would expect something like this to take quite a while to happen, but in the short term, it's imperative to try to get the ball rolling on having discussions like this, try to get a hearing before a Senate or Assembly committee. Also, too, going back to Senator Scutari and just kind of who he is and what he does, he's probably one of the most consequential politicians and legislators we've had here in 20 years. He was the long-standing chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee here. He basically helped to shape an entire different branch of government. He's worked tremendously across the aisle for years. He's very keen on policy. He's an attorney by trade. So he's a politician, he's an attorney, and he's a legislator, all while being the party standard bearer, going into an election cycle where he has to be cognizant of, wow, some of his members might have some really competitive races coming up. So to move a bill like this right now, it'd be difficult. It'd just not be impossible. It'd be definitely difficult. So again, I would expect this to be a long, protracted discussion where he tries to get as much public input as possible. And also, too, try to identify in the lower house a sponsor that is similarly minded, also in a politically safe district, and somebody else who has kind of pretty much taken up this mantle. It's gonna be a process, to say the least.
And even to add to that, Beau, I just wanted to emphasize that the fact that this legislation is originating from this type of leadership, and again, he's a Senate president, but also intimately familiar with drug policy reform, is more or less a firm indicator that this is a serious endeavor. And even for me, who's not really involved in the political side of things, as Beau is, having someone like that propose this bill, I think also causes it to get a lot of attention, and will continue to do so, especially because he was the largest, maybe the number one proponent of legalizing cannabis. So I think and hope that this will continue to get the movement that it should receive.
It's also worth noting too, here in New Jersey, since Senate President Scutari has taken up that mantle as the Senate president, bills here in New Jersey have been moving much more slower. The Senate president tends to be a very critical thinker, tries to force his caucus to slow down and look critically at issues. And with something like this, again, bills moving much slower. The percentage of bills introduced that get made into law has gone down substantially here in New Jersey, just because there's so many bills being second referenced and really being forced to take a hard look at by sometimes multiple committees in the same house, which is a good thing, because that's really how strong policy gets made, and that's also how you get the most public input.
And so, Beau, what recommendation would you bring to legislators, to bring this to legislators' attentions to this issue?
Again, so much of this issue is education. I am a creature of the state house. I know New Jersey politics. I know New Jersey policy. I'm a lawyer by trade. When I first learned about what was going on with this bill, I had a substantial background in cannabis myself. I was pretty interested in psychedelics, but even then, compared to who's on this panel right now, who knows us insane amount more than I will ever be able to hope to understand about psychedelics, I can guarantee you that most legislators know substantially less than I do. And I'm saying that politely just because they're, despite their massive bandwidth and some of them being tremendous critical thinkers, you just can't absorb every single issue. So with something like this, you try to focus in on an issue that it will likely get a hearing, something like the veteran community, something like end-of-life care, palliative care. And try to get it before that relevant committee. So I would try to get a hearing in the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee. I would try to get a hearing on the Health and Human Services Committee, and narrow the scope, not to move the bill, just to have the discussion on why this is needed. Because many legislators might view this as, well, this is some crazy far left idea that it is not going to really benefit their constituency, maybe hurt them politically. And realistically, so many of the issues that legislators care about, like mental health and providing a safe regulated industry, well, that's really up their alley. And that's what this bill is really trying to ultimately accomplish, is how do we better service the people of New Jersey from a health perspective, from a criminal justice perspective. And that's why it's so important to have that discussion with a legislative body.
Thank you, Beau. Thank you, Lisa and Beau. There's our future legal rock stars in New Jersey for psychedelics. Thank you very much. So why we're all really here, and it's to serve the patients and the people. With that, we need to ask a few questions of some amazing individuals who have benefited from treatment and who are seeking treatment. So, Erinn, in March of 2020, you were diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer with a prognosis of 2 years to live. What does it feel like living with a life-threatening condition, prognosis of 2 years, coming to terms with your mortality at the age of 48 when you were diagnosed? Can you tell us what the traditional palliative care and hospice care toolbox looks like for practitioners and so on?
Yeah, so to answer the first part of that question, what does it feel like to face your own mortality? Incredibly humbling. It has really, really opened my eyes to the fact that I control very little. There is very, very little that I have control over. I didn't ask for my cancer. I can't control what it does. So again, death is built in. It's we're mortals. It's going to happen one day, and of course, you don't expect your life expectancy to be maybe cut very, very short. In my instance, potentially case, and so yeah. So it's really made me look, slow down, and look at what really matters in my life. When I was first diagnosed, my doctor, gave me a pretty bad prognosis of, statistically X number of years to live. We don't have a cure. Our main focus is to provide you the highest quality of life. And so it made me really, really look at that closely and redefine what I consider a quality of life, and for me, that is trying to come to peace with facing my mortality. It's wishing to live every day with the highest quality of life. And for me, that means feeling a deep inner sense of peace. You know, I want to pass in peace and I want to rest in peace. You know, additionally, I want to hold the power. You know, it's been incredibly sobering to go through this process and understand that as smart and amazing and educated as doctors are, nobody knows. Nobody knows. You know, nobody can put an exact date or time on, you know, the when and the how anyone's going to die. They don't know, you know, how I'm going to respond to treatment. They don't know if I will respond to treatment. So it's all just very, yeah, just again, very humbling, very sobering. Additionally, it actually has been quite empowering. I am very, very fortunate to have a really strong medical team that has really taken the lead in educating me and giving me the autonomy to make my own choices, you know, with regards to treatment that I do want to do, treatment that I'm not interested in doing. Specifically, you know, traditional chemotherapies are not something that, well, they're proven to you know, negatively impact the quality of my life, you know, and so for me, again, this question of, okay, do I want to live longer but sicker, you know, and so all these balancing things. And then to the second part of that question, as far as the traditional, you know, palliative care toolbox, I mean, it's a cocktail. It's a cocktail of really highly addictive, highly harmful medications, you know, that don't mix well together. I did a protest in May at which there was a palliative care professional there that talked about, you know, having to prescribe at the end, this is end of life care patients, you know, a cocktail of anywhere from 3 to 10 medicines that are shown and proven to not only diminish one's quality of life, but also hasten one's death, right? So a palliative care doctor, I mean, the whole idea is to ease and relieve as much pain and suffering, and that includes existential pain and suffering, right? The mental, emotional, spiritual, and not just the physical. And this mix of medicines, which is often a combination of Schedule II or higher scheduled medicines, do not play well together, right? And so again, it's this, okay, hey, we can give you this medicine, but it's going to really negatively impact your life, right? And so, and that's what's missing. You know, what's missing is natural plant medicines that have, I mean, they're under clinical trial. There's been empirical, you know, what we know of these substances right now is they are not harmful or addictive. I mean, there might be some, you know, but in comparison to, say, Schedule II drugs, they don't even compare, you know, and then with regards to the efficacy, again, just based on the empirical data, and even prominent researchers and clinical you know, folks have actually recommended that psilocybin not be scheduled, be rescheduled to even a Schedule IV substance, you know, just based on, again, the harms. I read, I don't know, there was I don't know if it was a study, but anyways, there was European doctors and professionals where they looked at the abuse and the harm effects of various substances, and not only the harm to the patient, but the harm to others. Alcohol was number one, and it ranked like 72 out of 80. And psilocybin was the least harmful. You know, it ranked 6 out of 80. It ranked like no harm to others. You know, my understanding is you cannot literally consume enough of the substance to make it lethal, right? And so for the DEA to label these, it's just misinformation. It's mislabeled, and to be, you know, again, natural medicines on lockdown is ridiculous. And, you know, and this doctor, palliative care, you know, at the end of life, you know, their focus is compassionate care, and they want to be able to relieve all the pain and suffering, not just the physical. And so the fact that they know based on, again, empirical data, that the cannabis and psilocybin have shown to be very, very effective. They play well with other drugs. They do not interfere in that way, can actually help improve the quality of life and potentially even extend the quality of life. So, huge gap, huge missing gap. And it's just unfortunate that there's just literally one non-appointed, non-elected agency that is standing in the way of so much progress, moving forward. So
Right. We got to do something about it. Well, we are doing something about that. And what are the biggest challenges patients face in receiving investigational non-FDA approved treatment options, Erinn?
yeah, so affordability and access, straight up, and I can speak to just my situation specifically. I am on an immunotherapy that I've responded very well to. That kind of took a turn. I had to move, into another, immunotherapy. Problem is it was investigational, and so it's not illegal, but not covered by insurance. It's about a $20,000 to $25,000 per treatment. I get that every 2 weeks. I don't know anybody ever that could ever afford, that kind of a treatment. And so, and I do have access to it, but, I'm having to rely on, really philanthropy, charity, and even, perhaps, turning to kind of a crowd fund, type of a situation. So that's just with my actual therapy that is keeping me alive. There's also, supplemental medicines, natural, like curcumin, there's vitamin C, there's all these additional things that my integrative oncology team is prescribed, but again, not FDA approved, not covered by insurance. And so it's at a pretty steep out-of-pocket cost for patients who are already facing steep costs with regards to whatever treatment they might have, you know what I'm saying? And so, and then of course, now we've got the psilocybin, and then there's the legal access barrier, right? In addition, to the affordability. So yeah, access and affordability, it's crucial. And I think obviously moving forward in this space, that needs to be looked at, when it takes 8 to 10 years and $2 to $3 billion to develop a drug, with the incentive for the drug manufacturers of really turning a profit, right? I mean, their main focus is to make money. It's based on market exclusivity. It's based on patents. And again, those systems can be gamed and tweaked for monetary benefit. I mean, are we really trying to help heal people? Are we really trying to improve quality of life? Or are we trying to make a buck, So so access and affordability, I would say.
I agree. And now you've been seeking access to psilocybin via RTT, right to try laws, for over a year and a half now, I believe, and via requests, lawsuits, protests, and so on with the DEA. What does it feel like to be in this position?
Well, on one hand, when I'm here with all these amazing people that are in support of it, I feel incredibly grateful. It's actually an honor, to be included and to have been invited to, join this effort. On the other hand, when I'm actually, having to deal, with the DEA and jump through all these hoops, it is exhausting, it's frustrating, it's disappointing, it's disheartening, and even on a level, if it wasn't so tragic, it would almost be comical, right? So, it's exhausting in the fact that it does take time, it does take patience, which is the whole point of the right to try laws, is that people facing end of life do not have that time, right? And but to know that they're just exhausting, time, energy, taxpayer dollars. It's and my patience as a patient, it's again, very, very frustrating. It's frustrating to know that, we're going to court, we're going to get, let's just pretend everything works in our favor. We get a positive court ruling. Yes, we get the Clarification Act on the federal level, to go through that allows Schedule I drugs. I know the reality is that the DEA can still sit on it. you know, there is no timeline, there is no incentive, even with the law on our side, even with a positive, you know, ruling, which hasn't even happened or whatever, they could still sit on it, you know, for years. And so that is just frustrating. It's super frustrating to know that an agency can literally break the law and get away with it. And then as a patient, if I go and try to obtain these medicines, then I'm a criminal, right? And so it's just, that again is just incredibly disheartening. It's disheartening to see an agency continue to kind of really misuse and abuse its authority at the cost of lives, at the cost of millions. In fact, the opioid epidemic, I mean, these Schedule II substances, I've got a fact here for you. In 2020, there were nearly 70,000 opioid related deaths at a cost of $1.5 trillion, just that year alone, right, to the government to fight this epidemic. And so, I mean, it's crazy town. And it's even crazier to know how much support legislators are in support of this. You know, this law passed in my state of Washington with unanimous support. It passed with overwhelming bipartisan support at the federal level as well. The FDA has approved breakthrough therapy status for massive depressive disorder, for treatment-resistant depression, which affects, I think, 12 million maybe with resistant depression. You know, MDD is like 15 million people. So we're talking millions and millions of Americans that could benefit from these medicines. And we have one agency that's just refusing access, refusing. And I guess that too is kind of the tragic comedy, is that these are natural medicines, right? I mean, plants and fungus are 2 of 5, you know, kingdoms on this earth, and they're being labeled as enemies, right? I mean, plant and fungus are allies, and it's just so, yeah, I mean, it's just like, you cannot outlaw nature. Come on, you know, just as I cannot control my heart beating or control the point at which it stops beating, you can't control, you know, I mean, you can try, you know, but it's just, it's ridiculous. And at the end of the day, it's just really, really sad that the DEA is squandering an opportunity to truly step into its own and be a protagonist here, you know, really be a hero and, you know, provide access to these medicines, you know, do whatever they can to be like, of course we want to help millions of people because we care and we want to improve the quality of your life. We want to help relieve this, you know, debilitating anxiety and depression. And the fact that millions of Americans live every day with debilitating depression and anxiety, and that patients are dying in that same mind space is shameful, you know. It's just, I don't know, I can tell you. So
well said, and we're here fighting with you, Erinn. You know that. You have our support. So one last question. In your experience in this space, Erinn, what can we learn, or what can we do here in New Jersey to help shape our new bill and our landscape in your experience?
I mean, you know, to positively shape anything, right? Whether it's the psychedelic landscape, political, even just personal relationships. I mean, it's, in my mind, I kind of look at this kind of like psychedelic therapy, right? Where we need to set a positive set and setting, right? And so right now, the mindset, and at least of the DEA, is one of crime and punishment. You know, they're looking at illness as a crime, you know, and these potential medicines as, you know, I mean, illegal. I mean, it's just, you know, it's not a crime to be sick. It's not a crime to want to seek the care. It's not a crime to take medicines that I choose, that I have been educated by my doctors as to the risk and to the benefits, right? And so in my mind, it seems clear that it almost doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, if laws are in place, but there's people that are going to continue to not shift that mindset away from, intervention to acceptance, from aggression to, or from constriction to expansion, right? We need to move from interference to being, synergy, what we're doing here, working together, taking all of the pieces of all the experts and really, really listening to the needs and moving away from this dominant enslaving setting to one of empowerment, right, where we're giving more power by educating and providing knowledge, providing access to these medicines for patients, for doctors, just a shift. We have to make a conscious mind shift away from negative to positive. I mean, I don't know, that's about.
And you're making the biggest shift, Erinn, and God bless you. And we're all here supporting you. You know that.
I know. I appreciate it. I truly, this is all very humbling, and I'm honored, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort. This is big, and it affects millions.
It's our honor.
Takes a village.
Thank you, Erinn.
Right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right, so let's move over to Sean Casey. And I would like to say too that we did enable the chat. So for our attendees, if you have anything that you'd like to put in the chat, we'd welcome your comments. So as I mentioned, Sean serves as brand ambassador for Myself Wellness, based in Bonita, Florida. And he's director of outreach and acquisitions for the Warriors of Consciousness, a nonprofit aimed at helping patients overcome the financial barriers to ketamine treatment through fundraising. So my first question for you, Sean, is why do you feel it's important to increase access to treatment?
Several reasons, but most importantly, when there's not a way to access things properly, people are still going to access it. Laws right now are not stopping the people who are desperate enough for seeking help. And, I had my own miraculous recovery story and, got treated at the clinic with Charles. And, immediately I knew that the best way to make meaning out of my years of hedonism and the blessed recovery I got to experience would be to share that gift with others. And I begged Charles to let me work with him at the clinic. And I started in a capacity of, call it sales, but talking to prospective patients who are calling me and saying, I am so broken, I am so miserable, or my loved one is so miserable. We have tried everything. And I get to say, you know what? I was paralyzed. I was also on 11 prescription medications. I was suicidally depressed for years. And my life is so amazing now. And it may not work for you, but you can try. All you need is so much money. And to have to tell people that the barrier between them and potentially living a fulfilling life was at the time roughly $3,500 for 6 to 8 treatments. So that's when it's meaningful or really impactful. That broke me. And I know Charles and the rest of the team, we really felt that too, because we were so blessed to have these recovery stories. And that's really what inspired us to start the nonprofit and starting to find ways to help people overcome that barrier. Because as I'm sure we're all acutely aware, it is so often the people that need the help most that have the least access to it, be that financial or literal access due to the area that they live in. And then what compounds with that is when people are desperate enough to try anything, and if it's from a place of extreme pain or mental health, people are already desperate enough to try heroin and whatever else because they just want to feel better. So that's not going to stop them for trying to seek these compounds outside of a clinical setting. And then when that happens and people get arrested, something goes poorly, there was an adulterant in the substance because they had to procure it illegally. It wasn't administered professionally, so they got a terrible infection or experienced a psychotic break. That's all the stuff we end up hearing about in the news. And that's what gives ammo to the people that would stand between increasing access to this. And if anyone's anything like I was, a law was not going to stop me from trying to get better. And so providing access that makes sense is the only thing to me that makes sense. And as we enable access and more people experience treatment, the voice in support of treatment gets louder. And we've done well working with the veterans community and recently got an endorsement from the Lee County Veterans Association. And so now, while it's great that the veterans are so politically active, they're all now talking within their community saying, hey, this is actually really good stuff. And we actually treat a DEA agent who was active and prominent for 30 plus years as a DEA officer. And now he's one of our loudest and most outspoken patients in support of it. So I think increasing access in a way that is supported by the community, have the community that you're increasing access within understand and educated and excited to be gaining access. And really makes for a smoother transition, because when you say, oh, I want to increase access, a lot of people hear, I want to throw mushrooms off the back of a truck in the town parade. And, you know, that is not the goal. I think everyone knows that the goal is to make access professional, safe, and ethical.
And Sean, somebody in the chat asked what the name of your nonprofit is. And I just wanted to mention again that it is called Warriors of Consciousness.
That's correct. And
the next question I had for you is, what do you personally do to help break the stigma around psychedelics?
What I do, I think, is what all of us have the power to do. And that is, you know, you don't need to wear a tie-dye shirt and literally shout from rooftops. But I think we all at this point, you know, most of us still have lives outside of the psychedelic community, because this is still an emerging industry, as we say. And I worked in blue chip sales. I worked for Amazon at the corporate level for 3 years. And, you know, a lot of people look at you like you're crazy when you say you're in support of this stuff. And the best thing you can do is live your life, live it well, you know, lead with change, be the change you want to demonstrate. And people go, you know, I have people I'd say, I knew you in college. We thought you were going to be dead in a ditch. The last time I talked to you 5 years ago, it wasn't pretty. Now you're doing what changed? And to be able to say, you know, all those things I was doing that were leading me to ruin, as soon as the intentionality changed and I wanted to get better and I wanted to work towards fixing myself and using these things as a tool, because they are not a solution, as we all know, they are a tool to get us there. And they go, oh, wow, really? That worked for you? And also just sharing other people's stories that, you know, are comfortable sharing it, you know, being able to say that we treat DEA agents and we have a few Secret Service agents and people representative of the communities that are most prone to following the stigma and writing something off without having any kind of understanding. And then I was lucky enough to just attend the Wonderland event in Miami. And one of the big overwhelming themes from all the speakers was, we are all here because we believe in it. And the anecdotal stories are emotional and meaningful, but really it is the data, it is the science, it is the hard evidence. Even with our limitations to completely map the brain, though that's being overcome every day as we speak, being able to say, here is a section of alcoholics. This is how many of them are no longer alcoholics, and they are continuing to not be alcoholics. Or there were some really wonderful representatives of the military community. There was a speaker who had been Navy SEAL on SEAL Team 4 for 10 years and did things no one should ever have to experience. And he was suicidal, going to give up, and psychedelics saved his lives. And you know, the more stories that relate to your target audience, you know who you're talking to, what's going to resonate with them. And above all, be honest. It's not a miracle. It's not going to be the Western medicine romance tale of taking a pill and being magically all better. There is work that goes into it. It was not fun getting right with myself, but here's what worked for me, and maybe it will work for you too. And worst case scenario, now we know what doesn't work for you.
Excellent. And so what considerations and values are at the forefront of your thought process when you talk to prospective patients or people in general about ketamine and psychedelics?
Honestly, just that last point echoed tenfold. I'm blessed to have this amazing recovery story from a rare spinal trauma, and got told I would never walk again and give up, quit entertaining that. I got off 11 pharmaceutical medications. That's a pretty profound thing for me or for anyone. But you know, a lot of these people are so lost and broken and have given up on the idea of being happy that when they hear about something like this, they go, okay, that's going to work. Yes, absolutely. And, you know, as much as I want to give these people hope and let them be excited, I always have to kind of keep it grounded and say, you know, this worked for me. It is not a guarantee that it will work for you. Everyone's path and journey to recovery is unique to them. Everyone uses a different set of tools in the toolbox as they get right with themselves. And so we are offering and hoping to educate about a very good tool for your toolbox that works for a lot of people, but don't expect to take this and be magically all better. You know, Western medicine has this condition. I'm anxious, take a Xanax. I'm a zombie and feel nothing, instant gratification. You know, the medicine will get you halfway there. The rest of it is on, you know, the integration practices, that buzzword that gets beaten to death, which really just means embracing the positivity, changing your life and moving forward, and not leaving those profound realizations in the treatment room or in the setting.
And kind of a related question. So how do you respond to people who've had one treatment, they didn't have a positive response, and they may not want to continue?
It's again back to that myth of I'm going to do something one time and get all better. And we've all been trained and conditioned to believe that because of the medical medical culture we grew up with. But the science overwhelmingly indicates that the magic of, in my case, ketamine is the neuroplasticity, putting the neurons and brain cells in a place where they can heal and you can retrain your thinking. But if you just make them neuroplastic and you don't do anything to embrace and use that neuroplasticity, you feel good and not much happened. And the strongest analogy I always use is going to the gym. The mind is a muscle like any other. The way you want to think, the mental weights you want to lift and lift with ease, those have to be practiced. And we know that with ketamine, it takes 6 to 8 treatments to induce that state of hyperneuroplasticity. So if someone goes one time, maybe they don't have a lot of experience with psychedelics or dissociated states, they might be profoundly confused, not much will make sense, and they wake up the next day going, what was that? I'm just all scrambled in the head. That wasn't helpful. And it's, well, when you went to the gym, did you go one time and magically muscular the rest of your life? Or no, you went one time, got sore, you didn't go again, so nothing happened. So it's about being consistent. Once you do your research, and I'm not trying to force it down anyone's throat, but should you decide to engage in the process, see the process through, commit to the 6 to 8 treatments, commit to the integration work that goes with it. Because just like the gym, when we go consistently with a regular cadence, then things start to change.
And what would you say are some of the current gaps that you see in the standard of care in some of the provider facilities? And what do you think can be improved?
So with that, the answer is the term standard of care. So I was very lucky to come up through my self-wellness, and now I'm blessed to work there. But there are things even we can improve, but things that we do right are a very comfortable integration room. Nobody rushes you out. I've moved around Florida a good bit. So one of the things I do is shop around and continue my treatments, get a follow-up every 2 to 3 months just to see how another facility is doing it. And there really are places out there where it is a sterile medical environment. You barely talk to anybody. It's usually IV. You're whacked for the hour and 30 of treatment. And then they say, okay, you can go now. And, no consideration. Are you taking an Uber? Is somebody picking you up? Do you feel okay? Is there anything you would like to talk about? And then again, that big piece we always talk about, integration. In my own life, through my own initiative, I've come to get into things like meditation, sound bowl healings, these integrative practices that help us feel grounded when we don't have the medicine, because we can't do treatments every day. But I think it would be beneficial if resources like that were, not necessarily a part of a clinic or a treatment protocol, because you don't want to say, oh, well, you pay this and then you get all this other stuff too. I'm a big fan of self-determination of what works for you, back to that individualized healing journey. But if there were, ways that making people aware of these resources were put into the process. Okay, finish treatment number 4, you're feeling great, you're fired up, you want to do things to make lasting changes in your own life. Here's yoga, maybe that's for you. Here's sound bowl healing, here's breath work. None of this forced at you, but what resonates for you, go for it. And then I think everyone would agree that community is such a huge part of it. And a lot of people coming from these situations don't have a strong sense of community, and building communities around those healthy wellness integration practices in my own life has been tremendously beneficial, and really what I think has gotten me all the way there, if I'm somewhere at all. But access to practices that are not just built around the medicine, not having that clinical perspective of this is the clinic and this is what we do at the clinic. Because while we're treating depression or pain, generally if someone's to this alternative option, they are looking for an entire shift in what they do with their life, and providing the resources to make those decisions for yourself, be supported, and feel good about doing them, I think would close a lot of gaps in the standard of care.
I'm glad you mentioned community, Sean, because we definitely have seen in the case of cannabis that when you have a strong cannabis community that works together, that you can make a lot of pretty amazing things happen. And I'm glad that this is the start of what I hope will be a psychedelics community where we can all, again, help each other and move the conversations forward. So my final question for you is, what kind of final fact or nugget do you have for us that you think can positively shape our conversation in New Jersey about psychedelics?
That word you were just using, community. I know I already touched on it briefly, but my self-wellness has, I wouldn't call it a renaissance, but the momentum we have picked up within the community as we have started to work really directly with the veterans community has been so incredible, because that's an endorsement from a group that you would classically think rejects this sort of thing. They are being helped so much, guys who gave up on life and the idea of ever being happy again because of their combat experiences, coming out and being excited to live. We once had someone say, I'm probably going to end things if this doesn't work. And they came out of their first experience saying, I had a religious experience and I can't tell you why, but I just know everything's going to be okay now. And I also think we owe it to the communities that we're operating in to make them feel included, make them feel a part of how mental health in the world they live in immediately is being shaped. And then when you have that local grassroots support, the first and most difficult local votes go a little bit smoother. And if the attitude within the community is generally positive and people can say, oh yeah, I know someone who got treated there, it went great, changed their life. You know, when people who don't have any education go and look at a ballot and have to make a face value judgment like, oh, do I want to do this? Well, Joe's wife is all better now, so it can't be that bad. And I just think that while we have such a focus on the national stage in the legislation, and that is so important and obviously essential, we cannot forget about the communities we're operating in, the ones we're affecting, the ones we're healing, and the ones we're hopefully connecting with.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your very helpful comment, Sean. I would encourage all the panelists to take a look in chat because there are people that are reaching out to you that either want to know where you are in LinkedIn, contact information, questions, etc. So take a look because we had about 15 comments just during the time that Sean was speaking. So now I'll turn it back over to Guy.
Thank you, Rob. So speaking of myself wellness, we have the man himself, Chief Education Officer at Myself Wellness, Charles Patti. Welcome, Charles. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me today.
So, Charles, let me ask you, how did you become so passionate about psychedelics?
Well, you know, like so many others out there, when I had lost my father at a young age and I suffered from depression, anxiety, PTSD, and ultimately I was looking for that sense of relief. So I had turned to alcohol and other substances from an early age and really lost myself for a lot of years. And it was actually about over 20 years that I lost myself. And then I started to incorporate psychedelic medicines into my life for the therapeutic value. And, you know, from a guy who is diagnosed as being depressed and having bipolar disorder and OCD and all of these other things, you know, like I was addicted to, you know, drugs and alcohol, but I was also addicted to scratch off tickets and women and, you know, food. I almost weighed 300 pounds at one time in my life. And it was basically, you know, whatever the substance or the action was, it was all just a symptom of the underlying issue, which was trauma. And that's what psychedelic medicines had got to, the root issue and the root cause of why I was self-medicating all of these years. So, you know, I'm happy to say I don't take any drugs or alcohol anymore. And my fiance, Christina Thomas, and I started Myself Wellness. We do psychedelic ketamine therapy in Bonita Springs, Florida. That, you know, there's very different protocols out there, and we specifically specialize in psychedelic therapy. And like Sean was speaking about, you know, and Sean, thank you. You know, you're amazing. I love your story, and I consider you a really good friend. But we started the Warriors of Consciousness, and it's a nonprofit organization that we started because we were tired of people not being able to afford these treatments and insurance not having any involvement in it. And, you know, I am an empath, and, you know, these medicines saved my life. And, you know, it was a sad day having to tell people that we couldn't treat them. So we're also very passionate about, you know, raising money to help people gain access to these healing medicines.
So Charles, tell us some of the science behind ketamine.
Okay, so from a scientific standpoint, whenever we've had any kind of traumatic experiences in our life, or even just through the course of life, our neural pathways actually get damaged in our brain. And when the neurons are trying to flow through these pathways, they actually start to bounce off of the interior walls, which can cause depression, anxiety, PTSD, and a string of other things. Ketamine is actually going in and it's physiologically remapping and restructuring the neural pathways, sprouting new dendrites, causing new neuroplasticity, new neural connections in the brain. It's also going in and it's helping turn on the receptor in the brain that creates our dopamine, which is our feel-good chemical. It's what motivates us to get out of bed in the morning. So in conjunction with the physiological healing, the increased dopamine levels, Like I said, we specialize in psychedelic ketamine therapy, and we're sending people into a therapeutic dreamlike state or psychedelic experience where people are having divine experiences sometimes. Sometimes people say they speak with deceased relatives during their treatments. Sometimes people will go back to a past traumatic experience that they've been through, watch it play out from a third-party perspective where there's really no feelings or emotions attached to it at that moment, so they can process it, release it, and let it go. Ketamine is classified as a dissociative anesthetic. It's actually one of the, if not the safest, least toxic anesthetics on the market. It's so safe they use it on children 1.5 and older for surgeries. And a lot of times, you know, people will say, you know, isn't that a horse tranquilizer? And like the safety profile is so amazing for ketamine that yes, they do use it on animals as well. I want to let everybody know out there that, like, you know, we have access to psychedelic therapy right now. Even though most clinics aren't doing psychedelic dosing protocols for ketamine therapy, there is an FDA-approved medication that's out there right now that, when it's done properly at the right dose with the right method of administration, it can be very relatable to an hour-long DMT experience or a macro dose of psilocybin mushrooms. So, you know, it's like we have around the 90 percentile success rate of getting people off all of their pharmaceutical medications at our facility, from antidepressants, benzodiazepines, antipsychotic medications, street drugs, alcohol. We're getting people off fentanyl addictions, crack cocaine addictions. I mean, this medicine is, it's here, and we have access to it. And, you know, and I'm a huge advocate for all of the other psychedelic compounds out there because I used pretty much all of them on my healing journey. But the truth is like, it's kind of frustrating and sad at the end of the day, because a lot of people are sleeping on the benefits of ketamine and what it can actually do to transform humanity and help people get through all of the mental health issues that they're going through.
Outstanding. So, Charles, can you share any stories that you have witnessed of transformation through psychedelic ketamine therapy at Myself Wellness?
Well, you know, like Sean tapped in on a little bit of his story, and honestly, I love his story so much. But, you know, like we have, I'll give you an example. We had a gentleman who hadn't left his house in almost 5 years. Okay. The guy was on 20 years worth of benzodiazepines. He was taking Xanax for 20 years. He was drinking himself to oblivion every night before he went to bed. And by his second treatment, he was like, I'm weaning off my Xanax. After his third treatment, he came in and he looked at me and he's like, I quit drinking. He's like, I didn't come here to quit drinking because I like drinking. He's like, but I just feel so good. I don't want to do it anymore. Pardon me. By the end of his 6th treatment, this gentleman who hadn't left his house in almost 5 years bought a plane ticket and took a vacation. Okay. And I'm still friends with this guy, and it's been over a year since he finished his treatments. He just did another vacation. All right. And, you know, and for one of the veterans that Sean was actually talking about, I had a veteran come in one day and he's like, listen, if this doesn't work for me, I'm going to go home and take my own life. And I was like, you know, if the pressure wasn't on already, here we go. And I'm like, just bear with us. Let us work with you. After his first treatment, he comes out of it and I'm like, so tell me, brother, how was it? And he goes, I turned into a bird. He goes, I was flying over the landscape. It was so beautiful. And he goes, I don't know how to explain it, but everything's connected. The answer is love. And I don't want to kill myself anymore. You know, and it's just like continuous, like, you know, like hundreds and hundreds of stories like this where people were, you know, suffering for 20, 30, up to 50 years sometimes. And then, you know, through the process of these treatments, they've processed 30, 40, 50 years worth of trauma, and it completely changed their life. I say usually people start to feel a real difference after around the 2nd or 3rd treatment. But by the time people are done with their 6th treatment protocol, they are an unrecognizable version of the person that first walked in the door. So like there is hope, and there is hope with access that we have right now.
Amazing. So tell me, how is Myself Wellness different from other ketamine clinics?
So we, you know, first of all, every single person that works with us, we've done the medicine, like we've done the treatments. It's had a profound healing effect in all of our lives, from our head psychiatrist and medical director, Dr. Andrew Ferber. Our nursing staff's done it. Our LPNs have done it. Sean, you know, like he's an amazing part of the team. We've all done it and had healing from the medicine. So we can really hold people's hands through the process. Like everybody that works with us is an empath. Okay. Like it's not like it is a profession at the end of the day, but like that is not what it means to all of us. Like, this is our purpose. This is our purpose, to be of service to people. It's our purpose to help people. And, you know, we do a different kind of dosing protocol than you know, I'd say 90-something% of the clinics out there. We do specialize in a psychedelic dosing protocol. We do mostly intermuscular shots of the medicine at our facility. We do offer IV therapy as well. But the thing is that, and it's kind of frustrating because I just listened in on a panel when I was at Wonderland where a lot of the doctors on stage were talking about the disassociation doesn't mean anything. It's really not that important. We're like, I have a very different philosophy about that. We specialize in dissociative doses of the medicine because this is when a mental reset happens. This is when the mind separates from the body. It's like your nervous system resets. And this is when people are going into these deeply profound psychedelic experiences. I personally feel that, like, when you do subdissociative doses, you will have the antidepressant effects. People will feel better. You know, you have new neuroplasticity, and it will increase dopamine levels. But the thing is that I feel like I said, like, that's more of like a Band-Aid. It's more of like the antidepressant effect, where when you get into these deep dissociative states, this is when you have these therapeutic experiences that are helping you process through past traumatic experiences. This is when you're getting to the root issue and the root cause of why people are suffering to begin with. As for our recovery community, like people like me personally, like, I couldn't get sober for years, and all I wanted to do was get sober so badly that, you know, the thing is, people don't realize, but the co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, Bill Wilson, actually had a belladonna extract experience when he was in detox. He saw this white light, like this spiritual awakening experience where he saw visions of the future and a society of alcoholics helping each other stay sober. So, like, people don't realize this, but AA was spawned from a psychedelic experience. And then 20 years into Bill's own recovery, he was using LSD for his own depression. So a lot of the times I get this question from the recovery community. It's like, hey, my sponsor says I shouldn't do this treatment because it's a relapse and blah, blah, blah. And my big response to that is like, do you think Bill Wilson restarted his sobriety date when he used LSD 20 years into his own recovery? No, it's the intention that you put behind the medicine. And intention, like, is so important. You know, it's like, listen, we are talking about psychedelic compounds. If I take them and I'm looking to trip, that's probably exactly what I'm going to get. But if you go into this for the therapeutic value and use it for a tool for meditation and go into these transcendent states of higher consciousness, you know, where you're tapping into these beautiful higher states of consciousness and processing these things, in my personal opinion, there is nothing out there that is going to get accomplished what these compounds are getting accomplished for people.
Agreed. So then, Charles, what do you think the future for psychedelic therapy is?
So, okay, so we have ketamine therapy right now, and honestly, I love it. You know, the one real quick, the thing about, you know, that's different between ketamine and your typical hallucinogens out there is hallucinogens work on the serotonin receptors in the brain. Ketamine works on the NMDA receptors in the brain. All right, so like, there's no flood of serotonin per se when you do ketamine, and I feel that, like, you know, it's actually incredibly valuable because there's no lag and you actually wake up feeling better the next day. You know, for the future of this renaissance or this, you know, psychedelic revolution that's underway, MDMA will be going through probably within the next year or so through FDA approval for PTSD. Yeah. I think MDMA is going to be an amazing tool for people where they'll be able to talk through and process these kind of past traumatic experiences with therapists. The one thing that, you know, like, I really do love ketamine about, though, is like, it's not, you talk about the experience after, and like I said, I feel like the disassociation from it is actually going to really propel people forward in their healing journey even exponentially faster. Then looking forward to that, we're talking about psilocybin mushrooms, psilocybin and ultimately DMT, LSD, you know, all of these compounds that, you know, unfortunately, in 1970, Richard Nixon he made them all Schedule I, and people, I was talking with Rick Doblin from MAPS one day, and then Sean was in there for that conversation. And somebody said, listen, Rick, he's like, why don't you think that LSD and all of these other compounds, like, why don't you think they were getting results with this stuff, in the 50s or 60s when they were using this for AUD or alcohol use disorder? And Rick goes, I think they did work. And, and the problem is I think that, Nixon realized that when people were taking these compounds because they had this oneness experience where they connected with everything and everyone, when they came back from these higher states of consciousness, they didn't want to go to war and kill anybody anymore, and I think that was a big problem because it went strongly against the narrative of what the country was pushing people to do at that time. So, I think it's very unfortunate that these compounds were made Schedule I, but the efficacy, and like Sean tapped into, the data is here and it's in, and it's amazing. Like I've been talking to a lot of the doctors that are working at Johns Hopkins University, specifically Dr. Albert Romero Garcia, and he's using psilocybin for nicotine or smoking addictions and other kind of addictions. They're having phenomenal results with this. One other statistic I want to give everybody is like, for AUD or alcohol use disorder, typically if people go to a detox, 28-day stay in rehab, 12-step meetings for the rest of their life, there's around a 3 to 5% chance of long-term sobriety, meaning like, this is really a sad day. But Awaken Sciences out of Canada actually just did a clinical study on AUD, and they did a great, it's a good dosing protocol they did. It's a little bit, psychedelic in my opinion, but after 6 months, 86% of the participants hadn't had one sip of alcohol. So you're talking about taking like 3 to 5% to 86%. There was a Russian scientist that used ketamine for heroin addicts. Same thing. 78% of the addicts hadn't had any opiates in 6 months after their treatments. So it's like, this is going to completely change the opioid epidemic that we're going through, the mental health crisis. This is going to be the game changer for, the majority of the people that are struggling out there.
Listen, Charles, other than having my self-wellness and you here in New Jersey, what can we learn from your experience to help shape our landscape?
So, honestly, listen, this is a very different kind of field than your typical medical field scenario, where like it is about the community. All right. And the truth is that like, I think that in my opinion, from what I'm watching, it's unfortunate that a lot of people see the monetary gain behind this field and they want to jump into it, but the intention of putting the patient first might not always be there. It's like Sean talked about, it's like, I went in, they gave me the medicine and then they said, all right, you can go. Community was another big word that I heard, like building a community around this. At My Self Wellness, we have a support group that meets bi-weekly. We're building a community around this, as Ram Dass would say, to walk each other home. And like, I feel like when you do this properly and help people and put the patient first, or the client, which we call them, first, then everything else is going to fall into place. I'm a big believer in the laws of attraction and the universe and like, consciousness and the oneness of everything. So this is going to be one field, in my opinion, where like, you're not going to be able to fake it. You can't fake a frequency, basically. And the thing is that I think that the people that have the right intention behind this and that are doing it properly and putting the clients first and building the community and really care about people, helping them heal on their healing journeys, those are going to be the ones that last, and the other ones are probably going to vibrate out of the equation. So just remember, like, this field is about helping people, and as long as we do all of that, the money will come. And listen, like, I'm not a big, like, I am like, I know people need to make money, and the truth is that while within like living here, like, we have to realize it takes money to make moves. It's like, if you really want to make tangible results and you want to actually make big changes, it takes money to do those things, but all of that will fall into place as long as you put the client or the patient first.
Outstanding. I agree with you 1,000%, brother. Thank you, Charles, Patti.
Thank you.
All right. Fantastic. Now let's talk to someone who is a registered nurse and serves as a heroine on many front lines, including the cutting edge front line of psychedelic therapy. Ghivoni, RN, BSN. Hi, Gal, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hey. Yes, sir, I can.
So, Gal, how can we further destigmatize psychedelic therapies?
So I'm going to keep it really simple for this one, and it's been mentioned before, but it's education. And with education comes research, and this can bring on powerful change. And some of these changes include deprioritizing and decriminalizing entheogenic plants. The government needs to seriously consider placing psychedelics under the lowest priority, and for example, for city law enforcement resources. So they can focus on more serious crimes and give attention to the community. And this will also decrease the amount of people in jail who should really be getting help instead of being reprimanded. Also, about 1 in 3 people meet criteria for diagnosable depression in their lifetime. And about 1/3 of those people with major depression are treatment resistant. Some of these, like old treatments, include SSRI antidepressants and psychotherapy. And there's just too many patients and not enough clinicians at this time, especially after what I like to call the Corona apocalypse or the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of stigma was placed around, people trying to get help, and mental health is finally being put on the forefront, even though I think it's been around probably around 20, 30 years since mental health has really been causing a lot of changes within our society. So again, we need to educate others, doctors, nurses, health coaches, and consumers, so we can decrease the burden from the healthcare system, so people can advocate for themselves and for each other, going back to that word of community. And we also need more access to quality higher education so that, management will take us seriously in hospitals. Again, I work in the surgical services department of a hospital, in addition to being a ketamine nurse guide. So also getting people familiar with some of the questionnaires or surveys that we use in order to screen symptoms for mental health disorders. One of them is called the PHQ-9 for depression. Another one is called the GAD-7, which is the Generalized Anxiety Disorder Scale for anxiety. So again, I am all about education, and with that also comes advocating for patients and for patients to become advocates themselves, because true change is not going to come from someone else, it's going to come from within, and people need to educate themselves.
Education is a key to all of this, really. So why is ketamine a safe alternative to traditional antidepressants?
So I'm gonna piggyback a little bit off of what Charles said. Thank you so much for that amazing explanation. So ketamine has a great safety profile. It's used on children as young as 1.5 years old. It's also classified by the World Health Organization as the top safest and most effective medication. It's a dissociative, not a hallucinogenic. It was originally synthesized in 1962. It's a powerful short-acting anesthetic. So besides being a ketamine nurse guide, I get to see it in the OR or the operating room where I work as a nurse. And it was first widespreadly used in the Vietnam War to treat injured soldiers. In 1970, it became what we know now as a popular general anesthetic after the FDA approved it for children and the elderly. The DEA schedules it as a Schedule 3 non-narcotic. So this means that it has a moderate to low potential for physical and psychological dependence. And with Schedule 3 drugs or substances or chemicals, these are defined as drugs with a moderate to low potential for physical and physiological dependence. And they are less than Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 drugs, but more than Schedule 4, 5, and 6. So some of these examples besides ketamine are products that contain less than 90 milligrams of codeine per dosage unit. So like Tylenol with codeine. Also anabolic steroids and testosterone are in this class. Going back to ketamine, so low doses of ketamine have been reported to enhance the post-operative mood of depressed patients. And it's also been shown to be a fast-acting antidepressant, which doesn't take weeks, but merely hours to take effect. So that is just astounding. And it's used in therapeutic medicine to treat both mood and personality disorders. And the rate of these disorders is obviously increasing. Thankfully, there's more and more research nowadays, and the FDA also has approved up to 2 different substances based off ketamine to be used for the depression treatment. So in addition to antidepressants and talk therapy, I think also in addition to the IV ketamine, there are now telehealth ketamine platforms. And what's really amazing is that ketamine is less addictive than narcotics and antidepressants. About 89% of people reported an improvement in symptoms after just a couple sessions. Up to 50 to 63% have greater reduction in symptoms. And about a third say that they achieved remission or virtually no symptoms. So I am just super excited about ketamine being safe and just another resource, or as Sean said, another tool in our toolbox to help combat this mental health crisis that we have going on in this country.
Beau, you mentioned one route of administration. Well, what do you think the best method is for administration of ketamine?
So the best method is honestly not a single method for administering or consuming psychedelics. The way I see it is with any medicine, herb, substance, we should really be personalizing our care. There are so many different factors that go on how we live our daily lives, what we perceive of the world around us. But what we really want to strive for is being as safe and comprehensive as possible. This sounds simple, but it's very difficult to implement in a world where people have multiple disease processes, different lifestyle views, cultural traditions. So what we really want to focus on is starting low and slow and following a protocol. For example, the Yale protocol is a 6 series within 3 weeks to administer ketamine. And especially with psychoactive or mind-altering substances, we want to start low and go slow, because just because someone experienced something doesn't mean you will necessarily have the same outcome. Another thing that we want to be consistent about is having a quiet and comfortable, safe setting so that these patients or clients can foster growth, change, and open-mindedness. Because why else are we seeking these experiences if not to improve ourselves and our perception of the world around us? So we need to break the cycle and stigma that it's not okay to seek help. So just being as safe as possible, trying not to eat or drink before consuming any psychedelics so that we can allow the medicines to be properly released in our body so that the therapeutic benefits are actually not decreased. So the best setting is very patient dependent, but it has to be safe and consistent. Sometimes that means not having other people or pets or electronics in the room, because that could negatively affect the experience that you have. But what I always try to remind my patients or clients is that it's really an internal journey. So it's best to keep silent, lie still, and really focus on going inward. If they have any discomfort or tension, I try to remind them to take a deep, slow breath. And remember that they're being safe and monitored by a nurse. And also what I think is so amazing about ketamine is what takes place in the hours after the session, not the days or the weeks or the months, but the hours. Because when the medicine metabolizes, it stimulates new dendrite growth in the brain as soon as 2 hours after you've taken the medicine. And this already promotes the growth of new neural pathways, and this allows us to reinforce new and healthier thought patterns and behaviors. So the actual ketamine session or administration isn't even the main event. And one method we do this in telehealth services is through the self-sublingual administration. So this bypasses the digestive system so that they're less likely to experience nausea as well. So I really enjoy being a part of that, and also just seeing patients from their first to their 6th session. It's just a huge difference, and it just inspires me to be a better person, a better nurse, and a better educator.
Outstanding. So you're a nurse, you live in Florida, but I know you're from Jersey because that's where I met you, right? So any nuggets or facts or important information we could take from your experience in Jersey and in Florida and bring it back here to Jersey to help us shape our bill or our landscape? Any jewels you can drop there for us?
Honestly, events like this. This is an amazing event. I'm honored to be a part of it. It's partnered with a recognized academic institution. There's experts here who have licenses, certifications, and different patient experiences. And we're all just trying to foster awareness, empathy, and community. And I think it's really important to spread the word, to advocate and educate for others, especially when they're at their lowest points in their lives. Because some of the barriers that people perceive in order to even seek treatment is like not having health coverage, not being able to afford the cost of treatment, not finding a program that's offered or the type of treatment that they wanted, being concerned about getting treatment and what their neighbors or what their community might have to say, often a negative opinion of them. But events like this, where people can comfortably do it from their home, just like the telehealth ketamine, I think it's very transformational, and it just fosters a sense of community that this country seems to be lacking.
Thank you, Gal. There you go, guys. Right from our frontline heroine, registered nurse Gal Ghivoni. Thank you, Gal. And now to swing it over to Rob for our next speaker.
Yes, so now we're going to pivot a little bit and we're going to talk about policy with one of our policy professionals. And let's take a look at what's happening in Connecticut and with psychedelic policy in general. So I'd like to welcome Jesse MacLachlan. And the first question I have for you, Jesse, is what are the biggest challenges to public adoption of psychedelic assisted therapies?
Well, thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. And certainly thank you to Guy. We anticipate a number of bottlenecks that are facing public adoption. Despite the very promising breakthroughs that we've had, really going back to 2006 in the work of Dr. Roland Griffiths, working with patients facing terminal illness to today, we've seen MDMA and psilocybin achieve breakthrough therapy status. We have phase 3 clinical trials, but we're facing a number of bottlenecks transitioning from clinical research into real world adoption. The first being a lack of trained therapists. The psychedelic assisted therapy is challenging from a infrastructure perspective, not from the drug development necessarily supply, but the availability of therapists, given that psychedelic assisted therapy is labor intensive. And so we have a major workforce development hurdle to get over. But in order to do that, we have to develop standards of care, right? So the FDA's job is to opine to the safety and efficacy of a drug, but not necessarily to the best practice of medicine. And so, that's normally left to the states. So how do we support states with guidance on how to license and credential and maintain optimum safety standards, aftercare standards, drug diversion prevention? These are all things that we have to think through as advocates because that's not the role of the FDA to solve for. And, a lot of this drives towards one of the, certainly the issues within the Controlled Substances Act, which I'll leave to guys like Shane here to go into greater detail on, as certainly an elephant in the room. The scheduling of these compounds make them exceedingly expensive and to study, forcing organizations to go through the FDA approval process, which essentially limits research to pharma. And ultimately, if we want to really push for mass adoption, there needs to be changes within the Controlled Substances Act, and we need to include additional forms of capital. Right now, this space is supported by venture cap and philanthropy, generosity. The biggest potential investor and donor in this space is right now on the sidelines, and that's the United States federal government and state governments. And so as a fledgling industry, it will need to be jump-started by public funding, just like most other innovative fledgling industries like solar. The solar energy industry really got its jumpstart through the federal investment tax credit. And so we really need to educate stakeholders in the federal and state governments and drive towards public funding of this space so that the researchers can do their job and ultimately treat more people.
What good points. I'm glad you mentioned about funding, because we've also seen some of the same things in cannabis, that when they start to fund some of the social equity initiatives, for example, that you finally start to make a little bit of traction. So thank you for that comment, Jesse. What lessons did you learn from advocacy efforts in Connecticut, and how does the legislation move the needle?
Sure. So first, I just want to tip the cap to Senator Scutari for leading on this issue, not just in New Jersey, but nationally. It takes guts to go out and as a elected official and to advocate for, at least in Western medicine, a novel modality, certainly not in indigenous cultures. These are very old modalities. But in Connecticut, we learned a lot of valuable lessons. The first speaks to messaging and utilization and partnership within a coalition of sympathetic patient populations. Zach Haney writes a great publication called the Trip Report, and he referred to psychedelics as political plastogens. We know that these compounds are neuroplastogens, but they're also political plastogens that cross party boundaries, bringing together people from across a political spectrum. And we have at Reason for Hope and the recently formed Veteran Mental Health Leadership Coalition, we learned that legislators are pushed in the direction of support when they hear compelling real-world stories of people whose lives have been fundamentally changed for the better. And so we work very closely with a number of veterans organizations to share the healing power of psychedelics. And we substantiated that qualitative data with quantitative data, the overwhelming amount of research that points to safety and efficacy. And we found that to be incredibly helpful. And the second point I wanted to make is that, there are really we're seeing two pathways to access in this country: adult therapeutic use, a la Oregon and Colorado, shout out Colorado, great work, and more of a sort of medical framework. And, they're not mutually exclusive and both have a place. And so what we did in Connecticut is the feedback we got from state leaders on the Public Health Committee was that there wasn't necessarily appetite to go around the FDA. So we said, okay, we took those comments into consideration, and we put forward legislation that basically created a pilot program utilizing the FDA's existing expanded access program, inspiration through Canada. It's also known as compassionate use, and it allows any patient who is treatment resistant to seek treatment through an investigational new drug that's cleared phase 2 clinical trials. So that opens up access to psilocybin and MDMA. The only problem is that expanded access is exceedingly expensive. And so we asked the state to create a patient access fund to offset costs for veterans, first responders, and frontline healthcare workers to receive psychedelic therapy through the FDA's expanded access program. That's going to allow the state to get smart on best standards of care. It'll give us an opportunity to train more providers and also share data with FDA and hopefully speed up approval there. And the second thing we did in the bill that we ran in Connecticut was just streamline regulations. Most states have automatic rescheduling language. Connecticut didn't. So we passed language that said, when MDMA and psilocybin are rescheduled by the DEA, Connecticut would automatically reflect that. That saves time, and ultimately we think will save lives. And then we also inserted some language to create an advisory board to offer recommendations to the state on an ongoing basis, and a mechanism to consider any federal guidance that comes out of HHS on the best practice of medicine. And we're appreciative to Zach Haney and the way that he kind of typified that model as sort of an East Coast model. And I think the two can work together, adult therapeutic use and a medical regulated system, and are both driving towards the same end, which is to get effective treatment to the people that need it in a way that's safe, accessible, and ultimately affordable.
Fantastic. So I think you've already answered part of this question, but what are one or two important facts or nuggets you can share with us from your experience in the psychedelic space that you think can assist us to positively help shape the new bill or the psychedelic landscape here in New Jersey?
Sure. So, in my experience, what makes an effective legislative advocacy effort is a combination of a few things. It's legislation that's particularly tailored to the state or the jurisdiction that you're in, taking into account regulatory frameworks and political climate and appetite for particular action. So that's number one, is getting the policy right for the state or federal jurisdiction that you're working within. The second is, you really need a strong bill champion or bill champions to carry it across the finish line. You need political capital to really push, these ideas through the process. And the third is you need a strong coalition. We built a team of military generals. Our organization, Reason for Hope, is headed by Lieutenant General Marty Steele, U.S. Marine Corps, retired. We also have Dr. Steve Xenakis, who is a brigadier general. And, when we went to the Connecticut public hearing, we came with, high-ranking military officials who really planted a flag of legitimacy for psychedelic therapy to change the game on addressing the veteran suicide crisis, which, by the way, most stakeholders are in government are completely unaware of, that 20 veterans take their own life every day, and that's a conservative estimate. So there's a sense of urgency around this situation that needs to be communicated. And, Dr. Xenakis and General Steele's testimonies were then backfilled by, substantiating testimonies from researchers and doctors from from Yale University in our backyard, parents of children who lost their lives to overdose, who may still be with us if they had access to safe and accessible psychedelic therapy. So that's, it really takes a coalition, takes a tribe to push through stigma and also properly educate stakeholders as to why this is important and how we can get it done. And of course, there's always the variable of time. You got to get your timing right.
Absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head with the stories that do compel the legislators to listen and to try to address some of these crises that we're dealing with. So Jesse, what's next for you, and what's next in Connecticut?
Well, I would say, in Connecticut, we're working on the regulations for this pilot program. The bill's funding was delayed until the next legislative session, so we're going to be going to the Appropriations Committee in 2023 to make a case why this legislation is going to help position the state to be a leader in the medical provision of psychedelic assisted therapy in the country. We designed it in the form of a public-private partnership, so the grant is going to be funded prospectively in part by the state, but also through private donation. And so we're going to be working with philanthropy and industry stakeholders to participate. Looking a little bit further down the road, we see compounds like 5-MeO-DMT and ibogaine as very important in this space that are not as far along as MDMA and psilocybin in clinical development. So it's critical that we open up federal and state funding streams to accelerate research for those two compounds, because they're showing early signs that they can be incredibly effective in treating PTSD and traumatic brain injury, particularly amongst the veteran population.
Very good. Well, thank you for those very astute comments on the state level. And now we're going to have a little fun, and we're going to go federal. So we'll move over to Shane Pennington here. So Shane, my first question for you is, what are some of the key misconceptions that stakeholders have about the state of psychedelic law in the United States?
Yeah, I think one of them is that, once we've got something legalized, say in New Jersey, right, or I have access here in my state or where I am, that, I can kind of bury my head in the sand and not be involved in other jurisdictions and conversations that are going on at other levels of government. Because I guess, my access is secure or whatever. That's a misconception because two reasons. First, what's going on in these other jurisdictions can actually help you improve your model in, say, New Jersey or in Colorado or whatever. And also sharing data and sharing insights across borders and across from state to federal helps to inform regulations going forward. And one lesson that I think, I don't know who told me this, but I just think it's wise. And the phrase is, you need to make friends before you need them. And what I mean by that is that I think that we have this idea that, like, look, the feds are out of their minds with, how they treat these substances. And, maybe one day they'll be federally regulated. And at that point, I'll educate myself about how, the barriers and try to start persuading those folks and try to get at the table with them and, those sorts of things down the line when I need to. But the problem is that once the political will is actually there, and it's getting there now, to start making these sorts of changes, it'll be too late to get to that table. There will already be all the armada will be aligned before you show up, and you will be collateral damage potentially to a revolution that you wanted, but not the way that it came about. And so I think that what we need to be doing, and I sound kind of critical, I guess, but it's it's all meant to be. It's tough love, I guess, because what I really want is for this to succeed and for us to help save people's lives and to improve and normalize and rationalize the drug policy in this country. And to do that, we're going to need to talk to each other, and we're going to need to help each other. And that means looking at what we're doing and trying to improve it, and then also trying to share with an open mind in to others who don't see things the same way necessarily, or don't do them the same way.
And that leads perfectly into my next question. So do the cannabis and psychedelics legalization movements, do they help each other? Do they get in each other's way? How do they interact?
So there are elements of both. And I think, just right off the bat, like, let's get some things straight, right? Like, just, it's such a frustrating area because it's so complex and there's no way to talk about it, even in a long conversation like this one, right? When the president on October 6th was like, hey, our cannabis policy is a failed policy. We need to look at how we schedule cannabis and this and that. Well, cannabis isn't scheduled. Marijuana with an H for Harry Anslinger is scheduled. Okay. THC is scheduled. Delta 9, not Delta 8. Like, it's insane. But not if it's a formula approved by the FDA. If it's an oral solution that a pharma company put through, you're all good. It's insane. You can't even talk about it. And what is a psychedelic? Is it a dissociative? Is it a narcotic? Is it this? Is the FDA formulation of ketamine the same thing that, we talk about when we talk about, is that Schedule 3 ketamine all ketamine? Is ketamine a psychedelic? What is and is not a psychedelic? What is medical use? What do you mean? No one really seems to know. And so that's a huge barrier to even starting to pierce this conversation. But in broad strokes, the cannabis movement is helping, I think, the psychedelic reform, because I think in two ways. First, I think federal regulators don't want the psychedelic change to take the path that cannabis has. And here's why. There's this fear that, like, in the cannabis space, that, if they reschedule to Schedule 2, the FDA is going to beat down everybody's door and we're all going to get put out of business. And look, if DEA had the resources and could do it, they would have done it. They would have already done it. The truth is they can't. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They're a very small agency, and FDA, look, man, they're trying to get their user fees from pharma, and good. And it's a good thing that they do. There are no user fees for going and cracking down on cannabis. They're not going to do that. That's just people are, I understand the fear, but guess what? FDA also regulates Schedule 1 substances and descheduled substances. So people need to get this stuff straight, and so, like, but the point here is that with, cannabis, it's helping because the feds, much to, I think, many people's surprise, are in a position where they might have to regulate soon, and they are worried about that because how do they do it? Look with CBD, FDA is like, well, how do we regulate this? What is this? We don't have the data. It's like, yeah, well, you didn't gather it, did you? And you didn't work with the states and you didn't care and you acted like their evidence was irrelevant to your medical determinations for scheduling for 50 years. And so now guess what? You're sitting there with no understanding of this stuff that you've said is abused, et cetera, for forever. So, you know, they don't want that to happen. And so I think that they're going to get out ahead of it. And, you know, hopefully that will improve the situation. I think the bad side is that people lump everything together. A lot of us on this call are sophisticated enough to understand that, you know, psychedelics have a treatment component that's very different, you know, than the cannabis side, and that there are different substances that, you know, that we still need to study and understand better. But I think to the uninitiated, this is just a jumble of stuff that they don't understand, that looks scary, that there's a lot of stigma around. And so I think that sort of cross-pollination of stigma and lack of and ignorance harms us both. We get in each other's way in that way.
Interesting. Yeah, just definitely a very thorny situation as you've described. So how can stakeholders from different backgrounds do more to facilitate broader and more responsible psychedelics policy reform?
I think that everyone should be getting involved. So what I mean by that is more conversations like this, also commenting on federal rules when they're proposed, telling your senator and representative what's going on and, you know, and why you want to see things change. Again, you got to make the friends before you need them, right? And there are public participation avenues at the state and federal and local levels that people need to get engaged with. I think the second thing is to have an open mind and be a little bit humble about, you know, what we don't know. I think too often we just assume that we're all talking about the same thing when maybe we're actually not. Again, like what do you mean when you say medical use of a psychedelic, right? We need to have those conversations, tease that stuff out. And look, you need to be ready to get criticized. And I think, frankly, this community needs to get, I'm a lawyer, I'm a litigator. I argue with people. That's what I do. I'm a conflict guy. So feel free to come at me because that's how I improve, you know, at my job and my craft. When I want to get better at chess, I play people better than me, right? And I get beat a lot. We need to be more wanting to fail, wanting to lose arguments, curious about what the other person thinks. And I think that the biggest example of that is there's this idea that like, oh, it's often I've heard it like, oh, well, the Republicans, you know, they're a lost cause. We just need to get more, how are we going to, get more Democrats elected or this kind of thing. It's like, we're missing a huge opportunity. I mean, there's a narrative here for Republicans about veterans and wives and the administrative state gone crazy, about local government federalism. You know, there are these, I'm a libertarian, for example. I'm not a Republican, but I'm not a Democrat either, right? Like I'm a tinfoil hat libertarian, and that's why I do this. And you could use that narrative to persuade a lot of Republicans. You know, my dad's a Methodist minister. When I told him that vets, weren't being able to get a Methodist minister from Texas, by the way, he thought I was crazy when I started doing this stuff. But then once he learned that vets are having, their Second Amendment rights impinged on because they're using cannabis or psychedelics or whatever, then he was like, oh my gosh, well, we have to stop that right away. And like, yeah, okay. You know what I mean? We need to not assume that people who don't agree with us can't be persuaded. And we also need to open ourselves up to criticism and to being ready to change our own minds and just stop siloing ourselves in our echo chambers. It is not going to help us. It will come back to haunt us if we do that.
Excellent. And to wrap up this segment, so what are one or two important facts or nuggets that you can share with us today from your experience in the psychedelic space that you think can assist us specifically to positively help shape the new bill and/or psychedelic landscape here in New Jersey?
People are going to disagree with me about this, but hear me out. The experience I had was, watching my daughter eat strawberries. Okay, now hang with me. She eats them and she likes them, and she eats more and more of them. And then she wants them all the time. And it's all that she wants to eat. Pretty soon, her little fingers are red. She's going to bed talking about strawberries, waking up thinking about strawberries, stealing strawberries from other kids. My point is simply, you can abuse anything out there. And I'm not a scientist and I have no training. This is just a guy who's way out of his lane, but I say it because I think it. And if people disagree, I hope they'll tell me. It's time to stop pretending that there's no way to misuse or to do anything wrong with these. My daughter can
Right.
use strawberries. You know what I'm saying? So if we say that the DEA can abuse its discretion, then we need to open up. We need to be the first ones trying to be the most responsible people in the room to talk about what is healthy and unhealthy use, right? And be open to defining those terms more, because we throw them around, but we don't define them. And then when it comes time to regulate, there are a lot of open questions that we never answer. And I think the second, experience that I had was having a conversation with another tinfoil hat libertarian friend of mine who's not in this space at all the other night. And, having this person tell me, well, I hear everything you're all passionate about. He's like, but why don't you just do more research? Why don't you just, what's so bad about learning the science and letting the science guide everything? And I was so angry. And I think that what I'm trying to say is I was right to be angry. And I set that guy straight. Now he's a friend of mine, so I didn't lose the friendship. But I guess my message to this community is it's great that everybody's having these experiences and that we're all at peace and we don't yell and we don't get angry, but we should be angry, okay? We should be very, very angry, because look at it like this. Let me just put it this way. When FDA brings a drug to market, it doesn't stop studying it. Even after it's had billions of dollars of phase 1, 2, 3 clinical trials, randomized, controlled, placebo-controlled, they don't stop when it gets to market. They keep gathering the data. Why? Because they know it's essential to public health and safety to do so. They know that if they put these substances on the market without gathering adverse event reports and without following up to make sure that their clinical predictions were correct, that people will die, okay? And even with all of that, people are still dying by the hundreds of thousands from, FDA approved drugs every year, right? And so here's my question. If they do that for the ones that they approved and have studied, and they also maintain that many of the substances we're talking about here are so dangerous that they can't even let them on the market in the first place. The problem is they are on the market. They are out there being used. They know it, and they're not getting the data. They are not interested in knowing how the states are regulating. They're not interested in knowing if they're safe and effective. And that is outrageous. And the fact that we're taking veterans who are, and like populations that are particularly distressed, and putting them in a position where they have to choose between substances that we know are addictive and absolutely will kill them, and we're not even interested in exploring the substances that are actually have promise and potential. And then they have the audacity to turn around and say that the reason that they can't give us access is because there's not enough research. This is insane. And we should stop electing these people. And you shouldn't be cool with them just not putting people in jail over it right now. And you shouldn't be cool with it because they're not interfering with the state market overtly right now. You should be pissed. And if it's whatever it is that you need to do to get angry, you need to get angry, and we need to be doing something about it. People don't do nearly enough about any of this stuff. And frankly, I think it's because we're all just too chill, because we've been smoking too much weed and doing too many things to expand our minds and chill out and all that. That's all great. I believe in it. I love it. But sometimes anger is the right reaction. And I think we should be angry.
Well, it definitely gave us a ton to think about. And I can tell you, Shane, you should check the chat box, because it lit up. So Gaetano, I will turn it over to you. I'm sure there's a bunch of comments in there. I'm going to look at them right now.
So now let's get some intellectual insight on psychedelic health policy and tech from Jose Munoz Aycart, director of WonderMed. But let me read his bio before we begin. Originally from Spain, Jose Munoz is the co-founder and managing director of WonderMed, a health tech company empowering the inner healer of people through psychedelic medicine and education. Jose combines his international experience in economics and theoretical physics to develop business models that generate positive impact. Previously building self-sustained desalination plants in underdeveloped countries through socioeconomic crypto networks, he has shifted his focus to healing mental health disorders with the help of psychedelic medicine. Raising $5.6 million to date in their seed round, he is determined to push the boundaries of our imagination to make long-lasting change in the world through the power of perspective. Welcome, Jose. How are you, buddy?
Thank you. Pretty good. Thank you for the introduction, and apologies for the rest of the panelists for my tardiness today. Had an accident here in the desert, but happy to be here.
No, so Jose, let me start. Let me ask you, how can science and astrophysics help us understand the relevance of psychedelic medicine in the future of mental health?
I think personally for me, the answer to that is by us being able to answer the question of why. Why are we treating people even in the first place? Why does healthcare as a entity or an industry even exist today? Are we trying to make people live longer? And if so, for what reason? And if we're trying to treat people, in this case for mental health, for them to feel better, there needs to be a deeper purpose as to why we're doing this. And I think that astrophysics for me brought me that to my attention. It allowed me to see what I believe most of the people that I spoke here today understand, the simplicity of life. How simple we are as human beings, and the real value that the efforts that everybody here on this call is making in trying to elevate the consciousness of the planet by improving mental health really should be the top priority out of everybody in every single industry. And that's what, for me, really made it a no-brainer when I got to meet my co-founder in wanting to build a socioeconomic model that allowed accessibility to be present today. I really agree with what Shane's emotion as to this anger that needs to be made, not just to even particular individuals, but the system as a whole. And that anger in our company, we've been pushing it by, instead of saying, let's push for somebody else to do something about it, which in this case is the federal government, we said, let's take it on our own terms. I've learned a lot from the crypto community by doing the same thing with economic models. They've stopped waiting and they started doing. And in the essence here of psychedelics, WonderMed has decided to build a socioeconomic, sustainable healthcare platform that allows people to be able to receive ketamine solutions at an accessible both price and model, which is an at-home ketamine treatment.
So, Jose, let me ask you, how can technology revolutionize the problem of accessibility to the new alternative forms of medicine while maintaining safety, efficacy as the highest regard?
Well, I think Charles actually spoke to it pretty well. The substance is incredibly safe from a profile standpoint. And so we need to part from the fact that it is a better substitution or a better alternative than other forms of medications that are already being distributed to society through technological platforms such as telemedicine. So taking that playing field and kind of putting everybody on the same floor, when you take the aspect of ketamine and the purpose of it being used, in our instance, in a lower dose range, where we range between 50 to 400 milligrams, most people going around the 100 milligrams sublingually with 33% bioavailability, you do de-risk a lot of the potential issues of the substance. And so technology, for me, it's the perfect example that has been pioneering every single industry, whether you're a poet to whether you're an architect. Technology has been elevated in the game. And in this instance, for me, was statistics. There are states here in the United States where the mental health services or resources per capita are completely disproportionate. You have one therapist per 4,000 patients. And so for us as a company to believe that we can get a technological platform and allow ourselves to distribute access to a medicine that has been available for over 50 years, but has not been accessible, is the root of that cause. Also, to reference what Shane was making, the point around research, us as a company, we are already putting medicine out into the world, right? So it's almost as if it's in the market, even though it's an off-label use of medication. However, research is at the forefront of everything we do. We collect nearly close to 3,000 data points per patient, both baseline and longitudinally, to be able to understand how in the future, once thousands and thousands of patients keep on coming through the platform, we're able to provide that data and push it forward for the research community as a whole, for that to be utilized as a support mechanism for any form of legislation efforts that are needing to happen in most states.
And Jose, so how will the legislative nature of the federal government and the different state medical boards shape the future of telemedicine and controlled substance prescriptions?
Well, right now, the answer, if I were to give you one very concrete one, I will probably be guessing. I don't think anybody has a true understanding of exactly how that's going to take shape. However, there's certain trends that we're able to identify. One of them is that telemedicine came as a surprise, but it also left a surprise. I think most patients, not just the care providers, have seen the benefits of it, both in the intake of medications, in the following of medical protocols, but as well in the accessibility. There is patients that have gone to telemedicine through the pandemic and they haven't wanted to go back. And I think that the whole healthcare community has realized that efficacy rates haven't necessarily dropped in most of these telemedicine services. If anything, in some instances, it has increased. And so if we look at the push in certain legislations that is happening already at the state level, it seems to me that once the P.R.E.A.A.C.H gets lifted again, post the regulations get kind of lifted, I believe legislation will get pushed into the state level, with some states already having permanent legislation already allowing for controlled substance prescriptions to be happening through telemedicine. And if you actually get to read the language within those state boards, you get to understand that now more than ever, the responsibility is getting pushed down to the provider, which is something that I would love to highlight here. I believe there are some providers here on the call today as panelists. In the aspect of psychedelic medicine, I myself am not a doctor. And I want to say thank you for every single provider that is putting their license and their life on the line for this to be able to happen, both in the research and in the actual prescription. There is a lot of individuals that are taking the risk of this off-label kind of gray area for us to be able to do what we do today and be able to speak about the efficiency and the efficacy that these medicines have. And so statewide, I hope that it continues to go in that direction, that it gets pushed into the clinicians. And as people building the industry of psychedelics, I think we have the responsibility to protect them as much as possible, to provide them with as much education as we can, and with as much even insurance protection now that the government decides to not take care of that for now.
Excellent. And Jose, what role does ketamine play in the early stages of the new psychedelic revolution in comparison to traditional forms of medicine?
I mean, I think it's everything. Again, Charles, I'm naming the same people. I haven't been able to listen to all of you guys, but Charles said it. I'm a proponent of all psychedelics, especially as they start coming in with even higher efficacy rates in certain diagnoses. The aspect of ketamine, it's the reality of today. Is that there's 96 million benzodiazepine prescriptions on a single given year. And the fact that we as an organization or as an industry just focus in long-term psychedelics would be a mistake. And so ketamine, it's the key to the door, the beginning of what psychedelic medicine could be. The reason is because the experience is what actually assimilates to other psychedelic substances. The disassociative component of ketamine, in my opinion, is what actually achieves the breakthrough that then can be put together with music, can be put together with intention setting, can be put together with integration resources. But it's the ability for you to gain a perspective that actually achieves change. We've gone from the theory of mental health is a chemical imbalance in your brain. Therefore, I need to pump serotonin levels with SSRIs in your synaptic cleft and see a potential improvement in you. Debunked theory as of the past 20 years, unfortunately. In the aspect of anxiety, you have benzodiazepines, where we decide that we're going to numb you for you to feel less anxiety, but essentially you numb the whole self. Psychedelics say this might not be a chemical imbalance issue alone. This might be a structural problem. If we're able to allow people to make behavioral changes that actually create the long-lasting change, that's where the secret is. So my patients, and I love the anecdotes that you guys were given, I can give my efficacy rates on PHQ-9, J87, SAD-10, which are all above 90% for people that suffer from moderate to severe anxiety. That for me doesn't mean much. People don't go walking in their lives with a 10 or a 20 in their faces. What actually is happening to our patients is them making behavioral changes, going to watch their kids play soccer on Saturdays, changing careers, going to study a new language, is actual change that makes the individual feel better. And I think that if ketamine is able to do that, it doesn't matter what any other psychedelics can do, which is very similar, we should promote it so that we can actually craft the path for 5 to 10 years from now, MDMA to be accessible. And just to leave it off here, accessibility. None of us here, anybody making money within the ketamine space, is making money because of ketamine. First of all, because with ketamine, the compound pharmacy has to be the one distributing it to the patient. But second of all, is because of how cheap and affordable it is. So we have a solution that we don't actually have to pay very high amounts for the actual material to be effective. In the instance of MDMA, going through the FDA, we're going to see costs higher than $3,000. it's the beginning, but for me, it's not the solution. Most people cannot afford such pricing for them to improve their mental health. And so ketamine just brings this whole havoc of solutions that we need to put together and kind of create the chess board game for the future of psychedelics.
Right. Thank you, Jose. And so, Jose, in your experience in this space, what can we glean here in New Jersey from your experience? Give us one or two nuggets there.
Bipartisan effort. I think this is an apolitical fight. I've done work in Kenya where I'm building desalination plants that provide water for over 16 years in a sustainable fashion. And the biggest fight that I had wasn't the technology being placed, is the actual political effort of this realizing it's a basic need, water, and that needs to be apolitical. When we talk about mental health, this shouldn't be a political race. And we have the choice of making that because we're the ones pioneering it. It's not something that comes from the government. It's something that the government will support. And so I think as an industry, we need to take our political differences out of the door, look at the data and be data driven. And when you look at the data or you look at the patient basis, there is no differences between red or blues in the aspect of efficacy. There shouldn't be differences in the way that we take care of people or improve their mental health. So, yeah.
Thank you, brother. Well said. And we'll move on, Ron. We'll move on now.
Yes. So now we're going to talk more about federal legalization and the FDA, and we welcome attorney Jodi Green. So Jodi, my first question for you is, what will happen to state legalization efforts if the FDA approves psilocybin?
Yeah, great question. And it's one that I hear a lot, right? There are, as I think some people mentioned early on, and maybe it was in the chat for those who are at Wonderland, there's been this very polarizing debate that has, really come into scrutiny over, the pharma route and FDA versus state legalization. And how do these things play well together, or do they, or can they? I know Shane talked a lot about being a litigator. I pride myself on trying to be a mediator. So what I'm really trying to do is bring everyone together to try to move this thing forward. We cannot move the industry forward if we are totally polarized and not having conversations about difficult topics. So to answer your question, I think, what will happen is FDA approval will probably result in, rescheduling down to Schedule 2 or Schedule 3. So we're looking at something that, will be similar to how ketamine is currently regulated, with, the potential for doctors to prescribe off-label and so on. Some have said that FDA approval could, completely disincentivize any state level regulation. I don't think that's the case, because I do think that these two paths can proceed simultaneously, and they should, because there should be access for, both people that want to have that, that level of extra scrutiny, and, to go to their doctors and to go to clinics and have that kind of treatment. But there should also be room for, personal use, state commercialization within the appropriate regulatory framework, right? Again, we're not talking about a free-for-all, throwing, mushrooms off of trucks, like somebody said earlier. What we're talking about is, regulatory framework that takes into account the public health, but also allows businesses to thrive. And there's always tension there. And as a lawyer, I run into a lot of hard conversations with companies that are trying to do business and feel like they're beating their head against the wall because, the state regulatory efforts are so severe and so stringent that it makes it almost impossible to do business. But my hope is that we can, proceed down these two paths, and that each will help each other. As, drugs get approved through the FDA, as more clinical research is amassed, that will be used to support state legalization efforts. Look at Oregon's Measure 109 and in Colorado's initiative that just passed. Those bills cite the medical research, so I think that the two will help each other.
And to follow up, so how is cannabis similar to psychedelics in terms of regulation?
Well, I think Shane talked about this a little bit too, and there are similarities and there are differences, right? So when we talk about psychedelics, that term is extremely broad, as we all know, right? There's questions about whether things like MDMA are actually psychedelics because they, impact different receptors, and similar to, as well as ketamine, right? And cannabis is one plant at the end of the day, right? Although the federal government has broken it into two things, hemp and cannabis, depending upon the percentage of THC that's actually in the product. It's one plant. We're talking about psychedelics. We're talking about many, many different molecules. So it's much more difficult to regulate. But in some respects, it is similar in that, psychedelics as a category fall under Schedule 1, just like cannabis does. And so when we're talking about legalization and decriminalization efforts, we're going to be running into a patchwork of conflicting state and federal regulations, different local regulations, and all of these things have a significant impact on how companies do business. And that's part of what I do, is advise companies that are operating in highly regulated spaces as to how do we actually do this? How do we comport with the law but still have a functional business operation?
And you started to answer this question. So what should business owners know about the consequences of running a psychedelics company if state legalization happens without federal legalization?
Right. And I think that we are seeing this happen right now, and we're having to address these questions with Oregon. Oregon is going to be, for anyone that doesn't know, I don't think we talked on this topic, or any of the other speakers talked too deeply on, what's going on in the state level, right? Oregon's Measure 109 passed some time ago. That, right, they spent the last year or so putting in place regulations governing how this will run. But in Oregon, there will be state licensed healing centers that will be allowed to operate, and where people can come in and take psilocybin. It's going to be only in oral form. But that is how it will be run in Oregon. And then Colorado's initiative is going to be similar as well. So we have a lot of questions from people wanting to set up businesses about what they can and can't do. This is where psychedelics and cannabis are somewhat similar when we're talking about state regulation, because Schedule 1 substances, there are certain issues and implications legally, right? So taxation under 280E, right? Like, this is going to not allow psychedelics related businesses to have certain tax deductions. So, that's important to remember. There will not be availability of trademark protection for, plant touching products and services. So that takes a lot of advanced planning in terms of how do we develop goodwill surrounding our product if we can't actually trademark our product. Look at what cookies did if we were talking about cannabis, licensing merchandise and things like that. There are ways to do this, but it takes a little bit more creative thinking and, really working outside the box to, make sure that you're making the most of protecting your business. And so, my advice at the end of the day for business owners looking into running a business is make sure you plan ahead, right? Like, a lot of people jump into the industry. We've seen it with cannabis, and this is great. I love the excitement. I love the enthusiasm, but, jump into this and are like, oh my God, I got a license, in certain states, there's limited licenses, and they think they got a lottery ticket, and they find out the hard way that it is really tough, to run a business when you're talking about a Schedule 1 license, Schedule 1 substance, lots of hurdles. So important to take the time to plan, to find trusted partners. That means, everyone from anyone who's in your supply chain, vet them extremely well, find good lawyers who know exactly what is going on in your state, particularly if you're looking for help with licensing. And insurance brokers and accountants and everyone else, right? And I think it's important to just have a broad network of trusted people who are in your corner. And that's for any business, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, true. But even more important in the cannabis psychedelics area. So where do you see the industry in 2 years?
Well, I certainly think we're going to have some big improvements in 2 years. Things are moving quickly. And, again, to draw a parallel or a distinction between, this and cannabis, cannabis took a long time to get going. Yeah. It was like state by state, and we saw kind of dominoes fall, and we're in a, we've gotten certainly majority of state legalization on the cannabis side. Psychedelics, things have moved faster. And I think, to go back to what some others spoke about earlier, partly because we're looking at, the impacts of, these substances on veterans and mental health treatment. That, that's easy to get government officials in your corner if you're really talking about things that impact veterans and mental health. We're dealing with this huge mental health crisis across the country. So I think in 2 years, we'll probably see MDMA approved by the FDA. Certainly that's been predicted that 2024 that should go through. Synthetic psilocybin Compass's trials are in stage 3. So, that will be shortly on the heels of that, I would hope. And then, as those things move forward, we have lots of other clinical trials and research in the wings that could be much farther along. And as those things progress, it will impact the way that state legalization has proceeded. Again, each and every one of those clinical trials and the evidence that comes out of it will be used to buttress all of the state efforts moving forward. So, we have Oregon and Colorado's programs. In 2 years, we could have those in full swing. Maybe New Jersey will be on the heels next up. And ideally, I hope we'll be seeing some more of the Western states getting some initiatives passed on the state level as well. I'm in California. I know, our bill SB 519 for decriminalization statewide did not go through. It died in the Appropriations Committee. But certainly we're going to renew efforts going forward next year on that level. And I think we'll see other states moving forward with their initiatives as well. So we really need everyone to get on board with grassroots efforts and join together in this effort.
Fair enough. And to wrap up, what are 1 or 2 important facts or nuggets you can share with us today from your experience in the psychedelic space that you think can assist us to positively shape the new bill and the psychedelic landscape here in New Jersey?
Well, actually, I just have one, I think, and again, it's more of a takeaway from what everyone else has said today. And that is, we have seen so much polarizing debate between the different segments of the population that are interested in psychedelics. We have people that are whole plant enthusiasts, that are wellness enthusiasts, that are, advocate for spiritual use. And we certainly have to honor the thousands of years of, spiritual use that has come before and, paved the way for where we are today. And then we have pharma, right? And we are not playing well together. I think, there's a lot of finger pointing. So I want to make a call to action to everyone that's on this call. Let's be inclusive. Let's work together. We can't do this alone. So, I look forward to working with everybody on the call and going forward to really move psychedelics into the mainstream and destigmatize. So thank you.
And thank you. I appreciate it. So now we're going to talk to Luna Stower, who's the Chief Impact Officer at Inspire, and we'll get some insight into what's happening in California with psychedelics, indigenous voices, vets, addiction, and responsible consumption. So Luna, to start our conversation, the difference between the use of psychedelics as medicine and recreational, how do we educate about responsible use and consumption?
I think that this panel has done a really great job at talking about just being honest and the transparency. I really appreciated, the folks saying that we really need to build out our concept of what this is, not make it just the panacea that's going to solve all problems, and really talk about obviously the predispositions and the clinical side and the reasons why, in cannabis, everyone, kind of creates this black and white around regulated versus unregulated, regulated being all bad and non-regulated being all good, when really we still got, lab testing out of it. We still got to be able to do batch control for recalls. There are good things about professionalizing in this space. And one of those things is having having onboarding processes, checking in with people. Where are you at? Do you have a history of psychosis in your family? I think that, and someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Sean that said about, this is not the silver bullet that's going to solve all things. You have to actually do the work. And I think that that's something that we always talk about with cannabis too, is this is just one tool in your tool belt, and not to, to over focus on it. So I think that that's really an important conversation we need to have, is that we don't want this to necessarily be for everyone, right? It's like there's a lot of people who come into cannabis because they think that, oh, it's good for sleep or it's good for this, and then they're up all night because they smoked the wrong thing and now their mind is racing, and they were like, oh, I heard that this was good for sleep. So I think that the same way that all Western people kind of oversimplify and try to have this, as it was stated, this romantic concept of everything being solved overnight, I think that this is our opportunity to bring in nuance and subtlety into the conversation and talk about our relationship with plants, our relationship with our bodies, and getting right with ourselves, as Sean was saying. So I really appreciate this conversation, and I feel like, a lot of the things that I wanted to bring up have actually been spoken to really beautifully.
Perfect. And how can psychedelics help with addiction, and for our veterans, and in particular PTSD?
So we've been seeing an incredible amount of success actually with THCV and other novel minor cannabinoids for prevention of night terrors and flashbacks. And you still get the psychoactive effects and all the benefits of other more popular, CBD and THC cannabinoids. But we're really looking into trying to really be symptom and effect based, instead of just creating this broad, just anyone can come into cannabis and it's going to work for you. We've seen actually, the integration piece that Sean also spoke to about, it's not just the use of the cannabis, it's the community, it's the openness, it's the talking, and it's the integration piece of just knowing that if you get too high, that there's people around you that can help you, or if you, get kind of like antisocial at a party, someone's going to be okay leaving and taking you home, or, little things like that, that just kind of create wellness and difference and mental and physical health issues as central to our approach with one another, instead of it being like, oh, take mushrooms or get high at a rave, which you can do, recreation's great. But I think that there needs to be a nuanced conversation around that for veterans and other people, so that they know that there's a space for them. The VA is not typically very supportive of it, and they do threaten to take away your benefits if they catch you having cannabis. But I've met countless veterans that I've heard that they've gotten off of a dozen plus medicines, that it's helping with mood, euphoria, sleep, as an aphrodisiac. A lot of times trauma can be a real boner kill, for lack of a better term, and cannabis opens up your pleasure centers. It helps with vasodilation, and there's all of these energetic, uplifting elements that come with the serotonin and the endorphins that really allow, as you guys have said, through the ketamine and the psilocybin and the entheogen treatments, have allowed veterans to actually take a new look at their life, and be okay with pleasure centrism. And it's kind of the opposite of disassociatives. When we're talking about ketamine, obviously that's, the neuroplasticity and kind of just like the break, the reset button. Cannabis actually very much gets us into our feels, into our bodies, into connecting. So it can actually be a conduit, and it can also really unleash and uncover some emotional issues. And so having that community and that integration. So for example, Ryan Miller with Operation P.R.E.A.C.H, they do weekly support groups, either online or in person, where they distribute compassionate cannabis. They either do a once a month drop, or in the in-person, they come and they pick it up, and they're able to, they don't even necessarily talk about cannabis. I mean, the cannabis is part of it, but they just talk about everything. So, they have something, what's a bucket list item, and they go around and they all share it. And they all learn, oh, they all have this thing in common. And so, it's more than just putting something in the air, figuratively. It's really a kind of a group prayer and a group, in a lot of ways, it's group grieving and group celebrations. And a lot of these folks are elders. A lot of them do not have solid groups. They're either, they're the only veteran that's still alive in their age group from Vietnam. And so it's really hard for them to connect to other people, especially with kind of the new age woke culture that kind of cancels veterans and dehumanizes them because of what they were essentially in a lot of ways forced to do. And so they don't really reintegrate well into society. A lot of their friends and family, either don't understand them, or the ones that do understand them are really deeply into other drugs and alcohol. And so cannabis is a safe way for even people who are in recovery and going through the AA or NA. A lot of them still successfully find
you just froze up.
Oops.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You're good.
Yeah. Some of them find that cannabis actually helps them, move past some of those things and really gets them into a better headspace. So.
And how do we include Indigenous voices into the psychedelics conversation? And how do we hear them? How do we honor their needs?
This is an interesting point. I've noticed that, even on this panel and on all the panels I go to, whether it's in cannabis or psychedelics, I think it's obviously more important with entheogens because of the shamanic practices and the indigenous histories of them, is they're either not invited into the room, their perspectives aren't honored, or people disagree with them. So for example, in Oakland, we've been having a major contention, and anyone who follows, this thread will understand, basically around peyote not wanting to be one of the things that they want to decriminalize because they wanted it protected because of over farming and misuse. And when I went down and sat with the mushroom medicine people down in Huautla de Jimenez in Oaxaca with Maria Sabina's descendants, and their people would say that, unintentional use by Westerners of psilocybin was polluting the cosmosphere because it wasn't being used in the ceremonial nature, and they actually felt like it made their access to their own medicine less potent and less accessible. And I've noticed that, when Indigenous folks are in the room, it really changes the conversation. It softens everything and it decenters. It's going to be a hard dance because we need to have the roots and the suits to legalize any plant medicine, right? This is what we've seen in cannabis, but the dance needs to be led, or at least centering around the people who've been practicing with these plants for thousands of years, the way that they're cultivated, the way that they're processed. And, just someone handing you a mushroom bar at a party, like they're not labeled correctly. You don't know if there's going to be other things in it. Like there's so much flippancy and casualness to the way that we do it. And if you're in community with people that understand it and have sat in ceremony and they want to do a little microdose before recreating, that's a different thing. But when we're trying to bring it out into the world and we just try to act, it's very colonial and imperialist, the way that we come to this space and act like we're discovering it for the first time, like that scientist in Time magazine in the 70s that went down with Maria Sabina's people and blew it up in Time magazine, and all these hippies moved and, went down to Huautla de Jimenez, blew up this little city. She became, poor and destitute. Maria Sabina, she was a curandera, and they burned her house down. Like they were like, you brought a curse upon our town. And so ever since that's happened, it very much feels like the Western gaze being on this is not necessarily, we're not metacognitive of that, because that's what it is to be Eurocentric and egocentric, or we're not aware of our perspectives, our internal biases, our implicit, prejudices and our agendas. And I think that my role and why I'm happy to be here is as someone who has been in the cannabis space unofficially since the mid 90s, growing it, selling it, smoking it since I was in middle school here in Oakland when it was legalized in 95, 96. All the way until, pass through 64, and seeing what happens with corporate interests. And in order to legalize and control and regulate and tax, it goes through a sterilization process where only big players who can afford to be in it are in it. And therefore their marketing, their storytelling, their narrative becomes the master narrative that everything then flows from. So I just want us to be really careful about making sure that we're not doing this out of context, not in an abstracted way, that when we're talking about peyote or the Sonoran desert toad or 5-MeO-DMT and the ways that we're procuring these medicines, the ways that they're being sat with, because just like cannabis, you go into a dispensary and you get a crappy cartridge. You paid $90 for a gram of some oil and the cartridge breaks, and it's your first time coming to a store. You're mad at the retailer, you're mad at the brand, you're maybe even mad at cannabis. Same thing with, we've been hearing some stories about people who had negative experiences on psychedelics or ketamine therapy. And it's, the lack of integration and the lack of onboarding, where it's really case management. Who is this whole person? We need a holistic view. Should they be in a group of 8 people? Maybe they need a one-on-one session. Maybe they need their sister there. Maybe, these things where we try to do this one size fits all. Personally, I've sat in Huachuma, San Pedro, mescaline ceremonies. I've sat in, ayahuasca or yahe through the Colombian shamanic lineage with DMT and all of these different ceremonies. And I personally don't do well because my all I do as an empath is absorb everyone else's pain, everyone else's prayers, everyone else's focus, and I lose myself. But doing 3 or 4 ceremonies made me realize I want to sit in maybe a smaller ceremony, or I want to do it in one-on-one or something like that. That process, if I hadn't stuck with it, would have turned me off. So I think that for veterans and for people that we're talking about this being a real intervention for them, that could be a potentially life-saving potential next step for getting them out of whatever they're in that they want to move away from. I just really want to make sure that it's couched in and from the perspective of, the thousands of years of brilliance in the space, Indigenous and women and people of color who've been stewarding this medicine for a long time are not only not having to say at the policy level, but we're getting a lot of like this fake white shamanism that's happening in California, where anyone who has a website and a space can set up shop, and we're seeing a high rates of sexual abuse. You can't really report it because it's not a clinical setting. So who do you really talk? There's no Yelp, there's no Better Business Bureau, there's no accountability. And so I really think that that's something that we need to think about is, as we're doing these things, what are the accountabilities? How are we onboarding people? How are we integrating them? As Sean said, no one's asking them, hey, do you have a ride home from this? I think that the transactionality and the commodification of healing is, it's exciting from a perspective of the PR, like legalizing in Colorado for all of the centers, but who's going to be trained? How are they trained? How are they vetted? If someone has a complaint, is there a third party ombudsman that's going to be able to address these things if there is malpractice or something happening that makes it unsafe for women or for folks of color? I mean, I even have friends that work at MAPS that say that there's even problematic dynamics even within MAPS, and there's big confusion. So the one thing that I will say about, having the veterans on board with cannabis is it's really helped us with our lobbying. Someone mentioned that they went to that conference and they said that the continued theme was, don't just focus on the anecdotes and the fuzzies and the feels, actually the data. And the more people that are participating in these studies that are showing and proving that X amount of vets are less likely to relapse or have negative outcomes based on 1, 2, or maybe even just 3 MDMA, ketamine, or psilocybin therapies. I think that having them speaking, the problem that I noticed with cannabis is it was always the business owners going to the city council meetings. It was always us lobbying. And even though we're different because we really are patients and advocates, and everyone who holds a dispensary license was the one petitioning for 215. Like, I don't know how many other, spaces are really like that. But it's from their perspective as the power, they don't trust us because they just think that we're just trying to make money. We're just trying to get in the business of doing business. They kind of throw what we're saying out with the bathwater because they have figured that there's a conflict of interest. So having neutral stakeholders at the table at these lobbying days, writing these letters, creating online content, storytelling, where they have no financial interest in it. They're not necessarily going to make money off of being a practitioner. They just want to share their story, and that ties back to the data. This is one of the X amount of people that have been, preventing them from, relapsing or going into a negative space. So I think that that's an important thing, is just trying to stay away from just kind of the know-it-all, like we're activists and we're highly educated people. And sometimes what I've learned, like I have a master's degree, I talk really fast, I use big words, and it can be very alienating for people who just really need a simple understanding, who just want, who in a shamanic practice, it is really simple. I've been to some shamanic, some shamans in some of these circles, they don't even explain what it is, anything about it, how much you take. They're silent the entire time. They just use body language. And, some people have issues with that. I found it really beautiful and intuitive because it allows the people to know that they're in a safe space and they're not trying to imprint all of this extra noise onto it. So if there's a way that we can, in the cannabis space, we kind of had to dumb it down into just, sleepy time weed and upper weed and, and it helped in the first early stages to be able to build the literacy around it. But now that we're 5 to 10 years in and people understand, now we can use biologically accurate terms like, the terpene profile is actually what we need to be talking about, and the cannabinoid profile, not the strain name, not the sativa indica. So, there's kind of these, it's the same reason why the American Indian movement still uses the word Indian, right? It's like Native American is what they prefer, but they are hearkening to something that pings the mainstream consciousness. And this is what incremental change looks like. So it's a little frustrating because we want to get there already, but if we don't bake into the DNA of what we're doing in psychedelics now, we're going to see this, these elements. We're going to see the dysfunction that we're seeing in cannabis when, Sean Parker and Facebook basically were behind the whole legalization, which was really just tax control and regulate. And we've seen 95% of all small farms, and there were tens of thousands by some accounts operating cannabis businesses before the passage of 64, and now there's a few hundred license holders, and a lot of them are actually backed by Canadian corporations, and they're completely consolidated and they're being run from New York or Toronto. So in a very short 6 years of regulation, or actually now it's been about 6 years, we've seen a complete and utter corporate takeover, and it's really kind of scary. So I'm not trying to be, too much of a downer, but I want to give myself as a resource to you guys so that you don't have to go through the same heartbreak and the same potholes that we've had to hit on our path to legalization in cannabis.
That's a lot to unpack, Luna. And I got to say, after we're wrapped up here, you're also going to want to check the chat, because there definitely were a lot of comments that came in here for you. So my final question for you, because you did answer sort of what we should be doing to build a sustainable psychedelics movement community. But my last question for you is, would you explain to us what the gift, grow, and gather decriminalization movement is in California? And do you think it will shape other state regulations?
Yeah, so it's been really cool. I helped work on the one here in Oakland. We passed it in Santa Cruz, San Francisco passed it, I believe, Denver, and a couple other places, maybe Vegas as well. Basically, it just means that, unless you are going out of your way to look like you're you have baggies in a scale, unless you have intent to sell, it's pretty much decriminalized. They realized, through Measure Z with cannabis, that the lowest police priority was really important, especially during times like this when everything's getting cut. Violence is rising, and they really want to focus on violent crimes and real public safety issues, and this is clearly not one. So gifting, so not no sales, gathering, meaning you could wild harvest in public spaces, consumption and possession, so you can have up to a certain amount. The only thing is there are limits on MDMA and LSD because they're not considered entheogens, because most people, even though you can get those compounds from natural sources, most people are getting synthetic chemical derivations of it. So they don't consider it, even though they have an entheogenic kind of experience, they're kind of a peripheral part of that law. But I mean, we have the church, the Mushroom Church here that Dave runs, that's been a Measure Z club for cannabis, and now they're able to gift to members psilocybin. I'm not sure the exact limit. I want to say it's like up to an ounce, and they can consume it on site. They can have it on their person, and so I think that really just the same way that our equity guidelines that we worked on in cannabis were copied and pasted across the country and really the world to give priority to folks who have been hit the hardest by the war on drugs. Either they were served time for a prison or for a cannabis crime, or they came from an area that was highly policed or hit by the war on drugs. So usually in lower income neighborhoods, and primarily Black and brown neighborhoods. So that centering that narrative, knowing that it's going to be looked at, copied and pasted and implemented around the world. That's kind of why I keep saying that we really want to bake into our DNA all of this stuff that we want to see, because once it starts getting photocopied and distributed, it's going to be a game of telephone, and really making sure that we have all of the permissions that we need, from the elders and the FDA, all of the roots of the suits kind of coming together as much as we possibly can. Because what I've also noticed is when we're disparate, and you guys know, a lot of you guys, I'm assuming, are more radical or more leftist leaning as an assumption, but you've seen in the left, we fragment. You're not queer enough, you're not vegan enough, you're not feminist enough. We are very good at finding little ways to separate us, whereas the right comes together. They're like, oh, you like that, you like this, cool. They focus on what they have, they create think tanks, and they support each other. And the left, we are very good at taking each other down, and a lot of these policymakers are watching us. This is why corporate interest was able to come in the way that it was in California cannabis, because they were watching the infighting of the folks on the Hill who were like, fuck regulation, it's all about the small farmer, fuck the man, stick it to the man. And then there was people saying, dude, I just want to know that this is tested, that I can go into a store and not get arrested for having it and bring it to my mom who's sick. really fighting, which we're all on the same team. We all wanted safe cannabis, but the optics of it made us look very like we didn't know what we were doing. It made us look petty, immature, disorganized. So of course they're going to go to the Philip Morrises and these large distributors who have 20, 30 years in large scale distribution, who know how to, you know, have the polished lobbyists and have an entire government sect of their, a compliance sector of their business just focused on speaking this language. And then they look at us, like someone mentioned, like, oh, you know, wearing a tie-dye shirt, throwing mushrooms off the back of a truck. That is really what we're up against. That's really what they think about us. That's what the fear is that we're going to be willy-nilly and casual and not understand the power of it. And so I think that it's, you know, it's really important. I'm really grateful that this is happening right now at this time, because what is kind of encapsulated in this moment is going to kind of proliferate and grow and be kind of magnified. So no pressure, but let's not fuck it up.
Very good. And on that note, I will turn it over to Gaetano, who will be talking to Sarah here.
Thank you, Luna. So let's talk to Sarah Haskis, CEO of Radix Motion, CITO Red Light Holland, and ask her about two very interesting markets in the psychedelic space, which are Oregon and the Netherlands. So welcome, Sarah. My first question. My first question for you is, what can we learn from the legal status of psilocybin in the Netherlands?
So before I go into that, I'd like to comment on something I think was very important that Jodi brought up around the different types of psychedelics in this webinar, right? People have been talking about things from ketamine to psilocybin, DMT, and as somebody who has deeply researched and published papers specifically on classical psychedelics, I'd like to give just the 30 seconds of understanding why we really need support structures around them and how they work. So these classical psychedelics, and those include psilocybin, DMT, LSD, mescaline, activate the same receptor. It's called the 5-HT2A receptor. And by doing that, they actually disintegrate and break down what we call in cognitive neuroscience priors, what our brain has previously learned. So by breaking down what our brain has previously learned, if those learnings come from a place of trauma, maybe even trauma, you know, that comes from a very, very young age, suddenly the brain has an ability to learn something new. But what is the brain going to learn? That really depends on the context that you are in while you are consuming these substances. So if you're in a place that isn't safe for you, or in a place you know, that might be too stressful, or you're feeling very anxious, you're not likely to get the benefits. And that's why it's really important to be in a safe place, to be with people that you trust, whether it is a licensed therapist or not, or your friends, or as you gain experience, especially like we can segue into the Netherlands, where it is absolutely legal to buy these substances in the store. Consuming them also by yourself in nature, at least for me, has been probably the most beneficial, because when you're in nature, you know, you're not observing nature, you become part of nature while you utilize psilocybin. And when it comes to the Netherlands, so yeah, any adult can buy these substances in smart shops. Generally, the workers in the smart shops are very knowledgeable, and they give people advice on how to consume them. As a company, Red Light Holland has, we've created a virtual reality experience that people can learn what psilocybin does to the brain in a very interactive way to see if it's for them. We have a telecounseling support with free access to a therapist, and online and offline preparation and integration and other events that people can take part of, as well as privacy first microdosing journal to help people keep track of their microdosing. So there's all these support structures again about how to use this. And you're seeing a very open market in the Netherlands. There's some very high-end retreats, and then there's also group ceremonies that are much more affordable, which I think is really beneficial, because more people, including veterans, including people with different situations that might want to experience this, can actually get safer access.
I see. And so, Sarah, what is the best part of the Oregon regulation that other regulatory bodies can learn from?
Yeah, I think the most important part is really that Oregon does not require a medical diagnostic. You don't need to go to some doctor and, you know, get a label. And I think that's really important, because for many communities and many individuals, these labels have been very harmful. The medical community has not always been great for people of color. Even personally, you know, as a child that was sent to a therapist because I was an outward atheist in a religious community. I don't like these labels, and the DSM from a neuroscientific perspective has a lot of issues. So allowing people that want to get access, if it's for healing or if it's for internal, you know, just getting to know themselves better or doing this in a group where they can connect to each other better. I would love to see that type of initiative continue. And we are actually, this is very similar to the initiative in Colorado. So we are seeing this in more states and in bills also that are proposed, like in Washington and California.
Right. And what can be improved in the Oregon regulation?
Yeah, there's a few things. I'm going to say the two main things. One of them is also very connected to, I believe, what Luna was talking about around indigenous cultures. And currently in the Oregon regulations, to become a licensed facilitator, it doesn't matter if you have years of experience in the underground or in indigenous cultures, it doesn't matter. You're going to need to pay a lot of money to one of these courses to get a license. And I would like that to be improved. I'd like people that have these experiences from the underground, you know, why not just take a government test? I understand there needs to be some license and safety, but if you have an experience that you can prove in some way that still keeps the fact that you were doing this illegally, you know, it doesn't endanger you, which I'm sure the governments can figure out how to do this, then I think that's really important, because otherwise we're not going to see underground therapists or indigenous healers come above ground, because they just do not have the finances to go through these courses and get these licenses. And the second thing is around the location. Currently in Oregon, you can only consume these substances in a service center, which means that hospices are not going to be able to give this to end-of-life patients, which means that people that have mobility issues are not really going to be able to get access to this. So I would really like to see that improved. And in the Colorado bill and also in the proposed Washington bill, we are seeing that improved. So hopefully also, you know, in Oregon, maybe a year or two into the regulations, they can actually open it up. We have seen that in cannabis too. You know, the early regulations, they kept improving them as we went.
And what type of support structures are needed around the use of a natural psilocybin?
Yeah, so I talked a little bit about that, right? The first thing really is education. Understanding of what's going on in your brain, I think, is really important, because otherwise your brain is an amazing storyteller, right? The brain is always looking for answers. And if you don't have any science background and knowledge, you're going to jump to whatever story your brain jumps to, whether it has any validity or not. So educating people about the basics of the science, I think, is very important. And the second is really community, being able to talk to people about this, being able to have integration circles in communities where you feel that, you know, you're part of the same structure. So if it's, again, people of color or women or indigenous people, having these types of support communities around the use of the substances is the other supportive tool that's really needed.
Excellent. And a last question for you, Sarah. What can we glean from your experience in this space here to improve the New Jersey bill or the landscape for psychedelics and research and so on here in New Jersey?
Yeah, so I'm just learning about the New Jersey bill today, which is great, you know, and my understanding is they are looking at models also similar to Oregon. So again, I would be really, you know, try to make it, when you say, everybody's saying, oh, we want to make this accessible, right? Like actually do the work and see where the accessibility points are not being in the bill. For instance, if it's only in a service center and there's no way for anybody else to consume it somewhere else, that's an accessibility issue. If the licenses are going to not take into account people's previous experience and people's previous knowledge, that's an accessibility issue. So there's these really specific things that I think can improve any type of bill that's going forward. So we don't all just say, yes, we're promoting accessibility, but we actually write it in the measure in a way that does that.
Excellent. Thank you, Sarah. And that was, I think, is Michael a kid on, Rob? Did you see Michael, or I guess he had a
I do not see Michael here. Let me check and see if I can see him.
Oh, okay. So that makes Sarah our last panelist for today, and we could start with the
Yeah, so I think so. What we're going to do now. So our thank you so much for everybody who participated
yes,
on that
fantastic.
panel. That was some amazing information. It actually went quite a bit longer than we thought we would, but such good conversation. So what we're going to do now is Gaetano is going to start reading the basic descriptions of what we're going to hear in this next collection of video clips. So we had a bunch of speakers send in roughly 5-minute videos talking about their area of specialty, and we're going to watch that as video clips now. So Gaetano, if you would start reading sort of some of the short descriptions and just keep going, because while you're doing that, I'm going to be setting up the video. So just go and I'll catch up with you.
Yep. So in block 1, we have Erinn Baldeschwiler and her story about living with breast cancer in the fight with the DEA for RTT, right to try, for psilocybin. We have Joe McKay up, retired FDNY firefighter and advocate who worked down at Ground Zero for months after 9/11 and suffered from cluster headaches and had a great success treating his headaches and PTSD with mushrooms. We have Jesse Gould, a U.S. Army Ranger, talking about the Heroic Hearts Project, education for vets and options with psychedelics. We have David and Megan from Magical talking about their Entheogenic Church of the Sacred Union, and Megan's inspirational story of how she healed herself from multiple ailments with ayahuasca. And we have our own Charles P.R.E.A.A.C.H, his personal story of multiple drug addictions and how ketamine changed his life. And we have Mr. Mike Brennan. He's an advocate, and he talks about permanent disability, depression, chronic pain, and how microdosing with psilocybin provides a relief. And also Estefania Valencia, her personal story, how microdosing with psychedelics helped her Lyme's disease. Mr. Guy Borgford, plant medicine and fungi, a personal recovery story in response to trauma and the value of body, mind, spirit integration. Susan Ballou, indigenous communities and impact of ancestral trauma. Antonio Sebastian, his inspirational talk about psilocybin, natural set and setting in the cellular body. And in the last block, in this first block, the last speaker is Ross Wilson, end-of-life doula, hospice chaplain, grief coach from Canada, and he talks about pain, care, and end-of-life dignity. So we can play those videos now, Rob.
We're in front of the DEA offices in Arlington, Virginia, because we are bringing public attention to the fact that the DEA is obstructing access to psilocybin, which is an investigational drug that should be available to patients with terminal illness for relief of anxiety and depression. Despite the fact that state and federal law intends for this drug to be available, the DEA is refusing to permit access.
I was driving and I was kind of feeling, I felt a little pea-sized lump right here. And it was a metastatic, which means it's spread all, through the body. The fact that I have kids and I might not be here for them, might not be able to see them grow up. That was devastating.
I don't know that I've ever encountered a patient who hasn't struggled with depression, anxiety, around the knowledge that they have a terminal diagnosis. Relationships suffer, people feel scared and angry, people might be stuck in a place or space where they're just afraid to discuss what is coming. All of those things affect day-to-day living. When people take psilocybin, people often report a deep sense of peace or of well-being. It grants people a glimpse into the possibility that what's on the other side of this life might be okay.
No one in this building is doing their job.
We're not asking DEA to be compassionate. We're asking them to follow established law.
When somebody is dying, there's this point of compassionate care. Your way of lessening their suffering is extremely limited. And as a physician, I demand the DEA approves psilocybin.
People know me as Grateful Deb, but in 2011, you might have known me as Depressed Deb, because it would have been a whole lot better to die than to suffer with chemo and feeling horrible. I'm a different person because of psilocybin. I'm so different that I survived.
Psilocybin was awarded breakthrough status designation as an implicit or inherent recognition of the potential for its therapeutic value. With psilocybin, the lethal dose is outside of anything anyone would ever put in their body, and it is not a physically or psychologically addictive substance.
The whole point with right to try laws is patients don't have time.
These laws say access should be available. That is true for psilocybin.
Unfortunately, we need people to get in trouble for things like protest to draw attention, to garner the support that we need.
We haven't done a good job of empowering people with information and choices at the end of life. No patient needs to approach death with debilitating anxiety and depression.
I didn't ask for cancer. I have no control over it, but what I do have control over are my decisions, and I want to make that choice.
Hello, my name is Joe McKay. I'm a retired New York City firefighter, advocate, and proud parent of a Stockton University graduate. On September 11, 2001, 26 of the 343 firefighters that were killed were friends of mine. We had memorials and funerals, and if we weren't attending those, we were down working on the pile. This went on for months, as we all know. 6 months after 9/11, I experienced a pain behind my left eye that I thought was an aneurysm. Put me in the hospital, and turns out it wasn't an aneurysm, thank God. And I left the hospital with a unspecified migraine diagnosis. It was a few weeks later that I was lucky to get a proper diagnosis of trigeminal autonomic cephalalgia, otherwise known as cluster or suicide headache. Suicide headache comes from the fact that you're 20 times more likely to end your life if you have this condition. I had seen doctors and gotten medications that had little to no success for many years. Shortly after I retired, I found a group online called Clusterbusters. They had been advocating for people like myself looking for treatments and help from this debilitating disease. I found one day on that website that they had people that had success aborting their attacks and putting them in remission with psychedelic drugs. I knew nothing about psychedelic drugs, but I wanted to find out more to see if it would be an option for me to stop the pain. So I went into Manhattan and found a harm reduction group, and I attended some meetings and educated myself about psychedelics. Got brave enough and called a friend who found a friend who found a friend, and I was able to get a small amount of mushrooms. I took them, and sure enough, my headache stopped. They went away for over a year. This led me down the path to find out more about psychedelics. I made my way to Chicago for a meeting and met many other people at a conference that had been using psychedelics to treat their attacks. During this time, I was using small doses of mushrooms and getting great success. Another thing that happened, a side effect I'll say, was it woke me up to realize that I had post-traumatic stress. That led me down the path to therapy, and I could say today I'm a whole lot better for that reason. Mushrooms and psychedelics healed my physical condition with headaches. It also healed me with post-traumatic stress. Since that time, I've advocated for research with the group called Clusterbusters. clusterbuses.org. They're currently funding and pushing for research with psychedelic drugs. There are 2 studies ongoing today. One is in Basel, Switzerland with LSD and cluster headache. And the second study is up at Yale University with psilocybin and migraine and cluster headache as well. These studies so far are showing great success. And we hope that we could get more funding and more research money to find out exactly how it works and how we could keep the word out there, get the word out there about psychedelics being able to help with cluster headache. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesse Gould. I'm the founder and president of a nonprofit called Heroic Hearts Project. And this is my video just to explain what we're doing. And I would be honored, I'd love to be a speaker at the Stockton University Psychedelic event. So if I can contribute anything, please let me know. I'd be happy and thrilled to do so. So my quick story is I'm a U.S. Army Ranger. I had 3 combat deployments to Afghanistan. I was a non-commissioned officer, so at any given time I was in charge of 30 or so junior rangers in both training and combat operations. When I got out, I was in finance, and unfortunately I started hitting mental health struggles, diagnosed with PTSD, struggled with a lot of anxiety, depression, alcohol abuse, et cetera, and I quickly saw that the mental health options through the Department of Veteran Affairs were just very limited and underwhelming. Most of them go under a program of maintenance to where you have PTSD and you're just gonna have to learn to live with it with the use of some talk therapy and a lot of medications. And so I just found myself in this situation going downhill, and it didn't seem like the professionals could help. Fortunately, I heard about this psychedelic retreat. Never been interested in psychedelics before. Really never thought I'd partake. But at that point, it was just the forces aligned. And so I took a leap of faith, went to Peru, went through a traditional ayahuasca ceremony. And if you don't know, ayahuasca is a hallucinogenic made of 2 plants that are found in the Amazon jungle. And these traditions have been going on for thousands of years. My experience was super challenging, but at the end of it, it vastly changed my mind about the power of these psychedelics and what they can do for mental health. Almost immediately, I felt like a new person, reset, and then following on, I just noticed continuous benefits that I couldn't just explain away. And so after that, really just became an advocate for these modalities, especially when used in the appropriate manner. And I started Heroic Hearts Project in 2017. One, to provide education and a voice for veterans seeking psychedelics or just at the end of the rope with traditional therapy, and providing them more options, more tools. So we've been operational for 5.5 years. We developed a program. Essentially, veterans come to us, we do intake. We provide 4 to 6 weeks of preparation involving individual coaching and group coaching. Vetted psychedelic retreat centers using a variety of different substances. Each one's a little bit different. And then aftercare, what we call integration phase, where follow-up, hopefully people get a profound impact from their retreat experience, and then afterwards is time to incorporate that in their life. And we've been having pretty tremendous success. Beyond that, we are involved with policy across the United States. If you've heard of any psychedelic bill, we've probably been involved with it. Oregon, Washington, D.C., the recent one, Connecticut, helped with Texas, and more to come. So we really just add the veteran voice to bills that are pushing for drug policy reform. There's also federal policy. So the recent Cory Booker, Rand Paul, Right to Try bill that involves psychedelics, we were involved with that as well. And finally, in terms of research, there's many ways, we share the story, have that emotional impact, which is very effective, but it only goes so far if you don't have the data. So we've worked with a variety of researchers. We've done our own independent studies. We're currently working with the University of Texas, Austin, Dell Medical School, that just created the first psychedelic center in Texas. And then we've worked with University of Georgia, University of Colorado Boulder, Imperial College of London, a variety of studies involving ayahuasca, involving ibogaine, involving psilocybin for mental health disorders like PTSD, depression, but also for physical trauma like traumatic brain injury. So pretty broad spectrum, just trying to see how these work, if there's different categories. And yeah, beyond that, just really trying to push this forward in whatever capacity, trying to educate so people understand what this is all about and the best ways to work with this and especially traumatized populations. Lastly, one of our biggest things is build community. Psychedelics are just a piece. They're not a magic pill to this. But what is really going to have lasting benefit is if we bring back sort of these community-centered support systems where hopefully people have access to psychedelics because they're such potent tools, but then afterwards they can go back to a group that understands them and also has other tools like breath work, meditation, that they can continue on and actually change their life and actually go from traumatized state to a thriving state. So thanks for listening. Would be honored to be a guest and help out this. And if not, then I hope the event goes extremely successfully.
Hi, I'm David.
And I'm Megan.
And we are the Church of Sacred Union, also known as the Magical Healing Center. We are honored to be talking to you all this evening. Megan and I have been facilitating deep, powerful plant medicine healing journeys all around the world, as well as in Hill Country, Texas. We've been working with these medicines for years, and we're very grateful and honored to have some incredible teachers. We work directly with a couple of Amazonian teachers that have been training with the medicine for 20 years in Colombia.
So holy and so powerful.
So we've been training under them. We've had multiple initiations in the Amazon. And one of our missions is to help destigmatize these medicines and teach people the amazing healing power. So what we want to share with you, is trying to recap it in a very brief amount of time, is what started this whole movement. Magical has a movement of over 200,000 people around the world right now. And we've been able to help thousands at different levels of healing. But it started because of Megan's story. She suffered deep levels of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse as a child from 8 years old all the way up to 30. Now, what happens when you go through any kind of trauma as a child or young adult, the brain disassociates. The energy of that experience stays in the body. And over time, that energy can manifest as anxiety, depression, and in Megan's case, it manifested as 7 autoimmune diseases. Severe PTSD, severe insomnia, gut distension. She had food intolerances.
Food intolerances out the yin yang.
We tried everything. We went to every Western medical doctor. We spent hundreds of thousands. It was wild, trying to figure out ways to heal her. And on my side, I also had severe abandonment issues and addiction issues because of that. So when God brought us together, it was a very interesting recipe initially. But through our healing journey, we were divinely guided to ayahuasca. Ayahuasca was so beautiful. In her first 2 ceremonies, she purged so much of that trauma that something special happened. And this is what started Magical. We all have spiritual gifts. We have beautiful abilities within us, but a lot of times they lie dormant because of the energy of suppressed trauma. So Megan has a very special particular gift. In her first 2 ayahuasca ceremonies, so much trauma was processed that this unique ability to work with psilocybin mushrooms started to flourish.
Yeah, who would have ever thought? I would have never thought.
So she put together, we were doing life coaching at the time. She put together all her top services, created a mushroom mindset reprogramming and healing ceremony.
I took all the things that changed my own life, right? And then I applied it to other people. And I'm like, wow, like this doesn't just work for me. This works for everyone.
Absolutely. And it took off. People started flying in from all over the country to experience Megan's healing mushroom ceremony. We started a podcast that took off. This was years ago, and Magical started growing. And then we met our teachers, the amazing master shaman and his wife that we work with in Colombia.
Very special. Very special.
We got together with them, teamed up with them, and Megan ended up healing every single ailment over the course of years and creating a divine formula. Now, this is something that's very special about
because you always want to be this one-all fix-all, and it's just simply not. Like, you have to figure out the formula. And when you put all these things, in my experience, and I've tried this on so many other people, it works. And when you apply this exact formula, it addresses every area. And so people truly can set themselves free.
So we put Megan, she's like a spiritual scientist. She put these together and created this formula of healing that we've been utilizing at all these retreats and ceremonies. So first, and nothing against other places, everything's beautiful for what it is, but there's multiple things special about Magical, the team, the magic, the movement, but also this divine formula. At all of our international retreats and some of our domestic, we do multiple nights of ayahuasca for the deep levels of suppressed trauma healing. Then Megan performs her mushroom mushroom mindset reprogramming ceremony and helps people reprogram their subconscious mind to let go of limiting beliefs. It's a beautiful combination of really divine psilocybin mushrooms, her ability to channel, work with the spirit, really beautiful, intense breath work, and a deep 90-minute meditation while they're in that theta state to reprogram the mind. So people don't only just leave with the trauma being processed from the ayahuasca, but also these limiting beliefs that are left from toxic situations rewired in their subconscious mind. It is a game changer. So it started transforming people left and right. The social media took off. People started having the most transformative experiences of their lives. So now that's what we do. We travel around the world. We recently formed an entheogenic church, which is our sacraments are ayahuasca, psilocybin, San Pedro, peyote, cannabis, mambe, and ambiel. And we now travel around the world with our teachers, helping people heal at the deepest levels, spreading the beauty and the divinity of what these medicines can do for those that are called, and the sacredness of beauty. There's a conscious movement happening around the world right now for those that have eyes to see and ears to hear. They will see the true healing that's available out there to set people free and find the divinity within themselves and the power within themselves, because you are the medicine.
And you can heal from anything and everything.
You can heal from everything and absolutely anything out there. We love you all. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for letting us share our message. We plan on helping our mission. Our Major Goals mission's been the same since the beginning. It's to heal the world, one mindset and one soul at a time.
No matter how many layers it takes, this is the path.
Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Happy healing.
Happy healing.
Good day, everybody. My name is Brian Martello Chaplin. I am the founder of Medicine Box and Try Mind's Eye by Medicine Box. And I am here to talk to you about psychedelics and recovery. At this time, I just passed my 10 years sobriety from drugs and alcohol. And throughout that whole process, I have used a variety of plant medicines, cannabis, hemp, mushrooms, LSD, wachuma, peyote. But here today, with the limited time that I have, I'd like to talk about psilocybin and microdosing specifically. And the analogies that I use, the 90-day suggested program that I use with my brand, Try Mind's Eye, which is equal parts medicine and mentorship. And throughout that, we guide people if they want that mentorship while they're using the medicine of the microdose to create the dream transformation that they want in their life. And some of the ailments that a lot of people come to us for is anxiety, depression, suicidal ideations, lack of focus, lack of creativity, clarity, lack of meaning, and lack of purpose. Those are kind of the big categories. And what I am very passionate about and fairly knowledgeable about through my own experience, strength, and hope in recovery is using these psychedelic medicines and microdosing as a gentle rake, right? I look at microdosing as a rake that is gently scraping away the vestiges of the ego and chiseling into that psychological bedrock that becomes our service platform for spiritual development. So always in context of this conversation is to do the psychological work in service to the spiritual development, not the other way around. So what do I mean by that? As microdosing can just gently scrape away any traumas, any resentments, any self-doubt, limiting beliefs, the subconscious, and bring that stuff to the surface. We've heard the default mode network. Essentially, that is just putting a damper down on the things that we just go about in our driving, right? We're just driving along in our life and we're just kind of going from point A to point B. We're going to sleep, we're waking up, we're feeding the kids, we're going to work, and we're doing all the things without really navigating our life. So when we can put the damper on the default mode network, we make space for other opportunities that come into our life. And maybe that is discovering meaning, discovering purpose, A lot of people also come to us because they want creativity and clarity and focus and flow, and they just can't find themselves there, and they identify with having ADHD. Well, I also have ADHD, but I don't identify with ADHD. And when we can understand that ADHD is just a manifestation of our life experiences to this point, then we can get down into the deeper depths of the psyche in the body to uncover some of those things that are making us not focused, that are making us tune out. Classic ADHD, but those are all manifestations of our life experiences that stem from the defense mechanisms that we gained from our childhood, from early adult life, and uncovering all these truths. So microdosing can really help with that. And what I really like about coaching people, being a mentor to people, and providing products for people in this medium is that you can still get along with your life. You can still wake up, go to work, be a parent, be a spouse, be a good friend, and still engage in the world. And it just has a little bit of a brighter, more amplified outlook on life, where that macrodose is more of the leaf blower that's just like blasting the psyche open. And you might not be quite prepared for that, or you might not have the therapist or the psychedelic integration person or anyone in your life to really reflect this back and process, what you saw there. And you need to take an extended period of time off of your reality or your regular life to really integrate that process. So the microdosing really just kind of keeps you in that frequent and consistent state of being and moving forward. And just a little math, if you're doing a 90-day suggested program, right? Doing a day on, 2 days off, that's about 45 days, right? A standardized microdose is 100 milligrams of psilocybin. 100 times 45 is 4,500 milligrams. 4,500 milligrams divided by 1,000 milligrams per gram, that's 4.5 grams over 90 days, which is about a hero's dose, 3 to 5 grams hero dose as a macrodose. Or you could do that once a quarter, once every 90 days, once every 12 weeks, once a season. And happy equinox, by the way. So that really helps kind of frame the mathematical equation around it. You're still getting the same amount of medicine over a higher frequency of time, and you're staying consistent with it, and you're doing the behavioral exercises with it. What do I mean by behavioral exercises? Journaling, quiet, compassionate contemplation with yourself, walking in nature, being in nature without your phone, meditating, processing, reflecting with others. When that come on happens from the medicine, sit with it, feel what comes up, invite it in, say yes to whatever's coming in, whether that's creativity, focus, maybe it's a resentment, maybe it's anger, maybe you're crying, maybe you're anxious. Sit with it and ask why. Always ask why. And then when you get that answer, ask why. And when you get that answer, ask why, and get to the root, to the root, to the root, to the root. Now, why 90 days? Besides the math. When I went to recovery 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, to AA, it was suggested to go to 90 meetings in 90 days. I went to 88 meetings in 90 days, and I was mad at myself because I didn't do all 90. But why 90? Because it's gradually pushing the message into your head. And over that amount of time, you're learning and you're growing and you're evolving and you're paying attention to your external environment that you've manifested through your internal environment. And maybe that's sloughing off relationships, quitting your job, getting out of romantic relationships, not hanging out at places that you used to go to, and detouring away from the people, places, and things that would cause you to succumb to some of those addictions in the first place. So that's kind of a little bit of a philosophical approach to the 90 days. And I think real profound change comes over a longer frequency of time. It's not instant gratification. Everyone wants to get to the top of the mountain without hiking the mountain itself. And I'm going to finish off by saying that there is a wisdom gap between us and mental health. When I say us, I mean our society at large, our culture. We're suffering from, grave mental illnesses, mental health. 100,000 people died from drug overdoses in 2021, the most recorded in history. And we may look at that as that's just a statistic, 100,000, 6 digits. But if you funnel that down from 100,000 and you get to just one person, one out of those 100,000, think of the trauma that has ensued on the people that were close to them in their lives, their family, their friends, their loved ones. And now look at the exponential effect that has happened from what some people may unconsciously look at as just a statistic because it didn't happen to me. But look around in your lives. I'm sure you know someone that knows someone, or maybe it's even you, that may or could be in that statistic. And take a deep breath there. And how do we get out of that? And that's the wisdom gap, because everyone wants to get from here to here, but they don't understand there's a canyon that you got to come down. You can't magically teleport over here or take this to get to that. You can take this, being the psilocybin microdose, the psychedelic, whatever it may be, to get to that. But you have to climb down the canyon and get to the canyon floor first. You have to fall and trip, get back up, fall, trip, get back up, wipe yourself off. And then you have to climb back up the other side of the canyon with everything that you've learned and discovered from the introspection that you've given yourself the chance to pay attention to with mindful awareness and mindful, quiet, contemplative attention to your internal environment. And that's how we blast through this wisdom gap, and we start to be able to close the wisdom gap between us and mental health. When I say us, I mean society at large on a broad scale. So thank you for letting me be able to just rattle off some things off the top of my head. I know I only had 5 minutes, but hopefully this provided some value to your audience, and I look forward to serving you all in the future, whether that's through products or contact. So appreciate everything that you're doing. Thanks again. This is Brian with Medicine Box.
I knew from the first time that alcohol touched my lips that there was something different about it for me, and I always wanted to drink after I had my first drink when I was young kid at the dinner table with my family. And moving forward into my early teens, I started using cocaine at a young age. I was drinking excessively. I was taking pain pills and Xanax and all kinds of stuff like that. And I was always a good guy. I just kept making really bad decisions, and my addiction and my alcoholism just completely took over. And my life was completely unmanageable, and I was always just full of anxiety, full of depression, and just always looking for that sense of relief and that escape. And that's what I had found through using different substances, was that escape and that feeling of like everything was going to be okay. And My life was like a train wreck, you know, for so many years. It was just like, you know, getting in trouble and, you know, with the law, possession charges, DUI, stuff like that. And I would put a little bit of sobriety time together, and then ultimately I would always relapse, and it would just be like this just circle, like constantly the same thing over and over and over again. You know, it's like I used to weigh 100 more pounds than I do right now. I used to, you know, I used to smoke crack cocaine. I was an IV drug user. I was shooting heroin every single day for over 6 years of my life. I didn't love myself, and I was always looking for these external things to like make me feel love. Probably about like 12 years ago, I had one of my buddies coming over from Miami, and he actually brought a guy with him that had some ketamine, okay? And that was my first experience with it. It wasn't in a clinic like this one. And I have to say that, you know, it didn't get me completely sober, but that night after I had my experience, the next day when I woke up, I felt different than I had felt in a really long time. And the depression was gone, and the anxiety was gone. And it was like magical. It made me, it was like I was a kid again. I had a completely divine experience my first time. And I had an out-of-body experience where I went out into space, and Jesus was there. And I was like in the presence of like divinity. And I like reached out, and I was a being made of light. And I like put my hand on Jesus's arm. It's crazy, I know. And it was the most euphoric, loving feeling that I'd ever felt in my entire life. And all of a sudden, I just knew that everything was gonna be okay. You know, do I look at myself as a completely religious person? No, I'm more of a spiritual being, but that was my experience, and that's what happened to me. It changed my life. Like, it gave me so much more hope. I didn't know if I believed in anything. I didn't know. I was like so agnostic. It's like, you know, is there anything? I don't know if I believe in God. It's a great thought, you know, this and that, but it gave me faith that everything was gonna be okay, no matter what. And that was the spiritual effect that the medicine had on me that time. But the actual relief that I got from it, from the depression and the anxiety, was completely profound and amazing. It was like no kind of relief or good feeling that I had got from taking any other kind of substances before. And see, that was just one night, okay? So like I got this amazing effect from it, but if I would have known that you needed to do more treatments and actually do it properly, like what we're doing here, it could have been a complete game changer for me. I knew there was something to it, but ultimately I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. I didn't have anybody to integrate my experience with or anything like that. And it was just a continuous thing where I started relapsing again and, you know, going on the wrong track. I actually had Dr. Ferber put me through the cycle of treatments that we were going to be giving our patients. And let me tell you something, it brought me to a more amazing place in my life that I possibly could have thought I could have gone to. This is what I'm here for. Like, this is what my purpose is. And I'm living out my purpose. And my purpose is to give people hope that, you know, you can go through a complete train wreck of a life like I did for over 20 years. And I felt completely hopeless. And I felt like I was never gonna pull myself out of the depths of the hell that I was in, living through every single day. But these medicines and this ketamine, it literally changed my life, and it took me out of that place when nothing else could. My mood went from these peaks and valleys to just cool, calm, and collected. What we'll do is we'll have somebody come in, they'll meet with Dr. Ferber, they'll get approved if Dr. Ferber thinks that they should be approved for the treatments, and that's where it all starts, you know, and he has like an hour-long session with them. Then I have people that go into his office just to meet with him during their ketamine approval, and they come out in tears, and they're just like, that helped me so much. And it's like, you haven't even started the journey yet, you know, I mean, like, you just met with the doctor, which is amazing, but it's like, from the second you walk into this door, you feel an energy shift. Jess would talk to them before they actually go in, administer the medicine. You have your own personal rooms here. It's a really nice experience, you know, where it's just aesthetically pleasing and very comfortable. Not only do we all work here, but we've all had healing from the ketamine, so we can relate to the people after their sessions. We can make them feel comfortable going into the sessions, tell them what to expect, you know, and like I felt very strongly about that, was that everybody that worked here had to have firsthand experience with the ketamine, or else it just was like it was just another doctor's office. At My Self Wellness, we are a true healing organism. We cater to our clients. They become part of our family. It's an extended family, you know, and we want people to feel like this is their home away from home. This isn't like a medical facility. I mean, it is, but it doesn't have that feeling to it. You know, a lot of people talk about when they go to other ketamine treatment facilities that it feels like they're going into a doctor's office. It's very clinical. They don't like that feeling. You know, it's like we have a beautiful integration room for people to come and hang out in after their treatments. We're not throwing people out the door after their treatments when they're still disoriented from the medication. We give people organic apple juice or water after their treatments while they're coming back and integrating their sessions. We're here to talk to people, you know, it's like we truly care. Every single person that works at this facility, it's our purpose to do what we're doing. It's our purpose to help people. And when people come into this facility, they're not just another number to us. They're literally a part of our family now.
Good afternoon. My name is Brennan, Mike Brennan. I'm a 64-year-old proud dad to a few people around here, and divorced. I'm permanently disabled. I have a spinal injury, cervical spine, lower spine as well. And what this has led me to is, several years ago, getting a diagnosis of chronic pain disorder. Affected my behavior, affected my relationships, dissolution of my marriage, making it difficult to have an open relationship with my 3 sons. After several years of therapy, I dealt with the frustrating world of the SSRIs, the side effects from the anti-anxiety and antidepressant meds just were too frustrating, and I couldn't wait to stop. Here I am. I'm a medical marijuana patient and advocate. This has helped me deal with a lot of my daily. However, again, you physically wrestle with the symptoms, with pain and spasticity. The intractable spasticity makes it appear as I'm having seizures, although I'm totally conscious, and it's not enjoyable at all, and leads to anxiety. And you go through enough of that after years. Depression's just part of the landscape, to a point where, there's that ideation again. That's what that is, and dismiss it right away. What's given me a great leveling, in other words, it allows me to separate my experience from my past, the trauma events. So a few years ago, I started, I don't know if you're going to say experimenting, but yeah, seeking relief, reading, getting personal testimony from friends who recommended this, and that was that's where psilocybin has been anecdotally. There's just learning from others. And it's given me relief. It's allowed me to open up to that sense of connectedness, to be able to, take the steps to reach out to others, to realize that all this pain and suffering that I've experienced, that I'm not alone, that other people are suffering as well. Those little lights, that go on, like those aha moments, a lot of those became more and more apparent and more positive with the regular use of what we'll call microdosing, air quotes, of psilocybin mushrooms. And the effect has been very positive in my life. I hope this has been enough. If anybody has questions, I'm available. And thank you for allowing me to give you a little bit of my experience. Have a good day.
Hello there, my name is Estefania Valencia from New Jersey. I am the co-founder of Sana Ohana Yoga and Wellness, a health and wellness platform that educates people on the benefits of yoga and cannabis medicine and breath work and meditation, also in conjunction with other plant medicines such as psychedelics and microdosing specifically. My journey with psychedelics began at the age of 27 when I started microdosing for the first time. I was battling Lyme's disease. It was during a flare, and somebody just gave me a little pinch of mushrooms, and I felt amazing afterwards. Lyme's disease is a condition that's caused by a tick bite, and it's a systemic infection that starts digging itself into the body, starting with the connective tissue, and then the organs, and then the central nervous system, the brain. And it affects the body at a very deep neurological level. The bacteria, when it dies, or even just its waste overall, is a neurotoxin, which creates a lot of inflammation in the body at the joints, but also a lot of brain fog, a lot of fatigue, a lot of pain and random nerve pain. You forget your sentences. A lot of the symptoms are similar to other neurological conditions such as MS and Parkinson's, and just diseases that are very painful and very difficult to deal with at a physical, emotional, and mental level. So once I started microdosing, my symptoms would go away immediately about 30 minutes after I took a microdose, about 0.25 milligrams. And I felt incredible relief. I was able to go out at nighttime, which was the hardest for me, to go out and socialize and have enough energy to talk to people, even to remember what I was talking about. You do forget, like words and sentences, and it's just like a cloud over your head. And the microdoses were extremely helpful at relieving some of the symptoms of Lyme's disease and all the neurological pain, and just gave me a ton of energy and focus so that I could get my work done and teach my yoga classes and still teach my health and wellness events and students. And it was really impactful in my life, especially because I was able to really dig deep into some traumatic events from childhood. And I was able to remember and release a lot of that emotion and energy that was stuck in my body from childhood trauma. So in general, microdosing has changed my life completely, from the physical symptoms from Lyme's disease to a lot of emotional trauma that I had from childhood to just allowing me to open my mind and reprogram my mind to create better habits, better behaviors, and just better perception overall. So a lot of my students I have been able to help that are interested in microdosing, suffering from depression or ADHD or other mental disorders, choose to microdose during my yoga class, and we'll either do one-on-ones or in class. They'll self-medicate, and I have seen that these students are able to improve the cognitive function and just feel happier and more calm overall. And they're able to switch over from pharmaceutical medication to using a microdosing regimen along with breathwork, yoga, meditation, and a healthy lifestyle. So if you are interested in any of the things that I mentioned, I'm happy to educate and help anybody out that is in need of some guidance. You could check me out at sanaohana.com. Thank you so much for listening, and I appreciate you all. Super excited for what New Jersey has in store for us and in this movement.
Hello, my name is Guy Borgford. I run a plant medicine and fungi meditation retreat up here in the Cascade Mountains in Washington State. I'm here to talk to you about plant medicine and purpose. And there's a lot of discourse, a lot of news around the power and healing potential of plant and fungi medicine for mental health issues, but it's also a powerful tool for personal development and spiritual actualization. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about that and my particular journey and how I work with the medicine and, my recommendations based on my own work in the space. So a little background for me, I buried trauma, and it's what I did my whole life, from a lot of tragic death in my family to all kinds of issues regarding childhood bullying and never feeling like I fit in, all kinds of havoc growing up as a teenager in a small Canadian blue-collar town. And, with that, I carried that with me throughout the years. And, my personal response to trauma was, addiction to various things and substances, and just really kind of going through life like I thought nothing was wrong. It wasn't until I started meditating and then working with plant medicine shortly thereafter that I really understood the nature of me and about, all the things that I had packed away and pretended weren't there. And I was pretty good at it. And I think a lot of people are. They're really good at burying their trauma, and it manifests in, things that really aren't very good for us. From depression and anxiety to various addictions, be it shopping, sex, drugs, alcohol. There's all different ways that we can make ourselves feel better with those dopamine drips. And I certainly was, right in line for many of those things. Through the work, through meditation and plant medicine, I started learning about the work of Carl Jung and shadow work, and really kind of digging in and unearthing these things that held me back. And through that, it's been a really transformational process, and it led me to not only continue to work on myself, but also then help others on their journey of healing and actualization through not only meditation and mindfulness and daily practices, but also through the occasional sacred use of plant and fungi medicine. So, really it's about healing and purpose. I think they kind of go hand in hand, that as you work through your own stuff, you then kind of build up your sense of purpose as you connect to your true self and to your true divine being. Mushrooms and plant medicine such as ayahuasca, it's a kind of a resounding kind of meta message of that. Really, our existence and our purpose is about love, and it's about living a life of love and compassion. And our purpose can be built around that. And, sometimes it's just finding purpose itself is the thing that causes us suffering. And, the irony of that is that, the purpose is to let go of the suffering and to feel the pain and to really feel it and express it and understand what it is and sit with it. And the plants and the fungi teachers help us do that better. So, I wouldn't say that, I'm sorry, I wouldn't summarize without talking about the value of integration and how important it is. And having integrative meditation practice, working on mindfulness practice, living with intention, following a really healthy diet of nutrition to connect that body, mind, spirit trifecta of what it is to be human. So, I'm excited to speak more about this. I know it's a fairly nebulous topic, but I think it's worthy of discussion because there is a lot of talk about, the clinical power of these medicines, but I think it goes beyond that. I think the body, mind, spirit connection is something that is critical to our overall wellness. And I look forward to speaking more about it. Thank you so much.
Bonjour. Naganabinesi Queen Entheogenic cause. Megazin Nindo Dame. Misquagme Wazaga Igening Nindon Jaba. Hello, my name is Susan Bolio, and I'm a citizen of the Red Lake Nation, mother of 4, and I currently reside in central Minnesota with my family. I've had the honor of working with Indigenous communities for the last 16 years, with the last half helping our communities and non-natives who work in our communities understand the impact of historical, ancestral, intergenerational, and childhood trauma. This healing work with tribes began with my own healing journey about 8 years ago, first learning about ACEs or adverse childhood experiences, and the recognition that I had an incredibly high ACE score, coupled with a recognition that my ancestors' trauma got passed down, not just behaviorally, but energetically and epigenetically as well. That's when I began to understand that I needed healing. But my healing didn't begin right away because I had head knowledge of trauma. My healing truly began with my first psychedelic plant medicine experience in Ecuador 6.5 years ago. In my first ceremony, I experienced a reconnection with my spirit. That's the thing about trauma. It separates us, or at least causes the sense of separation from ourselves, including our spirit, our body, our heart and emotions, from others, including our human and all of our non-human relatives, and from the heartbeat of our beautiful Mother Earth. The sense of isolation and aloneness causes a deep pain and hopelessness in us. But in the medicine, I saw that it didn't have to be this way. In the medicine, with a felt sense of interconnection, a whole new world opened up to me, one I never could have imagined. A world in which love was the primary energy driving everything. A world where I was love and everyone was love, where it was easy to recognize the sacred in everything because I saw everything is made from this energy of love. It was the most profound thing I'd ever experienced. And I knew this was the true nature of life that I had simply forgotten because of my trauma. So my journey with sacred plant medicines and psychedelics began, which has generated an incredible amount of healing in my life. I noticed how my own healing rippled out to how I parented, how I showed up as a wife, a sister, daughter, friend, colleague, and it also greatly impacted not just the type of work I did, but how I did the work to support healing in Indigenous communities. The more healing I did, the more authentically I was able to show up, and the healthier my relationships became. I knew this was going to become an important piece of my life's work as I continue working with Indigenous communities and healing. You see, our people struggle with physical health issues like heart disease and diabetes more than any other group in this country. Our children and other relatives die by suicide at significantly higher rates than any other group. Addictions to drugs and alcohol plague our communities. Our people are overwhelmed with the individual and collective trauma we carry, and we're using whatever means are available to try and cope, to shut ourselves down so we don't feel the pain so acutely. The field of epigenetics is helping remind us that trauma doesn't just go away, it compounds through the generations. With each generation that doesn't have the opportunity to heal, the traumas they carry pass on to the next generation. Many of the generations that came before me didn't have the opportunities to heal. In fact, many of our spiritual traditions were outlawed until the Religious Freedom Act of 1978. This was just 1 year before I was born. So you see, these historical atrocities, such as boarding schools, forced assimilation, and attempted genocide, both physically and culturally, was not that long ago. Our people are still reeling from them. I've been privileged to sit with and work with psychedelic medicines, but not all of our Indigenous relatives have had these opportunities. And so with the help of my soul sister, Brianna Matrius, and all the amazing folks we've met and continue to meet on this journey, we're working to figure out how we can bring psychedelic medicines to our communities for healing. We recognize that psychedelics aren't a silver bullet, but they can be a powerful catalyst. With supportive preparation, psychedelic experiences, and integration, the potential for deep healing goes beyond any conventional practice we've been using. Psychedelics can also be paired with other healing modalities, traditional and contemporary, to maximize our innate healing potential. Psychedelics don't give us something we don't have. They tap us into and remind us of who we are and what we already have within us. They help us peel back all the layers of conditioning and trauma to return to ourselves, our essence. I believe as Indigenous people and sovereign nations, we should have the right and opportunity to heal how we choose. The very same government and culture that caused the harm should not now get to dictate whether or not we have access to psychedelics to help us heal this trauma we carry. I actually believe we are all sovereign beings who should have the autonomy to decide what modalities of healing we want to connect with. I appreciate this opportunity to share a bit about my own healing journey with psychedelics, the work I do, and the work we're pursuing to help bring psychedelics to our Indigenous relatives across this continent for healing. Miigwech.
Hello, everybody. My name is Antonio Sebastian. I'm the owner of psilocybin Integration and Psyllium Environments. And I'm here because we wanted to share a little bit about psychedelics. My specialty is psilocybin. Long story short, I grew up in an abusive household, suffered from all types of abuses, from physical abuse, sexual abuse. And you know what? Things happen, right? I mean, I'm not going to sit there and laugh about it, but to me, I look at it as just an experience in my life that I got over. And I guess I'd have to say one of the catalysts for that was being able to have psilocybin at 9 years old from my great-grandmother, who was a healer. And it was at that moment that I saw the world from a totally different perspective. I saw it from a perspective of wanting to be a philosopher, if you will, ask questions, why people do what they do, why we do what we do, why are things, what's the motive behind certain things that we do. And as I got older and more into psychedelics and more into understanding how mushrooms worked, I decided to, before COVID hit, really dive in a lot more and go forth with cultivation, because I feel like anything that you do, you should know it inside and out. I mean, most of us sitting here as human beings, we don't even know how our heart beats, or we don't know really anything about how we feel. And then we go to like WebMD and we think we're dying. But with mushrooms, I found that, you know, we share that compatibility of DNA with them. So to that, if that makes sense, it's like, man, if that's so true, that means they need to be maybe nurtured and coddled a little bit. And you know, you have people talking to their plants all the time, and with mushrooms, I found it's the same thing. And what I also found is that every species is completely different. So when people just put everything in a box and say psilocybin, you're missing the entire point, because every single species, from my data that I've collected for years now, what I found is that each species works well with different ailments. So it's not a one-stop shop. So you can't just say psilocybin, especially taking into consideration your lifestyle, your traumas. Like, what are your traumas? I mean, you could sit here and try to not block it off in your head and hope that you take mushrooms or any kind of psychedelics, and then boom, oh my God, I see the light. That's great. But what about your body? What about your cellular body? That fear that you get, you feel it in your tingles, your body gets tight. That doesn't go away. You can't ignore that. You have to embrace that. You have to go through that again. And a lot of these journeys that you would go on in psilocybin, it gives you plenty of opportunities to actually embrace your body and become one. So this may sound metaphysical and everything, but it's so true. I mean, your cellular body is alive, right? So you have to have your cellular body handled and taken care of. So as I was growing these mushrooms, I realized that it's the same thing with them. So I set up numerous studies based on how they would grow best, best environments, whether it's music, lighting, whatever it may be. And I found out that different species grow with different music. I know, like for me in particular, Mesotaphic likes the Deftones. And Burma likes techno music. It's very interesting. And so it was a constant. So I did these studies about, 10 times each flush, different spores, and they're all pretty much the same. So I didn't want to look like this kook coming up here. But I really feel that cultivation could really start helping people understand what they're putting in their body instead of accepting any kind of synthetics. I think this is just my opinion. I think it's more natural, especially because I personally would want to have an understanding of what I'm putting in my body as opposed to somebody giving me medicine that has never been on a journey. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that it doesn't, I'm not taking away from the new studies that are coming out, but we all know that it helps mental health. We all know that it helps depression, PTSD, but what is the end game? I feel that with the more data that we're collecting with psilocybin, that there is an end game. 100%, because you don't want to be this person that just uses psychedelics as a crutch. And I feel like a lot of that's what's happening. So what I'm doing is I'm sharing my data, and also with my integrative practice, is to be able to show people and guide people different ways to cultivate, understand their body, understand their gut health, understand exactly what other avenues they could have without having to go to a retreat and just go disappear and feel like they're healthy, because you should be able to be healthy all the time. You should be able to, what I call, meditate in chaos, and chaos is everywhere. But thank you so much for having me. You can reach out to me at Antonio@alicecybinintegration.com, and we could set something up to have a chat, or if you want to know anything a little bit more about the psilocybin industry, let me know. Thank you.
Hello, and my name is Ross Wilson. I live here in Ontario, Canada. I've been working in the end-of-life care space for many, many years as a hospice chaplain, end-of-life doula, and also grief coach. In 2017, I lost my mom to cancer, and during that process, I started to understand the differences between dignity and non-dignity healthcare system, and also pain management. Throughout the process, realizing the amount of increased opioid use in the pain management system. Through that, I started working in the communities of Vancouver, started to realize the importance of not only dignity, but end-of-life care dignity for those that are struggling through homelessness, opioid crisis, and communities that are in need of help. The psychedelic space has come to us in so many different ways, but also in such a need right now. End-of-life care pain and care management process is becoming very, very difficult for most people. And that stems from, one, accessibility, and two, affordability. End-of-life care pain is, in some cases, out of reach for a lot of communities, especially up north and in the lower income and homeless communities. What I did was I created a project called the Beau Network, which provides free end-of-life care support to those communities through support through my partnerships and resources, but also natural resources. Working with organizations across Canada that are in that supportive need for end-of-life care for individuals with terminal illness, we go through an existential kind of crisis to understanding the process of end of life. And is it painful? What happens next? A lot of these questions come up even for us ourselves. And psychedelics are in that process of helping find that peace. Sometimes we find this spiritual need of being less fearful, less scared of what's next, fearful of, no more pain as I go through this terminal diagnosis. As we as normal people who pay taxes and do jobs and have an area code and even a postal code, we have choices of pain management and support during end of life. We have access to palliative and hospice care. But 70, 80% in some cases in Canada and the United States, this is unachievable for a lot of people. As an end-of-life doula, we work with families at home in the comfort of their home. And in some cases, a lot of these individuals want that pain management support, but are not willing to try and experience the pharmaceutical side of things. They want something more natural, something that they've experienced before an illness has ravaged through them. In this process, we find that psychedelics is something that we know is beneficial not only to pain management, but also spiritual management. As a hospice chaplain, and a lot of the things that we discuss is what's next, what happens, where am I going? And psilocybin and psychedelics find a way of creating a pathway for a lot of people to see that peace, to find that peace, to also discuss openly with an individual like myself or others that feeling of, I'm not scared anymore. I don't fear anymore. Pain management is something that, in this case, when working with these organizations and the organization of myself, is so important for communities. We are witnessing a lot more families, low-income families, homeless populations increasing due to recession or economic turmoil or loss of job during COVID. Pain management is something that we see all the time in desperate need and is unachievable for most. A lot of people think that a lot of families can just go to the pharmacy and get Tylenol and all these things like that. But in some cases, that is also out of reach for a lot of families. But utilizing, wellness and psychedelics and natural remedies that we have been using for hundreds of thousands of years, a lot of families in multicultural families utilize this as something that has been in their generation and history. They are using this for all types of pain management. And the problem with this right now that we're dealing with is we are preventing them from utilizing this because of legalization issues or legalities or questions from healthcare systems. At the end of the day, we should not be able to determine for someone else their pain management at the end of life. We do not have the right to do that. What we do have the right to do is support with advocacy, support, education, and tools that they can make some conscious decisions. The low-income and homeless population is also being neglected in a strong manner when it comes to end-of-life pain management. Advocating for options of utilizing these services. We are even in my process of helping create a psychedelic death doula training and being able to create an education manual for individuals in the end-of-life care space to get knowledge based around this. If we have the proper knowledge, if we have the proper understanding of psychedelics, we can be able to provide support for these people through their end of life. At the end of the day, my main priority was my mom's dignity as she passed. I wanted to honor and cherish that. Everyone has the right to have the same feeling, have the same dignity, and have the same right. The one thing that I notice working in the communities, a lot of people say that they don't show dignity, they don't get dignity honored in life. Why are they worried about it in death? And that's something that we need to remove. Everyone deserves to have dignity in life and in death. No matter how many zeros you have in your account, everyone deserves that. Psychedelics allows people to have that affordable ease and natural support during end of life. I've been doing this for so many years, and the importance of cannabis use and psychedelics in this space of end of life is so important. We look at it in a very meaningful way for mental health issues and general pain management. But we really need to emphasize the importance of providing this solution for end of life care. Whether they are older or younger individuals, no matter who they are and where they come from, having choices and options are important. Because again, very little of the population in Canada and the United States have access to palliative and hospice care and that pain management system. My mom was lucky to have access to fentanyl. But in some cases, what does fentanyl do to someone's mind? Are they being neglected that spiritual experience? I always thought to myself, if my mom's getting all this fentanyl, is she witnessing a beautiful end of life? Is she experiencing a spiritual journey? Or is she going through this existential crisis of the unknown? Through psychedelic trip sitting and experiences, people are able to unlock that feeling of confusion And we are absolutely giving them the opportunity of potentially of seeing spiritual beliefs and gods that they believe in. And no matter what we believe in as individuals, if someone is giving comfort to somebody, being able to use a resource and a supply and a natural material to be able to provide someone a spiritual journey through end of life, we have as a due diligence and duty as a human race to be able to support them on that journey. As a hospice chaplain, end-of-life doula, even a grief coach with families, grief and bereavement is such a powerful tool. In some cases, we neglect bereavement and grief because we are told to get back to work and go through that process of just toughen up and be stronger. But in some cases, we are unable to do that. And especially losing a loved one, it becomes quite powerful. And when we don't embrace it and do something about it, we unfortunately will hold on to that for many, many years. I did that same process with my mom at the end of life. I got right back to work and I didn't fully grieve. Psilocybin and psychedelics are another tool to help with grief management. Sometimes we need that experience of spirituality to be able to go through the process of grieving, to witness experiences and individuals and visions to be able to help through that. We have known in history that individuals in all types of religious faiths and spiritual journeys have utilized psilocybin and psychedelics to get that even higher enlightenment feeling. We have the right to do that, and we have the right to choose to help those individuals. Psychedelics are so much more than what we have heard and what the institutions tell us. Witnessing these experiences of individuals through terminal illnesses, having these epiphanies, these existential journeys from life and death, to experience these journeys, to feel peace and joy through the process. That is what we want to keep doing, is to be able to provide this to families at an affordable rate for these services. At the end of the day, end of life is guaranteed. Birth and life and death is guaranteed. But what we do know is we need to celebrate death as much as we celebrate life. We need to cherish these moments, but also at the end of our lives, we want to make sure that everyone has the dignity. If we have the resources and we have the ability to do so, everyone deserves that dignified end of life, and especially a painless end of life. No matter what, the cancer that took my mom did a job on her, and I knew she was in pain at the end, and I couldn't do anything about it because at that time psychedelics were not even a topic of conversation. Cannabis was not even a topic of conversation. I always thought to myself, what if I gave my mom cannabis and THC and psychedelics? Would things be different? Would she have had a better last few months, the last few weeks, the last few moments? But I wasn't able to do that, and unfortunately society prevented me from doing that because of information and knowledge and stigmatism from the past. We read all these information researches from the past with old eyes. We need to look at it with modern eyes. These are tools that we were given in the dawn of time for a purpose. And if we're able to help people from low income to homeless families to individuals, no matter what, we need to have choices. And that's the thing. When we have choices and options for people during their end of life journey, everything becomes better. Through this journey, working with the community and the projects and organizations across Canada help develop better ways of offering pain management, offering resources and support, and even offering knowledge, intakes, conversations, one-on-one, discussing these topics. Even though that people may not want to utilize psychedelics at end of life, having the knowledge and choice to do so is important. It doesn't mean that we have to force it down their throats, but having the proper knowledge and experience and understanding is important to make a conscious decision. We give people knowledge about Tylenol and all these pills. We need to do the same for psychedelics. At the end of the day, when someone is going through their end-of-life journey, if they choose to do something, it's their choice and they have the right to do that. We should never stop people from choosing their path of end of life. And we are neglecting a lot of communities here in Canada, the United States, communities, multicultural communities, individuals coming into this country that are not familiar with our laws and familiar with their rights for end of life. We need to educate them as well in the language of their choosing, because at the end of our days, we need to have that support. Whether we are alone or with one individual like a death doula, we need to have that support. Psychedelics are the opportunity to be able to provide people an affordable, powerful tool to make those conscious decisions. And I think everybody that is an advocate, a supporter, people are out there that are promoting it and talking about it. Knowledge and our voices are key to make this a smooth transition to legalization, but also a smooth transition for families to be able to understand their rights to choose. I thank you all for everything that you do. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak. And again, I thank you all for your voice, because when we speak together louder and louder, things get done, chances get made, and choices are on the table. I thank you so much.
Wow, some very compelling video.
Very powerful people. Yes, Rob. Yes, so very, very powerful people I've met over the last year. So, and we have another amazing block coming up.
Do you want to introduce them, or do you want me just to cue it up?
I can introduce them real fast. So we have for block 2, Agnieszka Sekula and Dr. Prush talking about virtual reality and psychedelics. Lyle Maxim and from Entheogenic talks about a new field, the field of digital therapeutics and FDA approval of video games for treatment in targeted indications. Dr. Bruno Rasmussen, he has treated over 2,000 patients for addiction in Brazil with iboga. So that's a great one. We have Taylor Pooch talking about harm reduction for psychedelics and some basics. Sandy Gibson, professor at the College of New Jersey, talking about harm reduction in psychedelics. And Julie Mulligan, NYU psychotherapist in training, her personal story of opioid dependence and incarceration and treatment with iboga. Daniel Kruger, who is a public health researcher from the University of Michigan and the largest ever study in psychedelics, policy changes and how studies can benefit communities. Dr. Lowe, he's from Canada, British Columbia, talking about several published, ongoing, and future clinical trials with ketamine, psilocybin for treating PTSD, chronic pain, opioid addiction, and depression. Ms. Liz Flores-Farrell, trauma psychotherapist, ketamine treatment and dosing, set and setting. She talks about a few things for environment. We have Ajin Wakatik, clinical psychotherapist, trauma-informed therapist, integration and integrating your psychedelic experience and healing generational trauma and affects of colonization. And then we have, rounding it up, Pini Baumo, Israel social worker with PTSD, member of SSDP, Students for Sensible Drug Policy, talks about psychedelics in Israel. And then Sergio Mora, senior scientist, stem cell researcher, and his personal stories with type 1, type 2 diabetes. And Sky Weaver ends up this block, and she's a psychedelic facilitator, integration self-care coach. So we can run that block now, Rob.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Agnieszka Sekula, and this is Dr. Prush. We are from Munoz Therapeutics, and we will speak to you about the use of virtual reality in psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy.
Psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy utilizes the unique properties of the psychedelic experience to evoke an altered state of consciousness in a guided manner, so as to engage in deep psycho-emotional processing for patients that are treated for a range of conditions, most notably end-of-life anxiety, treatment-resistant depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. In fitting psychedelics into current established clinical models, the process of engaging with the psychedelic experience has changed substantially. Traditionally, the entire process of preparing for the experience, going through it, and then processing the lessons that emerge from it has taken place in the same environment, with the same people, and often utilizing other altered state practices for integration, including dance, meditation, and frequently group processes. In a clinical model, the process has been divided into 3 distinct phases, with the psychedelic experience often taking place in a comfortable room, accompanied by 2 guides or therapists, and supported through the use of music. Whilst preparation and integration phases may take place in a different environment, with the therapy based predominantly on cognitively heavy talk therapy. One of the main drivers behind our approach has been to refocus psychedelic treatment on the emotional, embodied, experiential moments of the psychedelic experience.
We know that the depth of or the intensity of the mystical experience are correlated with the impact that the psychedelic session has on the client and on the therapeutic outcomes following the psychedelic psychotherapy. Research into combining different state-altering practices suggests that the augmented cumulative effect produces a deeper altered state or a psychedelic experience. Moreover, this cumulative effect has been utilized in traditional settings, where the psychedelic substance is often accompanied by a form of shamanic practice or ritual, for example, drumming or dance. Recently, we have also discovered that virtual reality is capable of eliciting altered states and has been highly successful in facilitating other therapies that entail production of an altered state, for example, meditation. Based on that, we began to research and explore methods of applying VR and psychedelics together. One of our models, Anchoring VR, uses multisensory anchors of self-expression to record insights that emerge during dosing, which can then be revisited during integration. Anchoring VR is used towards the end of the psychedelic experience in the psychedelic psychotherapy model to capture the insights that emerge from the experience while they unfold. This is meant to allow patients to start forming the first narrative in a way that is more emotional for a multisensory expression. Those expressions become anchors of their profound raw psychedelic insights, which can then be revisited during the process of integration. Once reapplied in integration, Anchoring VR improves access, comfort, and ease of addressing key insights. This enhances the consolidation of memories. In essence, the immersive VR environment is used as a tool by the patient in the process of creating a personalized mind map. This mind map represents their psychedelic experience, as well as other insights, thoughts, emotions, or actions that emerge during integration, along with their respective links, connections, symbolic representations, or overarching themes. We see VR technology as a way of reconnecting with and once more prioritizing the immersive experience over the therapeutic framework. In this way, technology can bring us closer to the traditional models, rather than further disconnecting from those traditional approaches.
Our approach is rooted in a few core beliefs. Firstly, that the sanctity of the psychedelic experience should be preserved unadulterated as far as possible, and that innovation should focus on the human elements of the therapeutic process, namely the psychotherapy. Two, that integration is the process by which sustainable psychobehavioral change is truly established, just as much as the psychedelic experience opens one's eyes to the possibility of that change. Thirdly, that experiences rather than conversation are likely to catalyze the greatest psycho-emotional impact. And finally, that a virtual reality-based psychotherapy model has the capacity to take existing psychotherapy frameworks and present them as immersive, engaging, emotionally anchored experiences, and in so doing, greatly enhance the therapeutic impact. As both a company, Enosis, and as researchers, our main focus is the experience design of the therapeutic process, with virtual reality being the primary lever we're currently engaging to innovate in this space. We hope that our work with virtual reality helps inspire a more robust exploration of therapeutic approaches and provides an alternative lens through which to re-examine mental health, human nature, and consciousness. We shouldn't be limited to the methods that we developed decades ago. And even if the therapeutic models we developed this decade don't end up using virtual reality, this process of engaging technology can allow for the exploration and development of new approaches.
Hi, my name is Lyle Maxon, and I'm the co-founder of Entheogenic. We are a digital therapeutics company focused specifically on treating mental health outcomes by creating video games to target different indications. So this is a very, very new field, and I'm happy to kind of cover a little bit of the basics. So in 2020, during the summer of 2020, during the pandemic, the FDA essentially said that we're also having a mental health pandemic and opened up clearance for digital therapeutics or video games to be basically cleared through the FDA much quicker. This happened initially with Adam Gazzaley, who's the founder of Akili, and they actually had the first ever FDA-approved video game for ADHD. And that basically opened up the floodgates. And my background is in VR and publishing video games, specifically creating games for good is what we call them. So not only creating, but also finding conscious developers that are creating positive mind-body effect experiences. So we were creating something in-house called Sound Self that really fit the mold of this new digital therapeutics revolution. And we decided to create an entirely new spin-off company to focus on that. So what Sound Self is it's a biofeedback experience utilizing the voice. You're essentially toning into either light therapy glasses or into a VR headset. And this tone can look anything like humming, chanting, singing, or any sort of prolonged tone, simply an om, and you're doing this over and over and over again. And what that does is creates visuals, audio, and vibrational feedback that drop you very deep into a meditative state, essentially putting your body into a trance. And we've actually coined the experience the first ever technodelic, because it does do things very similar to a full dose of psilocybin, which is shut off the default mode network, activate alpha and theta, as well as a very rare brainwave to see inside of a wellness technology, which is gamma brainwaves, usually associated with flow state or a high dose of psychedelics. So what this experience is doing and how we're looking at it for psychedelic therapy in particular is using it as a priming tool. So this would be used before a patient goes into a therapeutic session. Essentially, this allows them to drop into their body and ideally create more consistent outcomes for the therapist, because you're meeting people at a baseline that you're able to create through a technology before going into a therapeutic process. We're also seeing it being very effective for integration. Essentially, what this tool is doing is reactivating similar brainwave states as the participant was feeling during their psychedelic space and their session. And so what that is doing is basically reactivating epiphanies, memories, and different experiences that they may have lost as a part of the integration process without this tool. So we're seeing patients use it a day after, an hour after the session, or even like weeks or months after, and coming right off the experience and going right to journaling, having all these experiences come up for them again that they didn't remember at all. So we are looking at also pursuing FDA regulatory bid and doing a lot of clinical trials. It is a very exciting space. Coming into it from an entertainment background, I definitely have a very unique lens, as I'm not science oriented, even though we are doing a lot of hiring for scientists and researchers currently. I personally believe that what we're creating is not able to really benefit clinicians and patients in the psychedelic space, but overall in the mental health field in general. I think transitioning a little bit outside of psychedelics, we see this as being a really great tool for remote therapy and the variety of even like ketamine delivery services and things where patients aren't actually going in to see a clinician. And then from there, we're looking at of the variety of countries and religions that don't really allow psychedelics. This could be a really powerful altered state experience for people that don't have access to psychedelics, aren't able to do them. They're on SSRIs, active duty, first responders. There's just a variety of people that we see could target different altered states or create different altered states that don't usually have access to them. There's a lot to talk about. I would say my last statement is that I personally believe that the psychedelic industry will explode over the next few years, but in the next 10 years, I believe digital therapeutics will easily leapfrog the psychedelic space as a form of healing modalities and tools for all sorts of mental health outcomes. I appreciate your guys' time, and I look forward to diving in further.
Hello, my name is Bruno Rasmussen. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I live in Brazil. I'm a medical doctor, an internal medicine specialist, and I work with ibogaine since 1994, when I met Howard Lotsoff, and I saw a relative of mine doing a treatment and reacting very, very well. So I found that here in Brazil, it's legal to import ibogaine and to do treatments. And since then, I've been doing treatments in a hospital, and I treated more than 2,000 patients since then, with very good results. We treat patients from cocaine addiction, from crack cocaine addiction, alcohol addiction, and opioids addiction. We do the treatment in a hospital because ibogaine leads sometimes to cardiac arrhythmias that could be better managed in a hospital. But we never had complications because the secret, the trick to do safe ibogaine treatments is the preparation. You need to do some lab tests, to do EKG before the treatment, and you need to have a team of psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, nurses, to be sure that the patient will have a safe and comfortable experience. Ibogaine acts in two ways. It raises the levels of the GDNF, the glial cell derivative neurotrophic factor, which promotes new connections between neurons, restoring the balance of the neurotransmitters, and since leading to a state of well-being, and the patient starts to feel very good, so he doesn't need to do drugs to feel good. And the other way that ibogaine acts is promoting an expansion of the consciousness, making the patient understand better their lives, their relationships, and the most important, helping the psychotherapy. Ibogaine is a medicine that helps psychotherapy. We think that the major role in the treatment is the psychotherapy, but ibogaine helps it to be more effective. So it's very important that the patient is under psychotherapy when he undergoes the ibogaine treatment. We did an observational study that was published in the Journal of Psychopharmacology that showed 72% efficacy in treating these addictions that I mentioned. With all this experience, I think that ibogaine is a very good tool to be used in patients that have been treated before with other treatments that didn't work. It's a very good tool to be used since the patient wants to do the treatment and is prone to collaborate in doing a strict protocol for us to be sure that it will be done in a safe way. Thank you for the invitation to be here again. Thank you for seeing this video, and I hope that in the future I have a new opportunity to share this information about ibogaine again. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello all, my name is Taylor Poosh, and like my intro said, I have my master's degree in research psychology, where I focus on using psychedelics to treat mental illness. I am the ambassador for my town of McHenry, Illinois, for the Students for Sensible Drug Policy, and I am a part of the Emergent Phenomenology Research Consortium. In my work, I research psychedelics, push for harm reduction, promote for more education, advocate for drug policy change, and work towards my goal of helping people. In this talk, The Importance of Harm Reduction in the Substance Use Space, I will be going over several things, including the different types of substances and how to reduce the risk when using them. There are many different classifications of drugs, which are grouped together based on the mechanisms in which they work and how they affect the body. There are depressants like alcohol, barbiturates, anti-anxiety tranquilizers such as Valium or Xanax, and antidepressants such as Zoloft or Paxil that slow down the central nervous system. There are stimulants like cocaine, amphetamines, and methamphetamines, which accelerate or overstimulate the nervous system. Next is hallucinogens, including LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, and DMT, which change a user's perceptions of themselves and their surroundings. And we can also break this up into classic psychedelics and empathogens, since LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, and DMT can technically be categorized differently than MDMA. Dissociatives, including ketamine, PCP, and nitrous oxide, cause users to feel disconnected from themselves and their environment. Narcotics, such as heroin, codeine, and OxyContin, are commonly used to reduce pain and often induce euphoria. There are inhalants that alter the mind through breathing in a substance, such as paint, gasoline, or anesthetic gas. And finally, there is cannabis that works on our endocannabinoid system to produce a variety of different effects. Now that we've discussed the different types of substances, we can move on to how to minimize the risks when using these drugs. There are many ways to do this, and this list is certainly not exhaustive. One of the most important harm reduction strategies is to test your substance. With the rise of adulterants cut into various drug supplies, such as the rise in fentanyl, it is crucial to test your drugs to know what you're actually ingesting. Sites like DanceSafe or Bunk Police will sell test kits where you can test these substances yourself, or depending on where you live, there might be local drug testing facilities that can use high-tech machinery to determine what's actually in your substance. The second harm reduction strategy I want to talk about is a phrase many of you have likely heard, set and setting. Set refers to your feelings, thoughts, intentions, current life events, headspace, etc. You want to make sure that you do not have any major responsibilities you will need to deal with immediately before, during, and after the trip. While some of these substances may help you deal and get through negative life events, some could potentially exacerbate those negative feelings or may lead to a difficult journey under that substance. Setting refers to your outward environment. Things like, are you inside or outside? Do you have access to food, a bathroom, water, emergency services, etc.? Where are you deciding to ingest this substance, and who are you deciding to ingest this substance with? You want to make sure all your necessaries are taken care of before you are under the influence. Finally, another very important harm reduction phase, start low and go slow. One of my favorite sayings in this space is you can always take more, you can never take less. The motto is a good tool to use no matter if you've tested your substances, especially if you haven't, what setting you're in, who you're with, etc. Some of these substances do not have overdose toxicity, such as psilocybin, but taking a large dose can potentially lead to a difficult experience. Many of these substances do have overdose toxicity or could be adulterated with substances that do, so it's important to take lower, manageable doses. There are other harm reduction strategies like carrying Narcan, being CPR certified, having a trip sitter, using needle exchange programs, avoiding combining substances, etc. And you can find many resources online for more information and training. One of the biggest things that we can do is to be educated and to look out for each other. As Charles Dickens once wrote, quote, "No one is useless in the world who lightens the burdens of another." Thank you so much for this opportunity to present this information to you all, and I hope you have a wonderful day and very safe trips.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandy Gibson. I'm a professor at the College of New Jersey in the graduate program for counseling, and I also have a harm reduction focused private practice called Crossing Wellness. And I'm here to talk to you today about harm reduction in your use with psychedelic drugs. Every person responds very differently to a psychedelic experience. So if you're new to this, but you know some people who've used it in the past, you can't assume that their experiences are going to be yours. And even more importantly, you can't anticipate that your experience is going to be the same each time you're going to use it. There are a lot of factors that go into what your psychedelic experience will include. That includes your mental state at the time, your personality, the environment that you're in. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. So you should avoid taking psychedelics if you're feeling nervous or stressed or depressed. They can amplify the negative effects associated with these kind of feelings. So you'll feel worse, not better. This can lead to really difficult or unpleasant experiences or trips that you can have when you're not in the right mindset for the experience. So you want to make sure that you have flexibility in your use. Don't plan an evening where you're going to use and then use no matter what. If you find yourself not in the right mindset or not in the right environment, it's time to take a second opinion on whether or not that's the right time for you to use. Environments can have the same effect as well. If it's a really high energy, crowded, bright lights, it can have a much more intense experience than if you're in a calm, soothing environment. very important to keep these factors in mind in making your decision if it is the right time for you to be using. People who have underlying mental health problems. It can also be really challenging to introduce psychedelics during a time when you're struggling with mental health issues. I would recommend only including psychedelics in your life if you're doing them under the care of a psychotherapist in some capacity who's trained to do work with psychedelics and integrate them into your work. That's not the time for you to be trying this on your own. Also, don't drive, don't use heavy machinery, don't engage in risky behaviors after you're using, and don't mix drugs. If you're going to try a psychedelic drug, don't drink at the same time, don't smoke weed with it, don't take other pills. Just use the psilocybin. It's important that mixing drugs can be really dangerous, and most of you probably aren't chemists. So we want to relieve ourselves of the opportunity for there to be some kind of drug interaction. It's important to note the vast majority, 90+% of all overdoses occur through the mix of a drug, not a mix of different drugs, not any one single drug together. And always use with someone else, at least one other person. And when you're using with other person or a group of people, it's important that somebody stay sober. If someone has a bad experience with their use, if something happens and the environment becomes very different, say someone pulls a fire alarm, something you hadn't anticipated, there's an accident. If we don't have a sober person among the group to help manage that situation and calm others who might be under the influence of using, it could turn out very badly for everybody. If you ignore all of those warnings and continue to use alone, then at least let somebody else know that you're doing it and ask them to check in on you. Make sure that you're okay. Psychedelic uses can have great, enjoyable experiences for people. Most people who use them don't develop any problems at all. But what you can do is take certain steps to make sure that when you do use, if you do use, and when you do use, that you and the people around you all stay safe.
Hi, everybody. My name is Juliana Mulligan, and I am a formerly opioid-dependent person. I'm formerly incarcerated, and I've been working in the ibogaine treatment community for about 11 years. I'm also a psychotherapist in training at NYU, and I work at the Center for Optimal Living in New York City, which is a harm reduction psychotherapy center that works with people struggling with substance use issues. I have been working in ibogaine since getting out of my own opioid use issues, thanks to the help of ibogaine treatments. I had gone through traditional treatment for 7 years, multiple rehabs, Suboxone, methadone, 12-step programs, served time in county jail and did a mandated treatment program inside of the jail. None of these things were really helpful to me and helped me to get at the root of my issues until I found ibogaine in 2011. So what is ibogaine and what is iboga? Iboga is a plant that grows in a very specific region of West Central Africa, specifically Gabon, Southern Cameroon, and parts of the Congo. It has been used as a part of a religion called Bwiti in these areas for many centuries. We're not certain how many, and it's used as an initiation into adulthood and to treat various illnesses. They use the root of the bark of the plants in the ceremonies, and they eat this bark whole. That is iboga. One of the 13 active alkaloids in iboga is called ibogaine, and this is the primary alkaloid that is focused on now in research and in treatment. It seems to be the most active compound in iboga. So I'm going to be talking a lot about ibogaine and the way that it's used in the Western context. So how did it get discovered as a treatment for substance use issues and other mental health issues? In the early 1960s, a man named Howard Lotsof accidentally discovered that got him off of heroin overnight when a friend working in a chemistry lab gave him some pure ibogaine to try. When he woke up the next day, not in withdrawal, not wanting to use opioids anymore, he, of course, started giving his heroin-dependent friends ibogaine as well, and it worked. So he spent the rest of his life, along with his wife, Norma Lotsof, developing ibogaine into a treatment. So in the 1990s, the FDA actually approved clinical trials of Ibogaine, but then sadly they were abruptly halted due to litigation issues. That didn't stop Ibogaine treatment from expanding, and many treatments were done on the underground in the US, and clinics opened up around the world offering this treatment, mainly marketed towards people struggling with substance use issues. There are the highest concentration of clinics in Mexico, but they also exist in Costa Rica, in Portugal, and in other parts of the world. So what is Ibogaine? It's something called an onergenic drug. It's called a psychedelic, but it's not a hallucinogen. It's an onergenic substance which puts you into a dreamlike state. The primary effects are about 10 to 12 hours, depending on the person. And you're basically laying on your back, having visions, and you're not awake, you're not asleep, but your eyes are closed and you're going through a visionary experience during this time. People see a variety of things, from suppressed childhood memories to talking to dead ancestors. Sometimes people just see a series of images, and often people report doing things like sweeping or vacuuming out their brain or organizing the filing cabinets in their brain. People often come out of this experience, one, with minimal opioid withdrawal symptoms if they came in opioid dependent. That's the most miraculous, impressive thing about it, in my opinion. But everybody reports having new insights about their life, having resolved major heavy things they had been carrying for long periods of time, or finding an inspiration and excitement about life to do new things. So yeah, it's mainly known for its opioid attenuating effects, but people also do it for other substances like alcohol, cocaine, and meth, and mental health issues, PTSD, anxiety, and depression. The most important researcher on Ibogaine, Dr. Ken Alper, says we understand 1% of what Ibogaine does, so there's still a lot of research to be done, but it seems to have a resetting effect on the dopaminergic and serotonergic systems. And I can tell you that myself, I felt like I left my old life behind completely when I came out of Ibogaine. And I felt excited and invigorated about life and determined to be on this path to promote safe Ibogaine treatment and make the treatment as best as it can be. So one of the big risks with Ibogaine are cardiac issues. These can be totally avoided with proper screening and proper monitoring during the treatment. A lot of people have problems deciphering which clinics are safe and which aren't, and this is a big issue in the community. So part of the focus of my personal work is helping people to find safe treatment and helping make the clinics in existence safer by giving them training and consultation. I also work with people before and after the treatment because it's not magic. People also need mental health support around the treatment as well. But the safety issues are a big concern, and we're really trying to work on this to make clinics follow the clinical safety protocols that are in existence and are available online. There's a lot to squeeze into this, so I also want to mention that I've written a really extensive article for Double Blind Magazine, kind of an everything you need to know article. And you can also find me on the Center for Optimal Living website and my website, Intervision Ibogaine, if you want to learn more about this amazing substance. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Daniel Kruger. I'm a researcher at the University of Michigan, and I have research programs that range from evolutionary biology to applied community health research. And we've been working in public health research for over 25 years. And about 10 years ago, we started researching medical cannabis because the fields really need to realize the full potential of the medicinal use of cannabis, and not just being done at the time. Now there's a boom in cannabis research, which is great to see. And a new opportunity has opened up with psychedelic research. There's been a lot of academic psychedelic research in the past, and a lot of this has focused on the experiences of psychedelics, the things that people experience when they have it, spiritual and religious experiences, etc. But there's a new take that has recently developed, and that's the medicinal use of psychedelics, or the therapeutic use of psychedelics. So this opens up a whole new research area for folks, and this is something that is making exciting progress. It seems to be happening at about 10 times as fast as research on cannabis. So we've conducted the largest ever study of naturalistic psychedelic use, and we found that people were in fact using psychedelics medicinally to treat all sorts of different mental health issues and conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, addiction, OCD, and even chronic pain. And at the same time, there wasn't so much integration with the mainstream healthcare system. So this is something that we think would be important to address so that we can really integrate the medicinal use of psychedelics with mainstream healthcare. So that's one of our long-term goals. And at the same time, there is a lot of interest in psychedelics as medicine. There's pharmaceutical companies and investors and all sorts of other folks who are getting into this area and are driving, clinical trials and, other research efforts. And at the same time, there are policy changes happening, all around the country, including decriminalization efforts in Ann Arbor and elsewhere. So the field of psychedelics and the psychedelic world is rapidly changing. And we want to give a voice to the psychedelic community in these changes and shaping these changes. I'm a community-based researcher, so I'm going back to my roots in working with communities to do research that's going to directly benefit the communities where the research is being conducted. And we're launching the first ever survey of psychedelic users on what they want for the future of psychedelics. So we have quite a few topics that we're exploring. We're looking at different models for the future. So decriminalization, medicalization, legalization, et cetera, and a lot of different things that, people, can let us know what they think, what they want to happen, and how they would like to shape the future of psychedelics. So we want this survey to be as broad as possible. We want to represent everyone and give everyone a voice and amplify the voice of the psychedelic community in shaping the future. So, we appreciate your input on this project, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Francois Lowe, and I work and live in Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. It is a real pleasure to be here with you today to report on a few exciting projects we're busy with here in British Columbia, Canada. I'm also a co-founder of the Bill Nellum's Pain and Research Center, the busiest comprehensive pain clinic in Canada. Furthermore, I'm the Chief Medical Officer of Entheogenic Bioscience, a multidisciplinary medical solutions company focusing on psychedelic-assisted therapies, ketamine-assisted therapy, interventional pain treatments, the provision of an education platform, as well as a telehealth platform. The 4 projects that I would like to briefly discuss today include the following. Firstly, we have started a ketamine-assisted therapy program earlier this year as an adjunct to our pain program. We are focusing mostly on treatment-resistant depression, PTSD, and chronic pain. And it has been heartening to see the good results that we have gained in this program. And we are looking forward to tracking data and also to publish on our findings in the near future. Secondly, I am thrilled to report that we have now received a special access program approval for 2 patients for psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy. The first patient with treatment-resistant depression, and the second patient suffering from end-of-life distress and anxiety. These patients have failed all other modalities of treatment, and we are very happy to be able to help them in this way. And we have a great team standing by to offer these programs to the patients in the near future. Thirdly, I'm also happy to report that we have received a no objection letter from Health Canada pertaining to a clinical trial that we are planning. This basically means that there's a certification from Health Canada, and we are at present putting this trial through ethics at UBC, the University of British Columbia, and we hope to start enrolling patients in the near future. This first trial is titled Standardized Natural Psilocybin-Assisted Psychotherapy for the treatment of opioid tapering in chronic pain patients. This is an open label feasibility trial. And lastly, we are hard at work for an even bigger trial, a randomized control trial, using macrodose psilocybin in the context, yet again, of psychotherapy for the treatment of chronic pain and depression. So this will be a larger study with up to 60 participants, and we are looking at a CIHR, or Canada Institutes of Health Research grant, to hopefully be able to offer the study here in British Columbia. So that's basically a summary of what we're doing right now. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. My email address is doclow, DOCLOUW, @mail.ubc.ca, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great afternoon. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Liz Flores-Farrell. I'm a trauma psychotherapist in Montclair, New Jersey, an unceded territory of the Lenape people. I'm first-generation Central American with a complex identity of both Indigenous and European roots. I work primarily with first-generation Latinx individuals reconciling with intergenerational trauma. I trained with the Center for Psychedelic Therapies and Research program at the California Institute of Integral Studies. My background is in psychodynamic psychotherapy, and I have additional training in somatic experiencing. I'm in gratitude to First Nations peoples, particularly the Mazatec people, for sharing their wisdom with us. Without their contributions, we would not have psychedelic therapy available to us. As a trauma therapist, I work holistically, inviting the different parts of the client: culture, race, identity, gender expression, lived experience, the body, the nervous system, and their spirituality. Ketamine as a medicine is a wonderful adjunct to working holistically for trauma resolution. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic with antidepressant properties. At a lower dose, it acts as a lubricant for psychotherapy. And at a higher dose, it creates a dissociation from their personal narratives. There's a sense of remote viewing, a sense of liberation from the mind, a sense of surrender. It is almost like viewing your own psyche. What makes ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, or CAP for short, a wonderful tool for trauma work is that it is a collaborative and a very intentional process. Trauma expert Peter Levine describes trauma as what was too much, too fast on the nervous system and left the person dysregulated. With CAP, the therapist and the client are co-creating an experience from start to finish. There's a co-creation with consent, consideration for set and setting. That is the mindset of both the client and the therapist. And there's careful consideration for the environment. There's a building of trust, protection, playfulness, and we cultivate curiosity and a sense of sacredness, which can serve as a corrective experience. We have preparation sessions that focus on developing internal safety, creating a container, slowly working towards the medicine session. The preparation phase is focused on consent, clarification of intentions, and resourcing. Resourcing can be in the form of somatic exercises, meditation, breath work, and journaling. During the medicine session, the therapist is there each step of the way to support and facilitate the journey. CAP can help people develop a sense of awe for their own consciousness and help them feel embodied. People have somatic releases and experience revelations during sessions, and the therapist is there to support the process and provide containment throughout each step. After the medicine session, we have integration sessions, which is arguably the most important part of the process. This is the meaning-making process. This is where the client has the opportunity to process what they saw, what they heard, what they felt during their journey. This is where they can make connections for real change. CAP can help people gain different perspectives of chronic patterns, release shame and inadequacy, let go of ruminating thoughts and chronic depression. CAP can teach people to embrace symbolism and play. The integration process can be creative, like writing or artwork, anything that helps the client put the experience into perspective. Ketamine-assisted psychotherapy is not a cure-all, but it is a very useful tool. The most important thing to note about ketamine-assisted psychotherapy is that it is a relational process. Ketamine is a catalyst for deeper connection, the connection to the therapist, the process, the medicine, and a different way of relating to oneself. The real medicine is the relationship and the collaborative process of integrating both the mind, body, the spirit for a sense of wholeness. Thank you.
My name is Ognian, and I work as a clinical psychologist and trauma-informed psychotherapist. And in past 3 years, I've focused my work to help people integrate their psychedelic experience. So that's something that I would like to talk to you about. It's the step of integration of psychedelic experience, which is, I think, easily overlooked, especially by the people who are now receiving a lot of mainstream news about the benefits of psychedelic healing and usage of psychedelics. So to me, it's pretty natural that we are easily overlooking the part of integration, as it's kind of in the nature of Western society to not to stop, not to reflect, not to learn to be in the present moment, but to be goal-oriented. So what I'm seeing a lot is that these news are promising. Psychedelics are healing traumas. I did psychedelics once, they helped me a lot. So even though they have a lot of beautiful and powerful capabilities, after the psychedelic experience passes, after 6-7 hours of maybe the most wonderful journey, we are back here. And it is really that then we start kind of needing to live the integration. Because maybe during this 6 and 7 hours of psychedelic experience, something happened that's so out of our everyday habits or everyday routine, or something that we are used to living. So I see integration as a crucial step, especially as a crucial step in the trauma healing that we are promoting psychedelics through mostly. So by being able to stop, to reflect, to actually make a relationship to the experiences that you've just had or you have had before, and to say, wow, this experience was so out of my everyday reach. There must be something that I can learn from here. And it's inevitable that there is always a lot of things. And in a way, psychedelic integration is very similar to when we work on dreams, as we can always be coming back to these experiences, and every time we will be able to find a new wisdom. So there is a lot to say on this topic and a lot to reflect on what we need as a Western society to be able to heal people. And when I say heal people, I mean heal people in clinics with psychedelics. And for that, I just want to pinpoint the importance of making conversation and the learning from various indigenous communities that were using these plants throughout centuries. So this is the moment that we can truly heal from generational trauma, colonization, and start listening each other and learning. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you on November 12th.
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is P.R.E.A.C.H. I'm an Israeli social worker and advocate for harm reduction and drug policy, as well as psychedelic therapy here in Israel. I've been trained as a policy practice social worker in P.R.E.A.C.H College, and I've been creating different community platforms here in Israel for harm reduction, integration, psychedelic social work, whether it's access to therapy or access to research. I have created several platforms, including the Israeli Society or Israeli Psychedelic Society here in Israel. In the past few years, I've been focusing my harm reduction efforts through an organization called Oxygen or Hamzan. We provide harm reduction education and information for different audiences, as well as creating an access center I've been working on for the past few years here in Israel, creating better and bigger access to psychedelic therapy and treatment in legal modalities, whether in Israel or around the world. For the past few years, I've been part of the Thank You Plant Medicine team, creating sharing platform and integration circles online during COVID. Here in Israel, I'm also an advocate working with the drug committee in the government, in the Israeli parliament, and putting together different researchers from different fields to try and create more Israeli research on phenomenological or sociological sides of psychedelics, not only the research done today on healing and psychotherapy. Another thing I've been doing over the past few years is creating student cells in different universities under SSDP, Students for Sensible Drug Policy, an international forum for drug policy change. And I'm very proud to say that we've had great success here in Israel. We're going to be creating an academic forum as well to include SSDP together with leading researchers in the field of mental health, well-being, psychedelics, and maybe sociology and other sides of it as well. As an integration host and guide, I do personal processes of integration and preparation with people before and after their psychedelic journeys, as well as holding space for groups in a circle format. We do sharing circles and integration circles for the past few years, both virtually on Zoom and also in person, whether in Tel Aviv or in other places around the country. As a therapist and a person with PTSD as well, I see a lot of importance for the psychedelic renaissance here in Israel. I think that psychedelics have a lot of hope, whether for personal well-being and welfare here in Israel, but also on a collective level for bringing more understanding and harmony and peace into our lives here in this complicated piece of the world. As a social worker with roots very deep in harm reduction, I've been volunteering in raves and parties for the past few years, creating safe spaces for people to come and rest and go through their psychedelic experiences safely. I see a lot of importance to harm reduction action in the field, as well as integration, which is another crucial part of harm reduction in psychedelics, in my perspective. Under the Government Committee for War on Drugs, I am part of a research team researching raves and rave goers to learn more about their harm reduction efforts and perspectives. We will be publishing a few more papers this year about it, together with a multidisciplinary team of researchers, including members of the government offices, as well as some of the leading harm reduction experts in the field here in Israel. We've been doing this research, and hopefully we'll be making quite a substantial policy change based in this research as well in the coming years. Thank you for this opportunity. I highly appreciate this chance to speak about my home country and this very esteemed platform. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, thank you so much to the P.R.E.A.C.H Association, the Psychedelics for Research, Entrepreneurs, Academics, Advocates, and Curious Humans for inviting me to do a short video description of my advocacy and research in psychedelics space. My name is Sergio Mora. I'm a senior scientist and a stem cell senior scientist with over 15 years of experience in stem cell research. And I focus my career in studying stem cells from different perspectives. My main research interests are focused on biological mechanisms controlling the cell fate of stem cells and the cellular transitions over the process of differentiation. Over my career, over the years of research in my career, I have been focusing in developing novel protocols for pancreatic differentiation. So I have been studying type 1, type 2 diabetes and pancreatic cancer. And especially I developed novel systems to model that disease, and in addition to do drug discovery. So the topic of my speech in here is focused on cannabis applications in diabetes and colorectal cancer. And I'm gonna talk about that specifically about case studies that comes from myself personally and also family members. I discovered cannabis long time ago as a medicine. My mom, she was diagnosed of pancreatic cancer, and in her last stages of her life, we applied cannabidiol oil to her just to remove the inflammation and the pain, and really helped her. So I could find that cannabis is a really good medicine to alleviate the pain and suffering of patients with that disease. And in addition to that, my father, he was diagnosed 5 years ago of colorectal cancer. He survived. He still grows cannabis at home, and he uses that medicine to treat his colorectal cancer. We discovered that suppositories of cannabis, full spectrum, administered for over 6 months, could, in addition to radiotherapy and chemotherapy, could shrink the size of the colorectal cysts, and right now he's a survivor. But in addition to that, I found from early on that cannabis is helping me personally to control my blood glucose. I'm a type 1 diabetic patient, and I found that low levels of cannabis can reduce the stress and anxiety, and by chance reducing the levels of cortisol, epinephrine, and adrenaline could regulate the actions of insulin in the body. In other words, has a role reducing the insulin resistance. Some papers describe that, but from my personal experience, I know it really works in the regulation of the blood glucose and reducing the consumption of insulin in the type 1 diabetic patients like I am. Colorectal cancer from my father was a very nice experience because he's a survivor, and also I believe the cannabis actions not only has an anti-cancer drug, also in the regulation of the anxiety and the levels of those hormones could play an important role in the progression of the cancer. Finally, not extending my talk for a long period of time, I would like to talk a little bit from personal experience with microdosing with psilocybin. plus CBD, cannabidiol, a paradigm for the serotonin receptor 2A and 1A. On my personal experience, the microdosing of psilocybin and cannabidiol in small doses has an important action by regulating the anxiety, and in addition, that regulation in anxiety and hormone levels plays an important role in the blood glucose control. So that is the topic that I would like to explain in that speech. Thank you so much for the team for inviting me to perform this talk, and I'm wishing all the best to the people that use psychedelics. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sky Weaver. I'm a psychedelic cannabis facilitator, an integration specialist, a psychedelic self-care specialist, as well as a women's leadership mentor. And I'm thrilled to have been invited here to speak to all of you today. So thank you so much for having me. I've been asked to share a little bit about my story and also how it pertains to some of the indigenous teachings that I've learned, so that we can appreciate rather than appropriate some of these teachings within the medicine world. So I grew up in a pretty loving, vanilla kind of home. My dad's an ordained minister, and my mom was a kindergarten teacher. And I had a pretty good life growing up, you know, and privileged, white presenting. So I quote unquote didn't really have anything to complain about. But of course, in doing medicine work, there were things that started to come up for me in how I had been presenting myself, who I was being in the process of whatever it is that I was doing. And that there were parts of myself that were being revealed to me in these medicine spaces that I had hidden, pushed down for shame, for fitting in, for what I thought, who I thought I needed to be in order to get the love that I needed growing up, from my family, from my community. And it wasn't until I moved to California and found a, medicine community of like-minded people that I was like, here are my people. Here are people asking questions and digging deep and willing to look at themselves and start to own their impact in the world, in who they're being, how they're interacting with other people, with the planet, but also how their way of being is turned into an offering in the world. And one of the teachings through my many years of sitting with ayahuasca, and also working with many other different plants, including cannabis, obviously, that there is this teaching of the eagle condor prophecy that's really sat with me and been really impactful for me. And it's this idea of when the conquistadors came, when the Spanish came to try to civilize and conquer the Americas, it was seen, it was foretold, and part of that forward seeing, was this eagle condor prophecy that one day the eagle and the condor would reunite in sacred flight. And what that means is that the eagle is what represents the West, the mind, the masculine, technology, and a bit more of the the Western mentality. And then the condor is more of the earth-based, the feminine-led, the indigenous ways, the ancient technologies of indigenous teachings with plant medicines, with Amazonian shamanic herbalism that we call dietas, with all of these different kinds of folk remedies and indigenous wisdom, you know, these first peoples who are extensions of the earth and still connected to their mother. And that this idea of the Eagle Condor prophecy is not saying that we need to get rid of the Western mentality, that actually the teaching is that the reuniting, the eagle and the condor reunite in sacred flight, meaning reintegration, that the masculine with the feminine, the ideation with the body, the new, the modernity with the ancient, and that this is a lot of what a lot of the medicine facilitators these days feel like they are a part of, is the fulfilling of this prophecy and being able to use our voices. I, as a privileged white woman, being able to use my voice to call attention to and hold sacred, to appreciate rather than appropriate these teachings, and be able to bring them to my communities and the people that I get to connect with in a way that allows me to walk in right relationship with these medicines and honor the lineage from which they came. So I hope that that resonates for you too, and that this teaching helps you to integrate more of who you are into your life, integrate more of the heart in with the mind, and also integrate more of the ancient and remembrance in with the modern and the achieving. So thank you again so much for allowing me to be able to speak today. Thank you for your patience as the airplane flew overhead, and also my coughs as I'm navigating towards the end of COVID. So again, thank you, blessings, and have a wonderful rest of your time on the rest of these talks today. Bye.
Wow, another remarkable segment. So Gaetano, do you want to introduce segment 3 while I cue that one up as well?
Yes, Rob, thank you. So for segment 3, stay tuned, folks. We got some dynamic people here. Pat Murphy, a filmmaker, documentary on psychedelia, the history and science of mystical experience, and talks about the NYU psilocybin study. We have Catherine Tucker, galvanizing changes in law and policy to open access to psychedelic medication. We have Michael Kidd, regulatory specialist from Nova Scotia, Canada, talking about the Canadian landscape for psychedelics, RTT, end-of-life issues, and the special access program. We have Ken Walsky, Executive Director, Coalition for Medical Marijuana, New Jersey, 501c3 Cannabis Advocacy, and their endorsement bill of Bill S-2934, the New Jersey psilocybin bill. And we have Nichelle Santos, Minorities for Medical Marijuana, New Jersey State Director, and endorsement for psychedelics. And we have Luna Stower. She was on our panel in her personal journey with psychedelics. Derek Knudsen, hiring and jobs in the psychedelic industry, and Elliot Marseille, University of Berkeley, the economics and public health impacts of psychedelics economics locally and globally. David Feldman, cannabis and psychedelic finance and stock investment challenges, and Sissy Lee, senior data architect of Porta Sophia, a prior art therapy search tool for psychedelic patents. Gina Giorgio, psychedelics in the media. And to round off that panel, we have Chef Nico talking about plant-based psychedelics. So roll the tapes, Rob.
You got it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pat Murphy. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm here to talk about a documentary I made on psychedelic research called Psychedelia, the History and Science of Mystical Experience. So just to start, I'm going to play the trailer to the movie, just to give you a sense of what it's all about.
We bring them in on one Monday and give them a small dose of LSD, and this is where we aim for the so-called psychedelic experience.
The word psychedelic came from a poem. To fathom hell or soar angelic, just take a pinch of psychedelic.
So it's a really unique history in that there was a heyday of psychedelic research extending from the 1950s through the early 70s.
The best clinical outcomes are with subjects who had a mystical level experience.
You want to give yourself as much as you can.
We teach the science and art of ecstasy. We teach people how to turn on, or how to go out of their minds.
We must wage what I have called total war against public enemy number one, the problem of dangerous drugs.
And that was really the beginning of the war on drugs, which has created a real problem.
We need a different perspective, and we need that sort of overview effect that the astronauts get when they see that every one of us is just on this blue ball, hurtling through space.
I had this feeling coming over me of compassion for myself. That's such a gift.
Okay, so I started making this film a long time ago. It was way back in 2011. And I was actually going to film school at NYU. And I learned that NYU was doing a study with psilocybin and people with cancer who were diagnosed with cancer and struggling with end-of-life anxiety. I was really intrigued by the idea of a controlled substance like psilocybin being used in a sort of FDA, DEA controlled way in a therapeutic context. And then I also learned about all this history of psychedelic research. So in the 50s and 60s, before the sort of hippie movement, LSD and psilocybin too were used by psychiatrists for addiction, for depression, for anxiety. And it was used in a very uncontroversial way, which I found very interesting. And it didn't really become controversial until the counterculture hippie movement of the 60s. And the anti-war movement, everything that was happening in the culture at the time. So I set out to tell that story. I wanted to tell the story of this NYU study with end-of-life anxiety, and also the history of psychedelic research as well in the 50s and 60s. So that's the film I set out to make a long time ago. It took a really long time to put together. But I was very lucky. I got to connect with a lot of the major players in this field. And we've been screening it the past 2 years with conferences and universities and organizations in the psychedelic research space. And I'm happy to say that it's now available on major platforms to rent or purchase, platforms like Amazon, Apple TV, and YouTube. So if you're interested in finding out more, you can go to the website at psychedeliadoc.com. And thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about this film.
Yeah, so thanks for the invite, and I will try to tick through these pretty quickly. Let me just go back in case anyone wants to capture my email. Feel free to follow up if I don't touch on something of interest. There's my email. I've very recently moved my work to the National Psychedelics Association. It's a brand new organization that is still kind of standing itself up, but it seems like a good place from which to do the work that I'm doing that I'll talk a little bit about with you today. But just to introduce myself to everyone, I come into this work after a really pretty long career that was focused on advocacy to protect and expand the rights of terminally ill patients. And over, 35 years, that involved a lot of different things, including advocacy to ensure that dying patients receive aggressive pain and symptom management, that they're able to access really quite aggressive interventions like palliative sedation, which I'll talk about a little bit, and what is sometimes called death with dignity, but more often referred to as aid in dying. I was really in the front lines of that work with the nation's first ballot in 1991 in Washington to enact a death with dignity law. I was the campaign counsel. We came within shouting distance of passing that, and then went on to succeed in Oregon a couple of years later in 1994 with the nation's first initiative measure that passed into law, allowing dying patients the option of aid in dying. And that work then went on to also involve defense of that act, which has some modern day significance in the psychedelic litigation that I'll be talking about. So some of you may remember the case of Oregon et al. Versus Ashcroft Gonzalez, and I'll have a chance to talk about that a little bit later. So I started, my interest in psychedelic medicine, and in particular psilocybin, because it is a new tool that fills a notable gap in the palliative care toolbox, and that is to relieve non-physical suffering. And that's really important. This, for those of you who don't work in the arena of end-of-life care, the reality is, for all of the wonderful benefits of modern medicine, the kind of difficult reality is no one very much dies quickly anymore. And for many patients, death can be very protracted. The dying process can be very protracted. And that can bring considerable non-physical suffering, anxiety, and depression. So, much of the work of my career did see measures to improve relief of physical suffering, and we've made a lot of progress. It is now standard of care and really mandatory to address physical suffering. Failure to do so is actionable. But there hasn't been a great tool for relief of non-physical suffering until we started to see these really compelling recent findings about the efficacy of psilocybin to reduce anxiety and depression in this population. And so I've got a few slides here. The literature is really worth looking at. It's quite compelling. These studies come out of leading universities, UCLA, Johns Hopkins, finding that when patients with advanced illness have even a single psychotherapy assisted session with psilocybin, they have really remarkable relief, immediate, substantial, and sustained relief. And that's, quite unusual to have one treatment with such profound beneficial effect. So when I started to see these studies, I got excited about opening access. I like to share this site because this is a recent landscape overview of all of the many studies of a variety of different psychedelics that have been in the modern era of research, and it's a comprehensive and really useful overview. I also like to remind people that we do allow patients with advanced illness to choose to ingest controlled substances in the course of end-of-life care to eradicate consciousness, and that's the intervention known as palliative sedation. That intervention is for patients who have physical suffering that is not responding to conventional therapy, and they are able to invite a clinician to induce complete unconsciousness and withhold food and fluid until death arrives. We also allow an increasingly large number of terminally ill people across the country to choose death with dignity, aid in dying. And many states now have followed in Oregon's footsteps and make that option available. And I like to say, well, if we allow ingestion of controlled substances to eradicate consciousness and or to precipitate death, why shouldn't there be access of a controlled substance to elevate and expand consciousness, which is what psychedelics do? And a really interesting question then arises about whether people who think they might want to choose aid in dying or another aggressive end-of-life option would have that choice impacted by psilocybin-assisted therapy. We don't know yet. There's no data bearing on that. It's certainly something that could be studied with implementation of the Oregon Psilocybin Services Act, which will be happening in a few months. So that's a really interesting study question to watch. So as you probably all know, and we're mostly all lawyers here, psilocybin and other psychedelic substances sit on Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act, which means, you know, it's the most strictly regulated and deemed to have no accepted medical use in treatment. So I've kind of given a number of ways that access could open, and the obvious main avenue to reform is to take psilocybin and or other psychedelics off of Schedule 1 and reschedule them. We do have a rescheduling petition pending with the DEA. We filed it in February, first ever rescheduling petition for psilocybin that we're aware of. And of course, the ongoing clinical trials are directed at coming to completion and seeing rescheduling flow as a downstream event. So that's kind of a main avenue to reform. There's some limited ability to stay in the FDA sandbox and gain access through the FDA expanded access program. I won't talk much about that. There's been plenty of criticism of that as an avenue to access. There is, as you know, an ongoing burgeoning interest in the states, including Oregon as the pioneering state to adopt a legal regime. And now, of course, other states are trying to follow in those footsteps. Whether we will see a cooperative federalism approach emerge is yet to be determined. We do not know if the federal government will choose to refrain from pursuing sanction under federal law when states legalize and regulate. That's a question mark. And then another avenue that I will kind of focus some discussion on is an avenue that I'm exploring, which is using right to try laws to open access. So as mentioned, the Oregon law, yet again, another pioneering initiative-driven enactment in the state of Oregon. Federal response uncertain. And what's also uncertain is we don't know how even state authorities in Oregon, those who license physicians and other healing professionals, whether they will consider licensure sanction, et cetera. So we don't know that. We've had a lot of discussion within the National Psychedelics Association about being prepared to defend those professionals should that emerge. So, absent a federal safe harbor, even if a state like Oregon or perhaps next New Jersey succeeds in enacting a state law, without a federal safe harbor, there are going to be barriers to participation. And particularly the population that I focus on, which is people with advanced illness. These are medically and pharmacologically complicated patients. You probably would hope that that patient would have their therapy overseen by a highly trained physician who understands their medical condition and all of the big pharma that they may be on. And yet, when there's not a federal safe harbor, you have the problem that physicians are DEA registrants and they can't put their DEA registration at risk. And you also have the reality that most people that are receiving end-of-life care are receiving it through the hospice benefit, which is a federal Medicare benefit. And that's not possible when there's not a federal safe harbor. And hence my interest in utilizing state and federal right to try laws to establish both state and federal safe harbor. So what the heck are these laws? These laws recognize that some otherwise prohibited drugs are to be accessible in certain situations for certain populations. These laws swept the country in a firestorm between the first enactment in Colorado in 2014 and 2020. 41 states adopted state statutes that establish this right. And that's a very fast, a very rapid rate of adoption. And the federal government adopted a federal right to try, the federal Congress, in 2018. And I've given you the site to the federal statute, the USC code, and to the RCW, the Washington statute, because our advocacy effort arises in the state of Washington. So these are the criteria for the patient to be eligible. The federal statute uses the language life-threatening, which, you know, for those who appreciate the significance of words, that's obviously a broader term than terminally ill. And it could certainly encompass people at risk of suicide, for example, veterans with PTSD, as we know, something on the order of 20 per day, veteran suicides from unrelieved PTSD. So they could be deemed eligible patients, and certainly patients with terminal illness as well. They must have exhausted other treatment options, be unable to participate in a clinical trial, and sign a rather elaborate informed consent, because of course what we're talking about are investigational drugs. So that seems appropriate. Well, what is an eligible investigational drug? These are the simple criteria, and that is true for psilocybin. It is also true for another psychedelic, MDMA. Those both have completed an FDA phase 1 clinical trial, not yet licensed or approved, and remain under investigation. You might ask yourself, well, are Schedule 1 substances within the reach of RTT? And the argument that we advance in our case is yes, of course. And the reason why we know this is that some of the states, as the many states were considering enactment, included specific carve-outs. And I've given you the example of Missouri, and this is what such a carve-out looks like. Legislative drafters know how to exclude when they want to, and Missouri did so, but there is no such exclusion in the Washington statute, nor the vast majority of the state enactments, nor in the federal enactment. So this case you may have heard about, and if you haven't, you might like to learn about it. It's a pretty interesting advocacy effort. I represent the Advanced Integrative Medical Science Institute, known as AIMS, which is based in Seattle. It's an integrative oncology clinic, and its palliative care director, Dr. Sunil Agarwal, and a number of Dr. Agarwal's patients who have advanced cancer. And that clinic already does provide ketamine assisted therapy, which is a kind of a cutting edge effort to address anxiety and depression in dying patients. It sits on Schedule 3, so it doesn't face the same barrier to access. And yet Dr. Agarwal believes his patients would benefit from psilocybin therapy. And so we approached the DEA to find out how it was going to accommodate the law of the land, these right to try laws. And the DEA refused. And so we went into the Ninth Circuit. There's a direct jurisdiction in the Ninth Circuit. Do not need to stop at district court or start in district court. You just go straight into the Ninth Circuit. And we had a year of litigation. In that time, we were joined by many amici, and this is, you know, quite an interesting array of amici. I share it with you not only because it's really interesting who came in, All of these are on the side supporting petitioners who I represent, including, the unusual, unlikely having Cato and the ACLU on the same side in a case, and seeing so many states come in to stand up for their state statutes and to oppose the federal DEA agency from essentially usurping state authority to regulate the practice of medicine. And then we saw lots of others as well, end-of-life advocates, some of the leading researchers, including Roland Griffiths, who's led the modern era research at Johns Hopkins. A really interesting and robust participation, and there will be another round of amicus participation coming up soon. So put out some antenna as to whether you have clients who have voices that merit amicus participation. So the petitioners argued essentially as follows. RTT is the law of the land. Since I'm here among lawyers, I'll do the little bit of drill down into those deep weeds that lawyers love. The right to try is an amendment of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, the FDCA, which is largely implemented by the FDA. The Controlled Substances Act is a different federal statute. It's largely implemented by the DEA. And the CSA, within its own statute in section 902, has a provision that says nothing in the CSA shall be read to override the FDCA. So it looks clear that the federal Congress has determined how, when there's an apparent tension or conflict between the CSA and the FDCA, that the CSA cannot override. In addition, the DEA's scope of authority is limited, as all federal agencies are, and it is to effectuate controls against diversion, and it is not empowered to make determinations regarding the practice of medicine. And as mentioned earlier, in this case known as Gonzalez versus Oregon, which some of you may remember when Attorney General John Ashcroft was the AG, he was very offended by the fact that Oregon had empowered dying patients to choose a more peaceful death through aid in dying. And he tried to use his office as US Attorney General to nullify the Oregon Death with Dignity Act. And he issued a directive that said any physician complying with the Oregon enactment would face action under the CSA. And that was challenged in federal court. I represented the patient interveners. The state of Oregon stood up as well as the primary plaintiff. And we litigated that through every level of federal court. And we won at every level, including SCOTUS, which said the states are the primary regulators of the practice of medicine. And so that's an important precedent here. The DEA's position, we did circle around in that first round of litigation with a lot of discussion about whether the agency's determination was sufficiently final to open the courthouse doors. And as you know, agencies love to avoid review of their action by saying, nothing to see here, no final agency action has actually happened. So, you know, that was its primary argument in the first round of the Ames litigation. To the extent that the DEA presented a merits argument, it is this next bullet, which basically said, look, it's important to the war on drugs to prevent dying patients from accessing this drug. It was quite ridiculous. The Ninth Circuit, as most federal courts do when the agency argues no final agency action, punted the issue out of the courthouse and said, insufficiently final. So maybe the DEA hoped we would go away, but we immediately pivoted and filed two things: a request for a final agency action and a petition to reschedule. Interestingly, and we're quite, proud and pleased that Ames 1 catalyzed the introduction of a bipartisan, bicameral bill in the US Congress. And that it's called the Right to Try Clarification Act. And it is simply to clarify that Schedule I substances are within the ambit of RTT. This is also an opportunity for everyone to think about, do you have clients who would want to be alerted to this pending federal bill, who have voices that should be heard? The window is open for letters of support, and we've generated quite a few already. It's really important for federal legislators to know that their constituents are watching this and they would like to see prompt enactment of this bill. So yes, please see if you can engage some powerful voices in support to move this bill to enactment. We had a couple of different communications from the DEA on our request for final agency action. We got one at the end of June, and we thought it was sufficiently final that we raced back into court with a petition for review. And then in August, we got a letter that actually used the magic words, final agency action. And so we filed a petition for review based on the August 19 letter. We're now consolidating those, and we'll be back and are back to reach the merits. So this is another opportunity I'll flag for you for amicus participation. You know, a really interesting development when that bipartisan bicameral bill was introduced, we saw a broad coalition of veterans step up and submit a letter to the federal legislators urging prompt enactment of the federal Right to Try Clarification Act. And the language of their letter that has really resonated and stayed with me is they said, you know, in light of the high rate of PTSD among veterans and the fact that MDMA assisted therapy is so efficacious, many veterans are leaving the country they served to receive services with MDMA therapy in Jamaica and Peru and Mexico. And their words were, that is morally unacceptable. And that's really powerful. So it would be great to see the veterans come in and share that perspective as amici. There is a citizen activist website now that I share with you. Up on that website are sample letters to send to legislators. There's a petition. That website is updated with these model letters that I've mentioned to you. That group has, I believe, monthly Zoom calls. So for anyone really interested in following this Right to Try work, feel free to visit that website and post it to your circles and communities to really kind of build a grassroots support. So I'm going to kind of wrap up and then love to have discussion with you all, but just sharing that, you know, there are a variety of efforts underway to open access to psychedelics. And, you know, these range from things like the effort to enact a bill in New Jersey. I just stopped in Denver on my way out to the East Coast. I'm now in New York for some other events. But I stopped in Denver to speak at a educational conference about an effort that's pending in Colorado. And Colorado will have an Oregon-style initiative measure on the ballot in a couple of weeks. So we've got these state efforts going on. We've got this federal effort going on, and lots of ways for attorneys to get involved. I am a founding board member of the Psychedelic Bar Association. If you don't know about it, I've given you the site, and it's kind of a place for attorneys that want to come in and practice in this arena to find their peer groups. And there are a number of different committees ranging from, you know, corporate practice to IP to litigation to ethics that have meetings and do important work. The Psychedelic Bar is always encouraging everyone to practice in this arena under the rubric of the set of very high ethical standards set forth in the North Star Pledge. And if you don't know about it, I've given you the site to it. It's worth taking a look. It's a very high ethical level of practice. So with that, I'll stop the sharing of the screen.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Kidd, and I'm a regulatory communications specialist based here in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. First of all, I'd like to thank you for asking me to participate in this program today. I think it's outstanding, the work FEM's doing, Stockton University, to bring the kind of education and information that is so critical on an international scale that will allow us to learn from each other what's working, what's not working on the policy, the regulatory, even on the clinical front and treatment fronts as well. So it is certainly an honor to be given this opportunity to speak. So thank you very much. I'd like to begin by just telling you a bit about myself. I own a company called Kidder Group, Inc., which again specializes in regulatory communications, which is really a fancy way of saying that we work to educate, inform, and persuade government officials to get a better understanding of psychedelic medicines and how they are shaping the paradigm in mental health treatments and modalities right across the country to help people who are at end of life, palliative, or suffering from treatment-resistant conditions like anxiety and depression and post-traumatic stress. If you're involved in psychedelics in any way, one of the things I like about the P.R.E.A.C.H program is it is inviting people who are curious about psychedelics. If you're involved at all, you'll know that we have an uphill challenge here in terms of moving regulations forward. We are seeing a lot of progress, though, especially in the United States, where we're seeing bills being moved at the state levels, some great work being done at the federal level with Right to Try, even right through here to Canada, where we have the Special Access Program now that is allowing Canadians to access who are suffering from serious or life-threatening conditions on an emergency basis. Still a lot of work that needs to be done on the policy and the regulatory front. And again, that begins with communications. And I guess the one important thing I'd like to leave you with is when it comes to communicating psychedelics, there's a fundamental difference that between driving communication and the importance of evidence-based medicine, informed decision-making, ethics at the grassroots level, from working with your local politicians at the municipal, federal, and provincial levels, and in your case, in some in the United States, at the state and federal levels. But really, also, how do we influence a change from the top? And it's where my company has spent a lot of time over the last couple of years, really driving the decision makers to understand how these medications are impacting people every single day. One of the things I get emails from Canadians right across the country who hear about my work and tell me about their depression, their anxiety, and all different types of ailments that they're suffering from. And it's heartbreaking, but it drives me to continue to do the work that I do, which is continue to fight for controlled legal access in a properly regulated format that provides medicines to patients who are palliative and at end of life. One of the questions I often get is, will we see recreational usage of psychedelics? And my personal opinion is we won't see that for probably quite some time. We need to really establish the efficacy of these medicines, and one of the best ways to do that is through the clinical trials process. Health Canada has done a great job of allowing companies to establish their dealers' licenses to cultivate mushrooms, to formulate various types of synthetic compounds as well, like LSD, MDMA. So there's a lot of work to be done still. It's a true privilege to be involved in this space where I've met some of the most incredibly powerful and illuminating human beings that I've ever met, and that's from the person who's facing their end of life to the P.R.E.A.A.C.H and the Paul Stamets of the world, who are really trying to bring these medicines to the forefront so that we can all get healthier and better. And having gone through what this world has gone through over the last 2 years, it's probably even more important to be talking about psychedelics. So continue to be curious, continue to love the work you do. I'm excited about it, and look forward to sharing more if and when you'll have me. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Ken Walsky. I'm a registered nurse, and I am executive director of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana New Jersey, CMMNJ. CMMNJ is an all-volunteer 501c3 nonprofit educational organization and public charity. I co-founded CMMNJ in 2003. CMMNJ was instrumental in getting the original medical marijuana bill introduced into the state legislature in 2005 and then passed into law in 2010. In 2014, CMMNJ endorsed legalization of cannabis. We said legalization was the best way to get this essential medicine to the most people. Now we have post-legalization goals, including home cultivation for patients, insurance coverage for medical cannabis, and hospital and other institutional access to cannabis for qualified patients. CMMNJ has Zoom meetings on the second Tuesday of every month from 7 to 9 p.m. You are welcome to join us and stay up to date on our issues. Simply give us your email address at our website, cmmnj.org, for monthly updates and agendas. CMMNJ was pleased to note that New Jersey Senate President Nick Scutari filed Bill S-2934, the Psilocybin Behavioral Health Access and Services Act. CMMNJ Board of Directors endorsed Senator Scutari's psilocybin access bill. We see this as a continuation of access to plant medicine that can help so many people with legitimate health issues. Plant medicine is often safer and more effective than pharmaceutical intervention. We note that Senator Scutari's bill would allow home cultivation of psilocybin mushrooms. This is true even while home cultivation of medical cannabis is still not permitted. Home cultivation of medical cannabis was included in the original compassionate use medical marijuana bill, but it was removed in committee just before the bill passed into law. Advocates of the psilocybin bill will have to closely monitor the progress through the legislature and testify at upcoming hearings in order to ensure the best possible outcome of this legislation. There is a great deal of scientific evidence of psilocybin's medical usefulness. My own story is a case in point. I was an active member of the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. I was an anti-war activist, and I started smoking marijuana while I was a senior at Trenton High School. I hitchhiked out to California shortly after I graduated from high school in 1966. I roomed with a friend in Santa Monica, and I started taking night classes at Santa Monica City College in the spring of '67. That spring, I attended a lecture at UCLA by Tim Leary. Tim was at his charismatic best, and he finished the talk by urging us to turn on, tune in, and drop out. I hitchhiked back to Trenton, where I enrolled in Mercer County Community College full-time in the fall of '67. By my second semester there, I began experimenting with LSD. I transferred to Rutgers in '69 with a full academic scholarship. I tripped about 100 times during my 4 years as a full-time student, and I finally stopped after graduating with a bachelor's degree with honors and with distinction in philosophy in 1971. But I also suffered from painful bouts of depression during this time that started with me at about age 16. In 1973, I began my career in healthcare as an institutional attendant at Trenton Psychiatric Hospital. By 1976, I became a registered nurse. As a nurse, I learned I could take some actions to fight off the depressive episodes. I increased my physical activity, I decreased my alcohol intake, and I increased my marijuana smoking. But still the depressive episodes came. In 1989, I did psilocybin while on vacation in California. And since that time, I have never once experienced a depressive episode. To this day, I attribute the complete remission of my depressive episodes to the use of psilocybin. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone. It's time for Preach, psychedelics for researchers, entrepreneurs, academics, advocates, and curious humans. I'm Nichelle Santos, founder and CEO of Canna Coverage Insurance. We provide risk management strategies and insurance services for the cannabis community, plant touching, and the ancillary businesses. I'm also the state co-director of Minorities for Medical Marijuana. We're a 501c3 advocacy group that stands on 4 pillars of excellence in cannabis and medical marijuana, like social equity, health equity, social justice, and creating legislative policy on a federal and state level where medical marijuana and adult recreational use is legal. M for MM's mission is focused on providing advocacy, outreach, research, and training as it relates to the business, social reform, public policy, health, wellness in the cannabis industry. I'm so excited over my dear friend and colleague, Gaetano Lardiri, future entheogenic medicines, or FEM, in his work to initiate conversations about the host workshops about psychedelics for this bold and historic time at Stockton. As New Jersey State Director for M for MM, it is also critically important to support research, increasing the awareness and education in psychedelics. We support State Senator Scutari's bill in New Jersey, S2934, for psychedelics. It's also important to ensure Black and Brown communities are included and well represented in helping shape the landscape in New Jersey for the upcoming labor force in this innovative emerging industry. For it was this community that has shouldered the burden with the war on drugs and now needs to be integral to the recovery and reconciliation. Psychedelics should be studied for healing of racial trauma and the recidivism rate reduction. Research is preliminary, but still requires much more exploration with inclusion of Black and Brown communities. We will find psychedelics have many applications for illnesses and disease, trauma, mental health, depression, sickle cell, and many other physical ailments. We're also gearing up for the labor force of what we anticipate will be in excess of 100,000 jobs in research and development, counselors, new entrepreneurship, administration, and more when new drugs come online with FDA approval. The time is now to push education in psychedelics, similar to what the cannabis industry was 10 years ago, a true opportunity to build innovative entrepreneurs to create generational wealth. So I'm really excited about this big historic event at Stockton University and FEM, Future Entheogenics Medicine. Gaetano Lardiri is providing for you here today. I look forward to providing risk management and insurance from Canna Coverage to stand up a safe, legal, compliant psychedelics industry as we're doing in the cannabis industry. Please visit www.cannacoverage.net for more information. And I'm also looking forward to M for MM to participate, support, and advocate for yet another amazing industry that has been unjustly prohibited. For more information, please visit www.m4mmunited.org. Thank you to FEM and Stockton University for being a pioneer in psychedelics and for sharing education with the community. It's time to preach. Stay tuned for more exciting Zooms like this one. And we support Bill S2934, and I approve this message.
Hi, y'all. My name is Luna Stour. I'm the Chief Impact Officer at iSpire. We do dope hardware for the cannabis industry. We are all around the world. We're a global company. We're based here in the United States, and we do vaporizers, and all kinds of cool disposables and cartridges and batteries, as well as induction dab devices, which we think are pretty cool. I'm here today, however, to talk about my journey with psychedelics and how I got into the space as now a speaker on global international cannabis and psychedelic plant medicine panels and expos, and really involved in the on-the-ground business and testing and science behind it. So really lucky that I was born and raised in the Oakland area, San Francisco Bay Area, where we legalized in 1996. Prop 215 passed, and that really was the opening of the conversation worldwide. Really, it started a conversation about decriminalization and legalization of cannabis. So I actually have a background in teaching, but what brought me to this space really is through UC Santa Cruz. We used to party at Porter Meadow on 420 and take mushrooms, and that was my first foray into it. Later on, understanding the more spiritual significance of it, I went down with my sister and we studied with Maria Sabina's people in Oaxaca, in Huautla de Jimenez, which is where she was from. And sat with medicine with traditional practitioners and learned a little bit more about it. And from then on, through my work at UC Santa Cruz with Students for Sensible Drug Policy, I really got just full into decriminalization. I'm also a prison abolitionist. I really believe that people should not be behind bars for a plant or nonviolent offenses. So for me, social equity has always been a big part in what we've done in cannabis, which led me into decriminalizing entheogens with Decrim Oakland here in the Bay Area for gifting, gathering, and growing of psychedelic medicine. So I am really lucky that I get to be a speaker on panels around the world and educate people. I was just at the Oakland Psychedelic Conference a couple weekends ago with world-renowned mycologists and people who are really pushing the envelope. Shout out to Emerald Cup. We're going to be announcing the Oakland Psychedelic Cup winners at the Emerald Cup, which is a cannabis event, using certificates of analysis and test results to find out which psilocybin containing mushroom fruit bodies have the highest levels of psilocin and different elements that really are working with our bodies to create these effects that are helping veterans with their PTSD, helping people with end-of-life care, death acceptance, cancer, and all kinds of anxiety and mental health issues. So we're really, really excited to be a part of this movement moving forward. I know a lot of people have used our products in their own ways to support their explorations of psychedelic uses after market, of course. And so we always appreciate the psychonauts out there that are trying to raise their consciousness. And coming from California, this is a really big deal for us. You know, this is the age of awakening that plant medicines are bringing to us. So I feel really grateful that I've been able to sit with this medicine in indigenous spaces, but I know a lot of other people haven't. And so something I would like to recommend to people who are in this space or thinking about the space or curious about the space or supportive of the space or just an enthusiast is to really look at, well, first, Michael Pollan's Netflix How to Change Your Mind series is great on MDMA, mescaline, LSD, and psilocybin, but really learn about the traditional practices of it and really do it with intention. And that's really what I'd like to leave this talk with is that everything that I've learned through my work with plant medicine is authenticity, transparency, abundance, graciousness, gratitude, and appreciation for the shoulders on which we stand through regulation. There's still a lot of people in jail. A lot of people have lost their livelihoods from doing this work of decriminalization. And, you know, folks like Dennis Prohn, Brownie Mary, Oaksterdam University, people getting raided and losing everything. So please be careful out there. This is a sacred medicine. You can't mess with it or treat it like a consumer packaged goods. You can't just pimp it out. You know, it's really a goddess and a sacred plant. All plant medicines are. And so I'm so honored to be here on the ride with you guys. You can find me at lunastour.com, on Instagram at Luna_Stour, and follow Get Ayspire. Check us out, see what we do, and come check me out sometime. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Derek Knudsen, and I'm one of the founding partners here at MetaTalent Group. MTG is a boutique recruitment firm for the cannabis, hemp, and psychedelic industries, and we're working to transform the world by connecting purpose-driven professionals with companies who are focused on people, planet, and profitability. And the founding team here at MTG, we've witnessed firsthand friends and family members who have struggled with addiction and other mental health disorders, and wanted to support these industries because we believe that there's great opportunity to support folks to live a healthier and happier life through some of these psychedelic therapies and other forms of treatment. And so for us, we really want to thank Guy and Stockton University, and in association with them, want to work to help candidates become more hireable in the psychedelics industry. And so there's a couple ways that we'd like to do that. Starting out by better understanding what you've done to try to help yourself become more hireable, and then really jump in with an individualized recruitment plan, really tightening up and working on that resume, making sure that you're prepared for interviews, reading through job descriptions and really understanding the roles and responsibilities there. And then taking that to the next level and building your own personal brand, getting involved in ancillary agencies and programs that are supporting these industries, like Students for Sensible Drug Policy, educating yourself through resources and events like the one that we're at here today. But last but not least, the personal connection that you have to this industry, that becomes so important as you continue down this journey of yours. And you really want to understand why you're getting in this space, because this is more than just an industry. It's more than just a job. And the companies and the leaders in this space want to know about your story and why you're interested and excited to be a part of this transformation as well. And so, really excited to chat with you all today. And again, a huge thank you to Stockton University for letting me be a part of this, and looking forward to working with you all to help you become more hireable in the psychedelics industry. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elliot Marseille, and I'm the founding director of the Global Initiative for Psychedelic Science Economics at the University of California, Berkeley. And we are set up to do the economic appraisal of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapies. So the logic here is that until recently, it made sense to really focus all resources on understanding the safety and effectiveness of the emerging therapies. At this point, we know enough about the effectiveness that it's time to also include an understanding of the economics of the new therapies. So the idea here is that third-party payers and the public at large and service providers and other stakeholders have a good data-based understanding of what the effect of these interventions are going to be for the health of the public, but also in terms of the cost to payers over time. So we're dedicated to doing cost analysis, cost effectiveness, cost benefit analysis, all of which evaluate sort of value for money of these interventions. We're also interested in price analysis and modeling the large-scale impact of these interventions as they are brought to scale and a significant number of the people who could benefit actually have access to it. So how many lives would be saved? How many quality-adjusted life years gained? And what is the overall impact on the healthcare budget of the United States or another country or a region within a country or a state within the United States? How is it going to affect costs over time? My background is, so I'm relatively new to psychedelics. I started working in this area 4 years ago. My background is in global health, and in particular, the economic evaluation of HIV/AIDS programs in developing countries. And about 4 years ago, I had a meeting with Rick Doblin in which the result was I realized that I wanted to put significant time into evaluating the economics of psychedelic therapies. And that progressed over time. And now I do this full time. And about a year ago, we established GIPSY, the center I mentioned, the Global Initiative for Psychedelic Science Economics. To give you a little idea of what we're working on now, so we've done substantial work on the economics of MDMA or PTSD We're working now with Johns Hopkins on the cost effectiveness of psilocybin for smoking cessation. We're working with the USONA Institute on cost effectiveness of psilocybin for major depression. We're also doing a systematic review of the evidence of the effect of psychedelics in non-clinical settings. So what's the public health impact of increased access to psychedelics, again, in non-clinical settings? We recently submitted a proposal to the Department of Defense to evaluate the potential benefits and costs of MDMA therapy for active duty military. So that's under review. There's other projects, but I'll just mention one more, which is we're modeling the cost effectiveness of ibogaine for opioid use disorder. So we see that there's a tremendous amount of work to do in this area. We're growing a network of collaborators as fast as we can, and we're excited about the opportunity to make a contribution here.
Greetings. I'm David Feldman, CEO and co-founder of Skip Intro Advisors, a cannabis and psychedelics focused consulting and strategy advisory firm. I'm also the managing partner of Feldman Legal Advisors, an affiliated law firm with Skip Intro. Figured I would talk about two quick topics on this 5-minute video. First is where cannabis legalization is going, and the second is a little bit about the world of finance and psychedelics. The main thing I've been pushing on the legalization of cannabis side that seems to not be in the conversation at all in the United States is something that 50 countries have already done, which is to federally legalize medical cannabis. We don't even have that here. 50 countries do. 39 states have legalized medical cannabis, including a number of red states. It is a non-controversial, bipartisan issue that seems to have very broad support. 92% of Americans favor legalizing medical marijuana, and that could get done, one would think, fairly quickly if Congress were to be presented with that opportunity. The legalization efforts seem to be focused on either a complete full legalization of adult use, which seems very hard politically to do right now, or a kind of piecemeal, step-by-step. First we do safe banking, then we do research, then we do veterans, and that sounds a bit painful, frankly. So there are treaty limitations that could also impact on our ability to legalize adult use here, but that does not apply to medical marijuana. What would be the advantages? We would have an import-export market of the medical products. We would have interstate commerce between the states. The companies that pursue medical licenses would have the opportunity to be listed on major exchanges, which the top multi-state operators in the U.S. do not currently. The U.S. government would offer trademark protection to these companies. You could invite institutional investors that currently are not looking to invest in businesses that are still federally illegal. The tax discrimination under what's called Section 280E, which does not allow cannabis companies to deduct their ordinary business expenses, would no longer apply to these companies. Big multi-state operators that are already doing some medical and some adult use could spin off their adult use portions of the business and take that public and raise money and go to NASDAQ and so on. So, our feeling is that this is a great opportunity if somebody would make that suggestion. And I've spoken to a few advocates who are realizing that that could be a very positive direction for us to take. I recently ran a panel in Chicago with 3 of the top stock analysts in the space. And I asked them a simple question at the end: which do you think is more correct, that cannabis will be legal in less than 5 years in the US or more than 5 years? And 2 of the 3 of them said more than 5 years. So now let's turn a little bit to the financing of the psychedelics business, which really primarily has been focused on the dozens and dozens of companies that are seeking to pursue clinical trials to develop new therapeutics that would be federally approved by the FDA in the US and other countries as well, to be safe and effective to treat a variety of mental illnesses, everything from depression, anxiety, addiction, and so on. These are the eating disorders possibly even more serious psychoses. The studies are underway. A couple of them are pretty advanced now. Over 50 companies have already gone public that are pursuing these opportunities. And the problem with these public companies, similar to the cannabis industry, is the stocks are highly volatile and they can run up like crazy and have a bit of a frenzy where valuations seem crazy and ridiculous, and yet money pours in, and then they will plummet, sometimes in an understandable way, sometimes for no apparent reason. And in the 2021 period, the stocks were flying high. In the last 6-8 months, they sort of crashed, and now they're starting to come back a bit. All these companies are struggling now to raise money, especially in the psychedelic space, where when you're doing drug development in kind of a biotech environment, you have a real challenge in that you have to constantly raise money because it's years before you can produce any revenues or profit. So the challenge is convincing investors to invest at all, and the challenge for investors is to convince companies to invest at low levels. So that's the challenge we're dealing with right now.
Hello, my name is Cece Lee, and I'm the Senior Data Architect Lead at P.R.E.A.A.C.H. P.R.E.A.A.C.H is a nonprofit online psychedelic prior art library and search tool. In the last 2 decades in the West, we've seen growing mainstream interest in psychedelics. Market value is projected to reach over $10 billion by 2027. And with this interest, there has been an increase in intellectual property as well, specifically patents. A patent is a type of intellectual property that gives its owner the legal right to exclude others from making, using, and selling an invention for a limited period of time. A patent has to be both novel and non-obvious to be granted. That is done by patent examiners making sure that there is no evidence, which is called prior art, that exists of a claimed invention before the date of application. So basically making sure that this is a new invention. Currently, we are seeing some problems in the psychedelic patent landscape. Because of the unique history of psychedelics, it has made prior art difficult to find for patent examiners, leading to some psychedelic patents being granted where prior art does exist in the public domain, and some of these technologies are currently being used, but this prior art was not found by the examiner. Therefore, the overly broad application was granted. In just last year, 2021, over 60 overly broad applications that focus on psychedelics were applied. And if these applications are granted, they could restrict access to research and the innovations. We know that when a drug is overly patented, the prices can increase on average by 68% and as high as 163%. And so because of this, P.R.E.A.A.C.H was created, our nonprofit online prior art library. We have created a 2-pronged intervention strategy to combat these problems that we're seeing in the psychedelic patent field. Prong 1 is to build a psychedelic prior art library, and Prong 2 is our third-party pre-issuance submissions and observation efforts, both in the US and globally. A third-party submission is a mechanism for third parties to submit prior art directly to the examiners during the patent prosecution process. So our intervention was really focused on the pre-issuance stage of prior art examination and patent prosecution. And our workflow follows step 1. We track all psychedelic patents and applications, centering around 33 of our compounds in our shortlist in both the US and globally on a weekly basis. And step 2, we evaluate and sort patents and applications into a 3-tiered system based on claims, applicant, data, and threat. Tier 1 being the most urgent. And then step 3, we identify prior art and curate the prior art and add them to our library. And finally, step 4, we file third-party submissions or observations on select tier 1 applications. We're working within the system, the legal system, for direct intervention. And so far, we have filed 11 third-party submissions / observations on a broad range of patents focused on different compounds, as well as themes, and also applicants, both commercial entities as well as universities. Our library has almost 600 prior art references, including scientific journal articles, patents, websites, archival documents, books, and more. And we're adding an average 50 new prior art references on a monthly basis to our library. If you want to learn more, please visit our website, and that's www.portasophia.org, and that's spelled P.O.R.E.A.A.C.H. Again, P.O.R.E.A.C.H.org. You can learn about our library, use our search tool, read about our third-party submissions on our press releases, and learn more details about the workflow that I briefly mentioned today, as well as detailed patent evaluation criteria. Lastly, our mission is to protect the public domain, stimulate innovation, and support good patents to assure that psychedelic therapies can one day be available at scale to the people who need them. Thank you so much. Please visit our website.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Gina Giorgio, and my talk today is about the portrayals of psychedelics in the media and the importance of ethical media framing and reporting. Many of us know about and have experience with abstinence-only drug education and public service announcements, like Just Say No and DARE. These initiatives preach the importance of a drug-free life and the harms that come with doing drugs. However, with the emergence of more psychedelic research studies and a shift towards treatment for drug use rather than criminalization, some public perceptions about drug use have begun to shift from a model of abuse to medical models and recreational models. An influx of mainstream psychedelic media coverage began on April 14th, 2021, when NBC News and The Guardian incorrectly reported on the results of an Imperial College London-based trial. The study, titled Trials of Psilocybin versus Escitalopram for Depression, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, reported that psilocybin performed at least as well as the antidepressant, since the results were not statistically significant. But both The Guardian and NBC News reported that psilocybin was as effective as the antidepressant, which was an inaccurate understatement of results. However, word spread quickly, and consequently, several other outlets like Forbes, the New York Times, and Bloomberg mimicked the as effective as language. Along these same lines, some articles have touted psychedelics as a panacea, and that they can be a permanent cure for depression, PTSD, anxiety, substance use disorder, and more. But when you take a closer look at research studies and individual reports, you see that yes, psychedelics can have long-term positive effects, but for many, symptoms return after 6 months to a year. This is not to discount the therapeutic potential of psychedelics. I personally am pro-psychedelic use both medically and recreationally. But patients and participants should be aware that using psychedelics for their mental health may be part of their treatment regimen long-term, although more studies are needed to evaluate the safety of this long-term. In addition, people should also expect to attend traditional therapy sessions before the dosing session and integration sessions after. Taking a psychedelic substance one time and expecting a miraculous result is a bit idealistic, and I believe people have been a little bit misled. Some researchers have begun to propose that now psychedelics have reached a hype bubble that's about to burst. And this claim was made specifically by Johns Hopkins researchers, Dr. David Yaden, Dr. Roland Griffiths, and Dr. James P.R.E.A.C.H. In an opinion piece published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, the three experts state that media claims began to crop up ranging from the unsubstantiated to the outlandish, that psychedelics can cure mental health and solve massive social problems and create a psychedelic utopia. We're in the midst of what Yaden and his co-authors call the psychedelic hype bubble, and they argue that scientists should be the one to burst it. Psychedelic research and our understanding of it, for all of its promise, is still at the early stages. Trials so far have had small participant pools, and while results, such as those from Imperial College London, suggest that certain substances may be useful, findings don't support any claims of these drugs being able to cure mental health conditions altogether. Personally, I don't think the hype around psychedelics is going anywhere anytime soon. There are still a lot of people who don't even know about the implications of psychedelics for health and the need for psychedelic policy reform. But with the knowledge that psychedelic research, policies, media, and people's attitudes towards drugs still have a long way to go, I think it's crucial that psychedelics in the media should be framed neutrally, not positively or negatively. I believe that portrayals should not discount the merit of antidepressants and other treatments. And I believe people should be cognizant of the context that they're framing psychedelics in. For example, psychedelics have implications for both medical and recreational use. I believe we need to move away from the simplistic and utopian messaging. Whether we enter into another phase of hype or skepticism, I think how we communicate psychedelic information should evolve to reflect the dynamic and complex nature of these substances and the subjective experiences that accompany them. Thank you.
Ah, there you are. Well, before we get started, I just want to thank Stockton University for hosting this amazing event, giving all of us a platform to add value and contribute to this movement. So thank you to the other presenters that are doing so as well. I think it's very important that we all have this simple, fun, organic conversation. So good day. My name is Chef Nico. I am an author, and as a profession, I am a nutritional coach and consultant. I help CEOs and entrepreneurs for over 26 years achieve health and balance through food plans and nutritional charting of where plant-based electrical elements want to go, lay over, or settle in the human mind and body. So, things are going to get really fun today. When it comes to plant-based psychedelics and psychoactive plant compounds, first two that always float to the top are always cannabis and psilocybin. And that's okay. We're going to touch a little bit on cannabis, but the main focus for today is psilocybin. Why? Because THC and cannabis cancel each other out. And why is that? Because the chemistry of THC is a depressant. Well, some people may ask, really? Cannabis is a depressant? Yes, by all means, on the chemical compound level. And this is tied to medical journals, Hopkins, Harvard, Yale, NYU. They're all over this stuff in regards to the data and research. So we're going to focus a little bit more on a plant-based electrical element that does not have to be lit on fire, that literally when it enters the human body and the 98 degrees temperature, that's when heat meets psilocybin. So if you're going to chew on mushrooms, or even sometimes I've heard of people making tea out of mushrooms, or even if you're going to add a citrus compound to the mushroom to help break it down and allow the body to absorb the properties of psilocybin even quicker, we're going to focus on psilocybin. Because that's what this event is all about. We're talking about psychedelics, not psychoactive compound, and that's what THC is. So remember, cannabis is a band-aid for all the conditions out there that spike the sympathetic nervous system. Some of those conditions are PTSD, alcoholism, anxiety, and this is just scratching the surface. Because psilocybin, or Uncle Phil, as I like to call it, has more biomass diversity. Its compounds, in comparison to cannabis, these compounds rewire the brain chemistry more effectively than many other plant-based elements that our modern-day society is studying right now. So we want to focus on that. Because right now, the world is dealing with a lot of mental health issues. So some of these amazing breakthroughs are covered through the rhythms and regulations of the body. And those rhythms and regulations take place in the electrical neurotransmitters of the brain and the bloodstream of the body. So what does all this mean? How does psilocybin work? Well, just like anything else that you eat, your salivary glands are going to break down these particle components and get it ready to go into the stomach, for the stomach to do its digestive process. During that digestive process, things release into the bloodstream, and as it's going to the bloodstream, the body is able to utilize this information in the form of chemicals or gases, and this is what allows enhancement and performance in the body. The psilocybin, because not everything gets everywhere in the body. The body is a machine, so it knows how to govern some of these chemicals and these gases. The psilocybin, like many other amazing foods that hold amazing chemicals, get past the brain-blood barrier. And what is that? Well, here's a quick image for that for you to understand. When nutrition passes the brain-blood barrier, it allows the brain to understand what information to organize first. So you're chewing on shrooms, it's getting into the system, this goes into the bloodstream. The brain says, oh, new chemicals, bring that up to the penthouse. We want to investigate this. The moment it gets up there, yes, by all means, it does enter the brain-blood barrier and starts a process of organizing or reorganizing some of our thoughts, some of our ways of reacting to our experience in our lives, whether our eyes are open or closed. So I think that is absolutely great. And what better way to get this point across than to enjoy this conversation through the colors of food. I took a little time to walk through a produce market. The visualizations of that are going to allow us to understand the colors of our food. And we're going to make some connections to mood-enhancing foods and how these foods act as snacks while experiencing psilocybin, and how they assist with opening the channels within the body and the brain. Sounds like a good one, right? All right, let's jump right into it. So we're going to cover first, and this is on a nutritional side, we are going to cover a pre, present, and post approach to psilocybin. These are simple protocols that I always express that we should do. Why? Because some of us may not have a strong relationship with plant-based electrical elements. And we are focusing on the electrical side of this. So we want to support the body before we actually take an amazing plant-based electrical element that opens up all the windows and doors in our brain. This is how we safeguard ourselves with nutrition to allow that journey to be a journey with grace, a healthy journey, and that's going to really help us out. So our pre-season approach, we'll put it that way, before you consume psilocybin, starting a few days before the trip, like make it intentional. Make sure that if you're going to do this trip for self-discovery or self-coherency, self-care coherency, you want to make sure that you are preparing 3 days beforehand. Why? You want to make sure that there's a value of chemicals that the brain and body recognize and actually are supporting some of these vitamin and mineral panels that should be in the body to support a very healthy trip. So go to your market, acquire some of these amazing market foods that we're going to cover later on. And we're specifically for our pre-season, we're going to focus on nitric oxide. Why are we focusing on nitric oxide? Nitric oxide is a gas that actually goes into your bloodstream and puffs open your bloodstream. You see that right there? Let me see if I can make that better. Yes. So if this is the circumference of your vein, and sometimes your veins are that closed without the stimulation of this gas, when you consume foods that are holding nitric oxide, this gas goes in and it opens up the vascular channels larger for blood to circulate effectively through the body. You want that type of preparation because what that will do is it will allow the circulation of blood to get into the brain and allow the brain-blood barrier to accept this information. And all of this is happening in a more effective way. And at the end of the day, if we're going to take something that's going to assist us and elevate us and bring us to the next level, we want it to happen like that. So that'll get the information highway, and the information highway is your bloodstream. So nitric oxide, once again, is a gas that will open up your vascular channels and allow blood, which is the only great liquid information that we have in our body, to send these messages, get them to the right places at the right time, and allow us to position to the next level, which is the present moment. And that present moment is when we're actually consuming the psilocybin and we are waiting for the experience to take place. And we call this tripping. So what we're going to do during that moment is prepare a few elements for that. And some of those elements will be very simple. We're going to cover those elements through our colors. The top element that a lot of people may talk about are pineapples. We'll get into that shortly. We're also going to tap in on yellow colors because that's really where the secret sauce is. And then you have a post experience. This is after you've had your trip. Doesn't really matter how long it is. I've experienced some micro doses that have taken me a few hours, and I've experienced those amazing full doses that will ride you into 16 to 24 hours. Whatever it may be, your post experience needs to happen more on an increase of antioxidants, and we'll cover the importance of why that needs to take place on the post, meaning when you're done with your experience with psilocybin and your body is organizing and reorganizing some of this amazing information through the windows and doors that have opened up in the vast ability of our brain. So where are we going to start? We're going to start with the everyday. This is what's going on in our life and how we can create some balance before we actually start our trip. So we're going to start with acid imbalance. And what does that mean? Like, how do we have, or what creates an acid imbalance in the body? And we want to actually regulate this before we go into, let's just baseline this. We want to regulate this before we go into any action of self-development, self-care with a relationship with food. Because if we have a high level of acid in the body, it's just going to null and void everything. And this is just on a regular food plan. If you're looking to understand your sleep-wake cycle, if you're looking to balance your hormones, let alone if you're just looking to enjoy a good old-fashioned trip and have Uncle Phil step on in with its psilocybin bag and say, hey, we're going to learn some new things about this psychedelic. When that happens, like, you really want your body to be as optimal as possible, correct? So what is it about acid imbalance, and how does that happen? What causes acid imbalance in the body? We're going to cover a few of them, maybe 4 of them. The first one is acid-forming foods. You know, your regular consumption of highly refined foods. When I say refined foods, we're talking about refined sugars that are bleached, flours that are bleached, meats that are not grass-fed or wild-caught or cage-free, alcohol, of course, zero-calorie food elements like sodas, oversaturated fat foods like fried foods, and all of this increases acid in the body. So foods are number 1. And the second one is stress. And stress, oh my gosh, as we all know, or maybe you don't know, stress is a hormone. You cannot ever get rid of stress. What happens is that hormone never has an opportunity to relax. And because it does not have an opportunity to relax, it naturally produces an acidic compound in the body. That's how stress really gets us. And this is why it's number 2 on creating acid imbalance. And then we have the third one, which is exposure to toxic chemicals. And that doesn't always mean toxic chemicals from corrosion or anything of that nature. These toxic chemicals are right under your sink, right under your bathroom sink. These are the cleaners. These are the sanitizers. All of these still have micro or nano bead particles that get into the air and create free radicals that actually enter into our body that we breathe or sometimes even touch. This can cause an acid imbalance. And then we have one of the larger factors, which is our water. And there's a lot of issues with our water, whether it's one of the best bottled waters that you can go buy or tap water. Our waters are missing minerals. They're completely depleted of their mineral level. And that can cause a lot of corrosive issues in the body because some of these waters are holding free radical metals that do not marry with the body. All of this is spiking a acid imbalance. So it gets really interesting because this is how the body goes into deficiency organically. Because it has a high level of acid, the body only knows how to take from the reserve that it has, and those reserves are our muscular and our skeletal structure, but there's organic compounds that it can take from those structures to make sure that the body is meeting a standard pH level daily. Without putting that nutrients back in, now we're going into muscle deficiencies, bone deficiencies, and so on. So this is why we actually want to tap in on this conversation and just make sure that we're addressing the acid imbalance, what's causing the acid imbalance, why it's important to address that, and how we can actually change our pH organically before we even start going into a deep dive within this conversation. So we're going to cover 3 things. You want to make sure to employ daily stress reduction techniques. And that would mainly come from exercise, breath work or meditation, and just placing yourself in a level of self-care coherency, whether that's artwork, whether that's prayer, whether that's reading a book. This helps the mind to organize itself and bring it to a level of stress relief. Best way to say it. So let's go to let's go to the second one. We have eating and diet, and that's a primary component that is organically natural to do every day. We just want to make sure that we're being mindful with our choices, and we're going to cover some of those mindful choices to elevate some of our food lifestyle. And then we're going to substitute some of the toxic cleaners that are in your kitchen and in your bathroom. May take a little bit of time to make those adjustments. Going green with some of those toxic solutions may take a little research, but these are 3 key things that we can do to actually elevate our quality of life before we're going to do psilocybin. So with that said, let's just talk real quick about mushrooms. And let's just talk about mushrooms as a food element before we go into magic mushrooms. AKA Uncle Phil. So, mushrooms are extremely high in selenium. Selenium is involved in your antioxidant defense system in protecting your cells. So, what does that mean? That means that there are organic compounds in regular mushrooms. Remember, right now we're just talking about regular mushrooms. There are regular compounds in mushrooms from selenium that come in specifically to protect all of your cells in your body and defend all of your cells in your body from the attack of free radical elements that are looking to break down the cells. And this is why we cover the word antioxidant, because a lot of those free radicals that are looking to break down the cells, they are in oxidative stress. So that means that free radical elements are naturally in oxygen. Some of those are titled ROS, radical oxygen species. Very, very big topic. I cover that quite a bit as a nutritional coach and consultant. It's very important to remember that we have a lot of elements in our environment that we will not ever be able to beat. Oxygen is one of them. We need that to breathe. And within that amazing gas that we need to breathe are radical oxygen species. How do we fight radical oxygen species? With antioxidants. And that brings us all the way back to selenium. So this is why mushrooms as a whole are just amazing, because they hold selenium. So now let's bring all that back to psilocybin. And what is really the importance of that when you are chewing psilocybin? Well, we've just discovered, look at that. Psilocybin, before it even goes into its psychoactive property on a nutritional benefit, they are also holding selenium. And they're going to go into the body while you are experiencing this psychedelic feeling and this psychedelic experience. You're experiencing that because these compounds are actually fighting oxidative stress in your body. This allows the information to quickly get into the brain-blood barrier. The brain doesn't see any of this as a threat, and now it opens all the windows and doors to the body and the brain, and allowing all of this to reorganize itself through a fantastic psilocybin trip. So that's really the cool part, just understanding some of the nutritional elements on why it actually allows the body to experience what it does. That's just one component. There's many other great experts that are going to break down the value of psilocybin. Right now, for me, we're just bridging the gap on understanding that this is an element that you consume. So why would we not want to double down on the properties of it being a mushroom and it supporting psilocybin? How do we do that? We start focusing on the antioxidant properties. So one of the great pre-season moves that you can do, consume mushrooms, whether you're sauteing them or whether you're going to grind them up and make them into a mushroom patty, or you can do so many different fun things, and I can always add some fantastic recipes to that. But we just want to highlight the food and make sure that we're focusing on just the food element and not making it so complicated. Mushrooms also assist in mitigating some of the stress of serious health conditions like Alzheimer's and cancer. There's an amazing benefits that plants provide. Plants have been on Earth for 3.5 billion years. They really have the understanding of what it takes to provide nutrients, provide support, as well as structure to the mind and body. So let's talk about pineapples and psilocybin. What are we looking to do with that? Simple. Eat it. If you like pineapples, it's tasty, it's sweet. Some people don't have much of an appetite to even eat or drink beverage during their trip. But if you do, and you have that feeling and you gravitate towards the thought of consuming or drinking, definitely eat some fresh pineapple. We're only talking about plant-based electrical elements in this conversation. No pre-packaged pineapple, no pre-cut pineapple, no packaged pineapple juice. If you do any of this, you got to get the pineapple, you got to cut the pineapple, you have to eat the pineapple, you have to juice the pineapple yourself. Why? Because mass-produced products or mass-produced activity lowers or lessens some of the electrical effects that take place. It's passing through too many hands, or there needs to be a level of preservatives that are added to that food so it can stay on the shelf while it waits for you to purchase it. We just want to focus on the fresh stuff. And the cool thing is about pineapples, pineapple actually has an intercellular connection with your body, especially when you're going through a trip. Because at this point, your body's open. Your cells, your brain, your neuroreceptors, they are ready for as much great information. That's why your eyes dilate, because your brain is ready to bring in as much information through sight. Your sensory system on your touches increase because your body is open to experiencing as high of a level, as optimal of a level as possible of this experience. So why not give it that same experience through plant-based electrical elements? So let's cover this in just our colors. So it's said that psilocybin and pineapple may be a rumor, how there is not enough research out there to say whether it does assist in your trip or not. So we're just going to follow the path of logic. Pineapple, it's yellow, and we're going to cover the importance of that yellow color. But most importantly, we're also going to cover the fact that it's loaded with vitamin C. And what is vitamin C? A fat-soluble vitamin. And this fat-soluble vitamin just happens to be loaded with antioxidants. So it stops oxidative stress. So once again, while you're in that trip, you got to breathe. You got to breathe oxygen while you're there. So while you're doing this, you want to support that process with something that's going to fight oxidative stress. Pineapple, right off the bat. But we don't stop there, because now we're diving into, let's remove the name and let's focus on the color. Because the color yellow, ooh man, the color yellow, that comes from a flavonoid chemical panel. And there's about 5,000 different flavonoids that are in our life. And this is what gives all color to plant skin of fruits and vegetables, to the color that is inside of our fruits and vegetables. All of this is governed by the flavonoid. And there's 6 subcomponents of flavonoids, and we'll do a deep dive on that later. When you walk through the market and you see things like acorn squash, yellow inside. You also have spaghetti squash, yellow on the inside and the outside. You have butternut squash, which is orange on the outside, orange on the inside. These colors are absolutely amazing for the body. These are all the colors that you can eat beforehand to support yourself during your psilocybin trip. You also have other wonderful yellow colored fruits like mangoes, yellow raisins. Like literally, when in doubt, Google it out. Just find foods that are in the color yellow and begin to consume that before you go into your trip. This will really help you out when it comes to enjoying how to enhance this trip for self-care coherency. Or these colors also come with scents, and these scents are terpene profiles. The same terpene profiles that draw you in to smell a great pineapple or a mango or a peach. And these are the same terpene profiles that draw you in when you smell a great cannabis bud and you're like, wow, that's a nice sativa, or wow, smell the gas of that indica or that hybrid. All of these are communicating ways of the plant saying, come to us, enjoy the properties that we have for you while you're experiencing this interaction with us, whether it's regular food, whether it's a psilocybin trip, or whether you're going to lean on some of the terpene profiles from cannabis flowers. All of this is plant communication that says, come to us so we can make you better during your experience in life. It's really important to remember that. Also remember, your colors are vast. Eat the rainbow. It's very important to know that what is fighting infection in your body while you're enjoying your trip, that's vitamin A. And you can find vitamin A in red, yellow, orange, and green foods. All of those are holding the flavonoid components, but just remember your colors. If you eat by your colors, You don't really have to worry about the food. Remember, when in doubt, Google it out, find foods that meet those colors, and begin to bring in that variety before you trip, during your trip, and after your trip. And you'll find that naturally all these components are supporting things like antioxidant, things like nitric oxide. And one more important tip about some of these colors while we're covering these foods, the acid components of pineapple or orange or lemon or lime or grapefruit. The key reason why we tap in on this before and during a trip is because it actually, some of these acids within these colored foods deliver more of a hallucinogenic compound. It breaks down some of those layers of the psilocybin trip and delivers that hallucinogenic compound evenly throughout the body. And you want to have that experience. You want to have an experience that's graceful. You want to have an experience that gives you nobility. And how do you do that? By giving yourself grace, by giving yourself nobility, and understanding and saying to yourself, hey, you know what? Before I trip, yeah, I can cut up some pineapple. I can peel some oranges. I can prepare some grapefruit. There are so many other nutritional facts and abilities with these fruits alone, but I just want to cover the fact that by consuming this beforehand and during, you have that opportunity, specifically during, for the hallucinogenic compounds of psilocybin to come out in a time-released nature that is graceful and noble to the body experience, because the brain is experiencing one thing, the body is experiencing another. How do we bring that mind and heart coherency together? By doing these nutritional steps before we actually go into psilocybin. And this automatically leads to a mood-enhancing moment through food. The last thing you want is to do a trip with a body that's feeling deficient. You know, we always want to make sure that we're focusing on this particular component when it comes to psychedelics, because once those windows and doors open, we want to make sure we're having a healthy trip. You don't want to go down the rabbit hole. It lasts for hours. I personally have never experienced it because I'm that serious about making sure that my psychedelic trip is going to enhance my mind, my body, my brain, and I have something really amazing to savor and remember. So I cover some of these topics in great detail because a lot of us, we run into a few roadblocks, a few dead ends on online research, because a lot of online research is inconclusive on does pineapple help with your trip, and are certain fruits and vegetables beneficial during a psilocybin trip. Well, we've covered a lot of path of logic, and that's just with our colors. We're supporting a healthy introduction to psilocybin or a healthy continuing journey with psilocybin. It all depends on where we are in that, whether you're a beginner, whether you're an expert in that space. It's important to support your body with these levels of nutrition, because this is what's going to get you to the next level. This is how it goes. I always look forward to adding value. I think it's important that the experts in their space take the time to further refine themselves. This way they can be of a value and resource during these times where educational conversations like this can just all have us meet at the same baseline and understand that this stuff isn't scary. You don't have to be nervous. Always remember this key statement though. When you dose low and you dose slow. Why? Because this allows your brain and your body and that coherency to meet on the same plane. If you just grab a handful of magic mushrooms and shove them down and eat them, if you're not ready for that, that can take you to another level that is very uncomfortable because the harmony wasn't met for the brain and the body yet. So please remember that. Please remember once again to dose slow and low. We are all advocates of safe experiences with plant-based electrical elements. This is absolutely one of the best ways to go about doing that. And why am I such an advocate for this style of protocol? Because 30 days makes or breaks a new habit, 60 days enforces that new habit, and 90 days actually makes an autoreceptive process, not only in your mind, but also in your body, not only in your body, but also in the 37.5 trillion cells that are inside of this body. Very important to understand that. You really want to have a great trip? Yeah. If you want to do it for a self-care coherency experience, yes, you will start your first 30-day protocol consuming these colors, consuming these colorful foods that support your body and your brain. And then after that, you start going into your journey of reorganizing, rewiring, and refiring certain parts of your brain on your additional 30-day journey by adding the same plant-based nutritional electrical elements and then adding some psilocybin to that. And if you do need some expert help, yes, at this point, you add that third layer and you get some experts involved and you have a dynamic conversation with a therapist. You also double down on that and you get another expert involved and you have a nutritional coach that positions you to win in your food lifestyle. All of these things make a big difference when it comes to having this conversation because we're doing this for education. We all deserve to be seen and given grace. And this is the way that I do that. This is the way that I land the plane on saying, enjoy your psychoactive compounds. Make sure that you have a pre, a present, and a post strategy to that. And you will definitely connect the dots and position yourself to win. Once again, my name is Chef Nico. I thank you for giving me this time and your attention. And I look forward to speaking with you another time. Take care. Bye now.
Wow. Well, I want to give a huge thank you to all the speakers who contributed. I mean, that was an incredible amount of content and such good expertise. So thank you to all the speakers who showed up in person and those who sent in their videos. Just fantastic. I mean, I feel like this has been just an amazing day. And a huge thank you to the attendees that hung in there. I know it was quite an event. I actually did not expect the first conversation about New Jersey psychedelics to last 7 hours. 7 hours of really amazing content. So I would say we're off to a very good start of a New Jersey psychedelic community. And Gaetano, you should be very proud of the effort you put into this and the people you brought in and just the amount of knowledge that was shared today. Just magnificent. So so with that, I will let Gaetano sign off, but I appreciate this, and this was really a remarkable day. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rob. And again, I want to thank all the speakers and all the people who submitted videos. This was a historic day for Stockton, FEM, and New Jersey for a first in psychedelics. And yes, a lot of content. And I hope everyone got some good understanding of some very important topics, right to try and so on. And just look for us in the future. We're going to bring a lot more content. FEM has a lot more content we're going to bring here to New Jersey and beyond. And look me up on LinkedIn, connect with me, follow me there. And we just look forward to serving the community in the future. Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Stockton University. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there, and have a great rest of your weekend.
I will also review the chat, and if anybody needs follow-up, I will follow up according to your requests. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Have a good weekend.